making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's all me.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
That's the thing about the Intel Extreme Masters. It really doesn't stop even after a grand finals. Welcome back to the IEM series. This time we look forward to America, or Dallas to be specific. The European qualifiers are going to be beginning now. I'm tea time with Michael Yumi Cassidy. Technically, qualifiers have been going on. We're reaching into the closed qualifiers phase. How are you feeling about that, Michael?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. I mean, when we think about the tournament structure and the way that the calendar has to be structured around, we have to look at closed qualifiers. And sometimes open qualifiers are a fleeting opportunity for teams to rise through the rankings. So it is always nice to get in touch with some of the teams that sometimes we don't get to see on those stages or don't get direct invitations. We are fighting for an opportunity to get it into Dallas.
Yeah, open letters being signed towards Valve and everything. The system is in flux, but in flux we find excitement. Today's excitement, though, we're going to have 2 series for you over here on the B stream to start things off with the 2 of us, and then we'll move on for more action later on. We've got Big versus BC Game and Zero Tenacity versus Heroic to be showing everything that there is to offer. If you are more interested in other matches, there are 4 going on at the time being. The 8th stream will be featuring OG versus Astralis, but listen, do you really want to watch OG versus Astralis, or do you want to watch Big Clan going up against this new and improved BC Game?
Yeah, well, it's effectively what the remnants were from the whole fallout from the Bleed project, and it seemed like Jacob was the first that was able to jump ship and get this opportunity with BC Game, but he slowly merged the rest of the pieces back together. So I'm kind of excited to see how well this team sort of gels initially, with the addition of Prime Taps, who was one of these German players that's sort of been bouncing around within the scene for a little while, and I think actually played played against JDC in the Academy League many years ago, and played with Hyped very recently, I think last year, or kind of hard to remember years, but at August 2023 to February 2024, they were teammates. So there's going to be a little bit of, almost like a sibling rivalry, I'd imagine, between them. I don't imagine it's all very good-willed and good-hearted, but this BCK team, I mean, they should be a relatively contentious squad, in my opinion.
And for Big Clan, who right now, a lot of their ranking, especially in the Valve system, it is coming off the back of some of the successes of last year. They have transitioned through with some decent series win over here as well. But 2025 has still been a little bit threadbare for them. Their Katowice performance saw them dropping out before even being in contention for a proper playoff spot or anything like it. And that's obviously something that I'm sure they're going to be looking towards. BC Game, on the other side, though, they could get a lot of points over here and also start their route towards Dallas a bit more effectively. They start off with the Mirage Big coming up with Dust 2, no surprises there. It feels like I've been saying that for years and years now, and then Ancient will be the decider.
Yeah, it feels like a very smart veto for Big. I mean, we don't have tons of data about how BC Game are going to be approaching their veto, given, I mean, the old Bleed roster used to ban out Vertigo, and given the recent online performances from BC Game, they've actually been floating trains, so it's clear they've probably put some work into that map, but it will not see play this series. For Big, they effectively get 2 first-round picks. I actually thought they would snap into an Ancient. It's something they've been doing habitually, from online to how they were vetoing in Katowice as well. So for them, they've been able to get Dust 2 and secure Ancient as a decider if it's even necessary. So I think this is already some a turbulent start to the series already for BC Game, who are going to be stress tested on a bunch of maps that Big are very comfortable on.
To be honest, I'm surprised that the Ancient wasn't also picked up by BC Game, because back when they were on the unpaid side, I always felt like Cypher and Jacob in particular had something special to add to the table for that map. And Nexus calling on it is pretty comfortable too, so I'm looking forward to this one. Mirage still makes sense. This is still a team that, even if they have history together, they are coming back just 5 days ago or something. You're not going to be having all that much in the way of stats and data and strats and all of this stuff to work off of. Mirage is always comfortable territory, but maybe you've got other things in mind.
I was going to say, Big are probably one of the teams that do actually probably immediately look at analysis.
Big have everything, yeah. But, that's the thing. There's not that much to look out towards, and maybe there's going to be a lot more influence over here as well. You have to remember that a lot of the unpaid project was also, it was sort of up in flames, to put it nicely, from what we've heard about behind the scenes. This is also, for this core of players, it's retribution, and it could be last chance saloon for a few of them too, right? Like Jacob's getting on in his years. Next up, very passionate about becoming an IGL again, and this is obviously a project he probably does believe in, but he has to prove himself in once again. So still a lot at stake in terms of the Dallas qualification, absolutely, but also a lot at stake for these individual players every single series in this qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, his heart may not always be into in-game leading, but everybody wants to pick his brain, apparently. So, I mean, forced to be an in-game leader perpetually throughout his career. I think I do agree. I think Nexa does provide at least a bit of sort of like a looser dynamic to the squad. It does. I mean, he's a fairly cerebral player in the way that he composes himself, the way he talks about the game as well is also, I mean, it is very intricate, very detail-oriented. So, I mean, he's suited for the role, but I do believe that, the run that Big had at Katowice was actually convincing enough for me that I think this Big clan is probably the best we've seen in quite some time. Once upon a time, we were talking about them as being gatekeepers away from the Tier 1 circuit. If anybody wanted to level up into the scene, they'd have to beat Big to get there. But they kind of fell out of that spot. And now with Hyped and QB as these newer additions, QB quite a young rifler, and Hyped someone that they sort of built up from their academy system, loaned out to other teams, and then thought, actually, we need a German AWPer on this squad, and Hyped kind of hit the ground running at Katowice. I think he's showing a very good level right now, and QB as well is providing a bit of explosiveness that this team desperately needed for quite some time.
I'm glad you're bringing up Hype, because a player who hasn't been providing explosiveness is on the other side, Nock, a man who I have been building him up for quite a while, right? Ever since the Apex run, I felt like he's not really had a proper team. Apex afterwards in CS2, they had IGL issues after Kixon was taken away. That project seemed like a mess, and you go in towards the unpaid side. That's terrible. Fnatic, obviously, they themselves didn't believe in their own IGL, which is why they removed him later on. So it does feel like Nock's got on the short end of his stick, but he's gone through a lot of sticks here, Michael. And if he can't really propel this team past someone like Hype, to, a little bit more inexperienced, coming up, got some skills, but you can definitely potentially out-veteran him on paper in a one-to-one matchup. I think Nock's got some question marks about him as well.
Yeah, no, I think, Nock can certainly be a player that we've seen hit some very strong strides, but I think it's only been in periods, and I wonder if that's, there's always the question marks about bleed and unpaid and, the financial pressures, or a lot of external influence as opposed to actual performance in the server. So now that they're back together with the gang, it's clear that they believe in Nock enough to sort of justify that. I mean, Nexa was also brought back into this roster, so it's not as if it was purely a move to do with keeping the core together. But for them, it is just about whether or not they can actually find their feet with Nock again and actually get him back to that same height. Because, yeah, sometimes the floor for Nock, sometimes the consistency is lacking in a way that you really want from an AWPer, especially on your CT sides.
One of the fun things that I'd like to go back to was what you were discussing about how Nex has got this idea around him that he's been unwilling to be an IGL. And it's funny because, unfortunately, I never got to release it, but I was able to do an interview with him at one point earlier on this year, just sort of summarizing his past few years in CS. And he says, that's one of his biggest regrets, messaging-wise. He says, I've wanted to be an IGL. I just didn't for like 6 months because I had stuff going on in my life. But ever since then, even on G2, when I was there for a few months, I was talking to management about maybe, if I could be in a position to be there as well. I wanted to be an IGL going forward into the Bleed project as well. I think I am going to be a leader. I think I'm going to be a top leader going forward into Counter-Strike. And now he's really, truly committed to it, right? So I do want to start dispelling some of this, that yes, there was definitely uncertainty in the past, but now that's no longer there. This is not just someone who's hesitantly creeping and crawling into an IGL position. He's embracing it. And I'm very curious to see what that style actually ends up looking like. Do we still stick to more loose? Do we go towards maybe, hey, I'm living in a new world. I need to go through open qualifiers. I need structure. I need to be able to, 100% go through into closed qualifiers, get my Valve ranking points, get everything over there. That's such an interesting conversation to me, especially when you put him up against the team of structure in Big Clan.
Yeah, okay, that's actually interesting to hear from Nexa. If he was actually pushing to try and be an in-game leader, and I guess maybe needed more resources or time to build into his own style, then yeah, I mean it makes the project more exciting from that angle. But I think if you have players like Jacob and you have players like Cypher, you probably do want to keep a little bit of that loose, explosive, sort of dynamic style. And as well, Prime Taps is another strong rifler that has been rising through the, I guess, the community rankings as a player that can actually be relatively high impact. I've yet to see games where Prime Taps has fully taken over, but if you have a very strong core of riflers, it doesn't matter how structured you are, sometimes you are just going to get hit in the face.
Can you talk to me a bit about what kind of roles Prime Taps is playing? Because I would be lying if I said I knew that, hey, this guy's an anchor, this and that. But maybe we can get into that more later on. The pistol round getting underway. Sassanito on the BC game side is going to be taking first contact. Am I missing Jacob?
We are missing Jacob. Which is why Sassanito is in. I was not expecting to see this. And that does come in a bit of a shame. But we'll see what Sassanito can bring to the table. Another very explosive rifler, someone that they played together with on that unpaid bleed roster. So there's some familiarity, but they have lost a big voice in Jacob. So we'll see how they fare against Big Clan on BC Game's pick. JDC just jiggling in at those stairs, but it's a very split defense here from Big. If JDC gets caught on a timing, just bouncing between these angles, things can get hairy quick.
And a smoke down, another one on the side. They want to quickly waterfall down towards the bomb plant and get the isolated duel with CT. JDC searching for duels, can't find any heads, and right now it's all down to Cypher. Already QB pushed away and pushed down to almost nothing. This will be taken apart, but he's waiting and buying time for the rotations to come through. Crimbo provides, but he can't provide kills. Tapson in the flank is already revealed position, and Crimbo is now isolated. Remember, the time's ticking down, and JDC had that opportunity, but Cypher... You've heard about a bull in headlights. This is a bull with curtains on the side, so he only has one direction to go, and it is forward.
All about delaying, but Cypher just hits the instant headshot. This was a crazy route for BC Game to have taken. Kind of an absurd call from the waterfall smoke to a smoke on the site cross. They jumped through spawn with the bomb, which I thought was going to be a major fumble, but the plan was as soon as they kill CT, they reroute to B, and that flank from Big ended up just completely empty-handed. A weird one to think about if you're Big Clan. You think you have all your eggs in a line, or your chickens in a line rather. The chickens have hatched from those eggs.
Is chickens in a line? Is that the actual saying?
I believe
now you've made me confused. Ducks in a row, Michael. Come on.
Whatever, man. It's birds of a feather. The phrase is similar, at least.
Chickens in a line. That's some milk. Lines up the nade. Damage is fine. Whatever. Right now, it's all about avoiding that B-bomb site. And the question is, are BC Game going to be able to do it when the B-bomb site is coming towards them? Cypher turns away. And he doesn't turn away fast enough, apparently. Reed peeks back out over. Great shot from Hyped, and that gives them the advantage early on. Now, suddenly, without too much map control outside of the middle area, BC Game might need to worry.
Yeah, I mean, you see what Big are trying to do is they know that the double push inside of the apartments was spotted, and so they're trying to reroute and reinforce this A-bomb site, and they're right on the money. BC Game are routing that way, knowing that they've lost B control.
Fantastic call, but can they still execute onto it? JDC is going to be blocked off by a smoke. It all comes on from inside the site, but it's good. Crossfires established. They're searching for those connector players. Found one. Wait for more. It's going to be a late lurk from Prime Taps, and it activates Nexa. In the meanwhile, finds two. And with that, you're back to a 2-on-2, but the bomb can still be cut off if Crimbo had wanted to push forward. Decides against penetrating the smoke, and as Prime Taps maintains position, a flashbang will try and find some space while Crimbo finds bodies. Prime Taps shades. The bomb's on the ground, and Crimbo's going to keep it that way.
That's what you bring Crimbo into the roster for. I mean, from the start of his journey at Big Clan, he has been great in the clutch. Put him in a 1v1, he's just so damn good at closing. It's like his aim is boosted during moments like it. But that started off with a perfect read, and even with Nexa having his spidey senses tingling and checking the smoke just for that JDC push, just the damage from Hyped and the continuous tagging, BC Game could never feel comfortable once they broke into A. Now on pistols, they're going to try and speed up the pace, but already spotted a Molotov down there for Crimbo, so initial plan from BC Game has been ground to a halt.
Listen, I know this, okay? They've got a flashback. They're going to be side. They've got pistols. Cypher is ducking all the way past. Crimbo doesn't know how far forward he is. I think he missed it on the jump spot, but Cypher now accelerates it the wrong time. Crimbo finds 1.5, and it's Tabson to take out leftovers. Thank you very much. Cold pizza, the best kind for Tabson. He's still looking for something a little bit warmer. Fresher will find some options, but can't order it off. It's JDC who snipes it from the menu. Bomb's been planted, some success found, but on a force buy, maybe you were hoping for more.
Yeah, I wanted more damage at the very least, even if you were going to leave the bomb to be defused and, you know, there would be some kind of contest on the site. Hoping to take at least a few weapons away from Big Clan to really stress them out. So Primetaps holds on to his deagle and his armor. Plant down does mean there's extra money for BC Game, and they can debate whether or not they commit to a half investment. They're two round loss bonus. I still want to float above that 2k marker, or just under the precipice.
Knock won't have an op in the next round, though. Not the worst of things, but, you know, just something to keep in mind.
Could be a weakness towards that B-bomb side if Crimbo is going to play it that way in future rounds, so we'll keep an eye on that.
JDC knows what's going on. He's going to keep on taking some peeks forward. QB's got Palace covered off as well. In the meanwhile, JDC head snapped off. Nexa and Knock both great hands with the Deagle, but you can't do much against the MP9. Primetap snipes him out through the smoke. Will somehow live on 1 HP. That's somehow taken away. Tabson finishes off again. Now he's looking for survivors. Great damage in this round so far. Can there be any more? Crimbo avoids bullets, and with possession of the bomb, they know they can chill out.
Yeah, mollied, smoked off. You see the instant reroute from Nork. He did not hesitate one bit. He's going through B. Oh my god. This is a crazy reroute. As long as he's out of earshot from Crimbo, they'll never know about the possibility of this flank. I mean, Nork fully playing with the clock here, but has to be cautious about window as a position. The drop from Crimbo actually does, I think, put Nork on notice.
Crimbo's going to start looking back, but he's still worried about the short push more than anything else. There's so many angles. He's gone. He's a goner. No! The shot missed. Knock had a chance. It's a window where Crimbo's moving, sure, but you have to hit shots like that.
Yeah, time pressure starts to be a factor there. I mean, by the time he gets into jungle, it's about that 27, 28 second mark, and he has to find not one, but two players. And, you know, a full expectation there'd be one near the bomb or keeping safe guard over it, but just so many angles he'd have to re-clear. Needed that kill instantly and missed his chance. Still a pretty frightening round there from Big. Losing so much to all the deegs that BC Game brought forward. And Tabson being a bit assertive towards the ramp. This is where BC Game have opted to start on the default. Double ramp, one in Palace. So they're set up for an A-side split alongside the connector presence that they're hoping that they can get access to in the next couple of seconds. But QB just keeps on peeking.
BC Game have got full control over connector in the meanwhile as well. Crimbo's the only person who can do anything about this, and he's going to have a late peek, sure. But it's still 2-on-1 over there. He's going to have no support from JDC coming through, and as they're avoiding his sight lines, it really is coming down to a good wrap into the site, but it's Tabs to find Sasanito, and with Cypher mullied off, there's going to be no trades, no responses, but watch out for Nexa. Comes in from behind, missed shots, but missed comms, and those are worse. Top gun smokes means that Tapson is all alone, and alone he will fall. 3-on-2, big have to say.
I mean, really nicely done. They didn't just simply go up connector, they had a player boosted inside of window, and so Nex was able to get 2 free kills. Even with him missing his first couple of shots on that player under Balk, there's just no reaction from Big. It's something they're completely unaccounting for. And so, even though QB was jiggling close ramp, he made a step as well, so BC Game were fully aware that he was in that close position. I don't think QB even spotted anything, got a very good smoke timing. But even in spite of all of that, Big still get spun around and look the wrong way inevitably for the fights that are coming their way.
And unfortunately, with absolutely no presence down in middle, it makes sense, right? You've got an aggressive dual control over A main. Afterwards, keeping mid presence isn't easy at all because you don't have players in position to flashbang in. But to also not then have the instant sightline over connector, the chaos that it's causing. Nex has been able to move through as well. You don't have anyone watching from jungle or back CT into jungle, so Nex is getting all of these, little angles. Even though he misses a few shots initially, the comms for Big just weren't there to even respond to it too quickly. And it's hard. Don't get me wrong, it is hard. But those are the kind of rounds where you are going to regret a lot.
Yeah, players are saying they're rotating. The site players are communicating between each other about what they're watching, and in all that chaos, Nexa just serves to be a fantastic flank. So, I think so far what we're seeing from BC Game is some pretty cheeky calling. I mean, from the pistol round was pretty unorthodox. This round was, I wouldn't say completely unorthodox. It's not like we haven't seen teams, I guess, make use of that same rotational chaos. But clear that they're trying to toy with Big's rotations as best they can. And I think it's the perfect way to throw Big off kilter. They're very much a team that they have been straying away from this type of calling where they're purely structured and anything that's in the plan, they have 17 variations of how to address it.
Yeah.
But they still have that as a part of their DNA.
Ooh. QB as well finds prime taps as Heim started things off, and there you go, 5-on-2, easy peasy, I guess.
Yeah, during that timeout, they've probably just had a talk about, guys, they're doing things that are a little bit unpredictable. Keep your guns ready, and they're just ready to fight. Holding ramp with that AWP, prepared for prime taps to jump out from Palace. Even caught the short lurk. So let's see if Cypher and Nork can somehow bail themselves out of this one. Nice shot from Nork, but I mean the molly was just providing so much pressure, and Cypher unable to really move an inch. Knows QB is nearby, but head spotted and hyped. That's all he needs. From scouts to AWPs, this guy hits shots with big scopes.
We have received a clarification, by the way, to all the viewers about why Sasanito is here. Apparently, there are some tech issues going on Jacob's side, and he can't get connected or something like it. So, unfortunately, that's why they are having to play with an emergency substitute towards the very end of things. Hopefully, it is something that, maybe by map number 2, we can figure it out. But
yeah.
Otherwise, we'll see. Nock wants to be a hero, and I don't blame him. He's not necessarily always been lauded as the highest of fraggers, but you have to keep in mind a lot of that comes out against, top 5, top 8 teams in the world. Unfortunately, comes out of here as well with the rifle. Oh, Cypher.
Yeah, well, that will happen if he's playing at that angle.
Listen, Cypher thought that just because I can, hobgoblin it up at my PC, I can do it in the game as well.
I mean, it's a good line to take.
Yeah, of course.
He's trying to be sneaky, but Do it once against Crimbo, you might catch him out. Do it twice. Less likely to fall for the same trick. Oh, nice to see Tabson asserting presence around the map. As a part of the A main control earlier, this time as well, controlling mid. And Hyped is kind of seeing a peek around the smokes, and this is why Hyped has looked so impressive. A level of fearlessness and hitting shots like you're kind of hoping he would. He's doing it on LAN as well as online.
There you go. Cypher still. Oh dear, that's not great. Pulls that utility right as he's speaking in. JDC spots him out. Head is taken clean off, and suddenly you won't have any sort of mid pressure. So Tabson can refocus back to the apartments. A second Hype gives out the call, and well, actually, not the apartments at all. It's the underpass, which will be populated by 2 more players. Knock and Nexa still kept an eye out for by JDC, who's not had to give up the angle at all. Tabson, smoke at the ready. A smoke out towards connector could make this a little bit frustrating, but he doesn't want to reveal his position, not yet. Back to ladder room. Knock is not quite going far enough, but now intentions declared. The top con smoke means they're going to be rerouting back and seeing what they can find on short or inside connector. They just need a kill, and that's going to be go time. It might be Tabson to be stabbed in the back, but Prime Tap doesn't clear all out. He might have given the wrong call, and even if he hadn't, it will not matter. This round is over.
Yeah, and like you said, there was going to be a prospect of a flank just as soon as Prime Taps clears that position. So Tabson does end up with a kill for his patience inside of ladder. But BC Game were clearly clamoring for an idea there. They had limited resources to try and make that work. They had a couple of smokes, but just so many big players ready to react. So far, a very comprehensive CT side. Everyone pulling their weight. And it's not passive standings from Big. They are targeting an area, they're controlling it, and they are reacting after the fact. This time a burst on B, looking to be lined up here for BC Game, but the Molotov is well placed. And Crimbo's ascended into the apartments as well. The closer you are with these pistols, the more dangerous they can become.
At the same time, God, Crimbo, please. That doesn't even do anything. It's just annoying. 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage, damage.
Yep.
Oh, that's 100 right there, baby. That's what you're looking for. Tabson will at least avenge. His footsteps coming forward, though, and at the same time, JDC adds to the rotations. It is going to be some chaos, sure, but you were really hoping Cypher would be the one to take advantage of it. He's had to go back to drop the bomb so he doesn't lose it out somewhere in the open. But as a result, isn't really going to be given any ground to gain.
It looks a bit confusing, really. I mean, BC Game were just starting to reset, and then Nexa walks through the smoke to catch Crimbo. And then you see BC Game react. Like, why didn't we try and commit to B? He got the pick. But they'd already kind of made up their minds that they were going to reset. But Nexa wasn't a part of that plan. So maybe a little disjointed.
Gotta love Tabson, really.
Yeah, he's been sharp.
11-3. And JDC about to be given some kills of his own as well. Another player for Big Clan who, in a lot of ways, was discarded by the international community where he tried to venture outwards and has really carved out a place for himself. I mean, Kakafu's talked about this, that JDC has been one of the big efforts between him and Kakafu and whatnot to start taking Big Clan towards an era where it isn't all structure, where they do have the ability to be a bit more loose if need be, and that's really going to be the mission, to try and help them level up into a position where they can once again be those gatekeepers.
Yeah, I always found it curious as well, because recently Big have been straying away from playing maps like Anubis, which is strange for me to think about, because I think they were one of the teams that innovated the most on that map when it came out. Like, when I used to watch Big Academy or Big, their util sets were, I mean, just yoinked by so many teams. And I thought they were innovating quite a lot on that map, but in the dying eras of, you know, some international pieces, and even when they bring in pieces like Rigon, for example, when you saw them on Anubis, it probably did look like their worst map. So I wonder if there's some underlying trauma there.
Isn't there always?
That's something they may reinvestigate in the future.
Oh, Sassanito finds JDC, looks for more, it's hyped to trade. BC Game need this round. It's going to be one of the last opportunities to have a proper buy round that transitions them forward into 4 or so. But Hype is going forward. He's going to find Cypher on the side. That's the lack of structure I'm talking about. Loosey-goosey in your face and very lethal. Oh my god, he's going for another one. It's another chance, but it's taken away from him. Nock takes his head clean off. Advantage still there for Big. Tabson now lurks behind the smoke. Nock waiting for it to dissipate. He's very wary of this move, but QB even jumping up to distract. Prime Tabs doesn't eat that nade. It doesn't go far enough. QB low. This could be a great round if Tabson's taken down, but that condition not met, and Prime Tabs meets death. Or at least very soon he will.
I cannot believe Hyped has pushed the bottom con smoke with an AWP.
Welcome to the new big clan.
That's outrageous. That is just a pure confidence play. And, I mean, he got away with his kill. He went for it, he got away, and then he went for it again.
8-2 right now. There's a reason why big clan are confident.
Yeah, they're leading from the front via Tabson. 13-3 is the in-game leader of Big.
Not to be shortchanged, Hype isn't too far behind with 10-4. He's going to be given a main duty for now. Hey, can you just make sure no one pushes through that? Yeah, thanks, yeah. They shouldn't have too much utility either. Hype knows this, so could end up being a few dry peaks, and those dry peaks will find success. Hype finds 2, though, and that's more. And they were hoping to give up. QB continues to be forward, will be punished by Nock, and as Tabson faces down, Nexa will take him down. Nexa, though, incomplete in his trajectory to the bomb site. Hype continues to stay alive at the back of it. Triple is going to be wallbanged. He's not taken down, not yet. Crimbo trying to distract, gives him some space, gives him some room, and he'll be allowed to breathe.
Just by stopping and freezing, things get very uncertain. You see the reposition from Hyped. He's trying to intercept the package, and he could actually find that kill over towards upper B. That was Nock trying to pull the wool over their eyes. But Crimbo, the unmoving, will also finish off this round. A perfect call once again. You see how proactive, how just active Hyped is, even from the bomb site to defense. His immediate reaction to pull out a smoke to get him out of a really dodgy predicament, but just hitting everything with this AWP as well. BC Game don't know how to address it. And I so badly want to have listened in on that big timeout, because there were a couple of rounds that were really strange from BC Game that did catch Big off guard, but it just seems like they're the unpredictable ones now.
Oh dear. Rare miss from Hype, but he's going to be given space to Tabson. Doesn't come accompanied by flashes, so it ends up being a 2-for-1. BC Game in the lead will have a chance for 3 at the end of this half. That chance, though, now extended. Only JDC can try and stop it. If they go back to the A side, this bomb can be interrupted over here.
I'm worried. Oh, well, no longer worried. The route from Prime Taps going towards the B-bomb site. I think full recognition. JDC has typically been the con guy. And they have control of his easier rotations. So Prime Tap should receive some reinforcements in the next 15 seconds. I'm surprised everyone is still walking and lurking when it's the last round and he has to come to the bomb.
Seems unlikely that it'll be punished, but JDC, 46 HP, hoping to be a provider of miracles. First kill found, but I don't think this is going to be easy. Smoke down. Do they have a nade? They do not, but it will not matter. 3 rounds is all they'll get. Can they find more in that second half? We'll have to find out after a break. The BC game camp have been struggling so far, only finding 3 rounds on their T side, but can CT hold a different story versus Big Clan, who themselves looking fantastic, hyped. The new AWPer, the old AWPer, whatever you want to call him, but he is the AWPer, he is the man. Perhaps not too far behind.
Yeah, in the interviews in Katowice, he was saying not many people get a second chance. So he's taken that with both hands wide open. He's firmly grasping at that opportunity, and it's been honestly unbelievable since he's joined Big. Has maybe had one series where you've looked at him and thought there's still room to grow, but I mean, a very explosive start to this series, exactly what Big want. So see if their T-side is as fruitful, whether they can put an end to BC Game's pick in this series or not.
Sassanito about to be contested in this pistol round. He knows he needs to deliver, expecting that palace push to come through. Look at where Prime Taps is standing outside. He knows he has to provide support. Sassanito holds on for the first one, picks up the second, and it's going to be a fantastic start for BC Game as the bomb's been left behind on the scaffolding. Can it be collected? Of course it can, but at the same time, you are not going to be able to get onto the site too easily. 3 players coming in from CT, the only place that hasn't been smoked off. And as Nexa makes the call to start pushing forward, the bomb will be denied. Prime Taps finds 3, and a great defense between him and Sassanito.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of P2K love in the past couple of days, and I wonder if there's just been a bit of a shift. You know, M4, A4, suddenly the price is reduced and everybody wants to play without a silencer now. But some nice shooting from Prime Taps, and to be honest, I thought Sassanito was only going to get away with 1 kill after he was spotted by that first player jumping out of apps and spinning his head round mid-air to see him. Things could have gone very hairy very quick. Nice forcing of the utility here from QB. He's much further ahead of the pack than everybody else, and he's just trying to convince them that there's multiple players inside the apartments.
Come on, baby, give me those incendiaries. Spend those $500.
Well, I mean, there's no util here for BC Game. All they have is
but
better
they don't know
weaponry.
that.
It's crazy to think that, you know, you win the pistol round and immediately all they want is M4s.
Probably just have a read on that Big. Gonna go for Glocks in a round like this, but even so, who knows? When the Glock train starts going, it can crush some skulls. There aren't going to be any flashes. There's just footsteps and hope. And right now, those footsteps might be able to overrun Nexa. He's got plenty of options to choose from. Picks up some money, but that bomb might still go down. There's no one who's rotated in. Tabson will be able to plant it on default. And already, Big Clan getting more than maybe they should have.
Yeah, that's sometimes part of the problem with having M4s is the last thing you want to do is give them over to your opponent in a situation where they've gone after planned. And so it's just a bit of hesitation, you know, they don't rush, they know they've conceded the site, and they just decide, well, we can't actually get a foothold back in. We're just gonna have to allow the plant. You know, if you have mollies, if you have HEs, if you've got an MP9 coming in on that rotation, they probably do just take that space and deny the plant. So it's a concession they were willing to make. I think Cypher as well probably didn't do as much as he probably should have in helping Nexa defend that bomb site. But it's all water under the bridge. They're going to need to string a long set of rounds together here on the CT side to really be in contest for this map.
I mean, this relentless aggression from Sassanito in the beginning will find him nothing, but at the very least make sure that Big stays back. It's underpots which you have to be very concerned about. Tapson is going to have company coming in from behind. QB and himself together. Great timings on the flashes as always to get control of a connector. Forces out the smoke as well. In the meanwhile, though, aggression from BCG is going to find them. The fact that there's no one outside of A. If there is someone, it'll be in Palace. Now you just have to be careful about it, and you can start the flank. Nexa has a lot of pressure on him, and he might want to use the smoke early so that that flank can be activated instead of waiting to that 50-second mark that you normally do. Still, Knock left alone. He starts to make a move.
No sightlines on short. Top connector being smoked off, but the fact that Nok has that space towards spawn will put this round on a timer here for Big, especially with the clock already grinding low. They may not fully foresee that this could be a possibility, but oh, Nolka's actually routing to try and catch out the short players, and that could be a major misstep. It's something that's, I mean, the full flank was not accounted for, but if they break into the bomb site, they'll have to think about short. Cypher, first contact, does find his kill, but Nexa, he goes 1 for 1 as well. QB has a little bit of space, but he cannot plant. Tabson not in a position to support. He was lurking inside of Connector and was just unable to find anybody worth their weight. Prime Taps will be a victim, but Tabson will simply save. Just no way that he can contest this round anymore.
Really nice defense between Cypher and Nexa, to be honest. I didn't think Nexa was going to find anything there. When he gets mollied out and his position is known to the back of Van, he still is able to fight and keep himself alive long enough that the player coming out of balcony, I think, had to commit, and Cypher gets that kill over there. They both find their 1 kill apiece, and then Nock is a difference maker coming in for that late flank in through short, which might have seemed like a very early rotation, to be fair, but yeah.
Especially when you have Tabson inside of Connector, you're maybe just not expecting that short would be vulnerable, even though for Tabson's purposes, he has to be staring at top con.
There's no one inside CT, and it's going to be a push from A main. This is disaster. Flashbang, fantastic, but guess what? So is Sasanito. Great damage leaves Tabson on 16. 16, then Orc is very happy to finish off. Up to 7 rounds now, 7-9. Big Clan have not found a single round on their T side.
Yeah, and now that the AWP is out for Hyped, wonder if that's going to change the story at all. You know, it wasn't just Tabson, it wasn't just JDC or Hyped. You know, it was a collective effort for how much they did on that CT side, and if they're as punchy as they are, or as they were in some of the control that they were taking, then BC Game could be in for some trouble now that Hyped has his hands back on that big green. But this has to be the spark, lest we, I think, move into another big timeout. Oh my god, that's a very risky move from Cypher. Didn't even look underpass, just jumped out, ready to fight top mid.
Gotta love Cypher, man.
Wasn't even a consideration.
It's like, what do those Americans say? Yippee-ki-yay!
Well, he's gonna be... I don't think there's gonna be any yays given out by Cypher on 34.
Who knows? Prime Taps maintains a hold over A main. Cypher's been relegated to jungle duty.
And Tabson's being chucked a whole bunch of smokes to use.
Damn it. I thought I was the IGL star. I don't want to do this anymore. Going to smoke out, and that's going to be the chance for JDC to start making a move. Now, he still has to be careful about knocking short, but that's on a duel he's likely going to have to take as he moves through into the smoke. It has to be Hyped to distract. Hyped inside the incendiary. The timing was fantastic. Doesn't see anyone in CT. That's what he was looking to punish. Takes 40 HP off of his health. Prime Taps now has to perform. Are they going to have a Molotov? Yes, they are. They force him out of position. QB takes his head clean off. Sasanito spots out the man in Palace, but they're not going to have an ability to try and fight into the site while the bomb's being planted. Tabson lurks behind this cross smoke. Nock will not come in to find JDC, who on this super late underpass lurk will activate, and Big Clan have dismantled the BCG defense without losing a single body. Nexa changes that, but in a 2 versus 4, he knows his best bet is waiting for that next round.
Oh, Nexa might try and be cheeky here. Kind of still hovering around inside of spawn, just worried about the prospect of getting flanked in through jungle, but if Big get too overzealous trying to hunt down these kills, I mean, Nolk has a free kill secured. If Nexa wanted to, all he would have had to do was get 1 kill on that site, and the round was completely on. And Nolk getting a knife kill for his patience.
I think if Nexa had a smoke, he would have gone for it.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
That's a great round call from Big, though, overall. I have to say, JDC being able to maintain that position for so long. They had so few smokes left as well afterwards, but just with that 1 jungle cross smoke and a good flash to isolate away stairs, again, they're able to take advantage of the lack of CT presence. Prime Taps, unfortunately, just needed to perform in that position where he's mollied out. He needed 1 kill.
Yeah, it was a very suffocating call there from Big, and, you know, perfect communication between them as well, because they had an execute lined up, and then the incendiary timing was good from BCG, so they delay, and it's exactly what they need to do.
Ooh.
Nice nade onto QB. He's just trying to throw presence towards B, and just tanked 40 damage for his trouble. That is playing with fire.
I don't know, he might do it again, and he finds benefit off of it. Cypher taken down. That's a T-side mode, he can't do that.
Hyped is a re-swing merchant. He loves it.
No flashes needed.
I might have missed the first time, but I'm missing the second.
Hopefully.
Now the third, all bets are off.
Tapson, once upon a time, aspiring juggler, as you can see right now. He does drop a lot of them, which is why he starts to Counter-Strike instead. JDC drops Sassanito. 40 seconds are on the clock, though, and if they choose wrong, Big could end up in trouble. However, that being said, a lot of their choices have been oh so very right.
Yeah, once again, just completely spun them out. I mean, a double smoke execute for jungle as well as top stairs. You see where BCG are currently defending. They think it's an A-side hit, but Nexus killed both the ramp players instantly, so alarms are blaring, but do BCG think they can actually contest this one? It's going to be a tough call to make with Nexa on 1 HP.
At the same time, do you want to give Big the 11 rounds of ahead? Nok will at the very least keep an eye line out to see if he can find anything at this point. It really is a question of, you know, maybe we try and find one kill. If we do, then we'll make a play for it. Incendiary forward, QB can't commit. He thought about it, and that gives Nok a bit more space to move into market. But with Prime Tabs going down, there is no longer a conversation to be had. You're still going to have that buy in the next round. Partially credit given over to the knife kill that Nok had, but even so, that's consolation you weren't looking for.
It almost looked like they were just looking to contain them in this round. Last round win for Big was fairly expensive, and they got rid of more weaponry than... It would have been a less reinforced buy than what they brought forward to this particular instance, so... Once again, that's more hyped impact. Just challenging towards spawn, re-peeking, dry ramp. These are not moves the old Big would have made. Or Big's prior AWPer would have made.
I miss the old Big Clan. Straight nades and banana Big Clan. That's all I know from the song, so I'm gonna stop now.
Yeah, he had a bit of a crash out, so...
And hopefully Big do not. That said, BCG's CT side has been significantly more impressive, and perhaps understand what we saw with the stand-in situation where it is. They've left mid completely empty. They've realized that, you know what, we've been thrown for a loop a few too many times. Now we just want to reinforce sites. Play it down to the basics. Grenades exchanged, and again, Crimbo worse for wear.
I think Big have started to peel the onion of BCG. These slower rounds, the rounds that hold a bit more uncertainty as to where Big are going to finish. That's where they've actually seen a lot of strides and have been the better squad at closing those rounds.
Time's running out for Big right now. They're not going to find a kill over here. They don't realize how far forward Cypher is. If this is going to be a commitment to the B-bomb site, it's not easy to move past these two players without incurring significant losses. Cypher gets one, will not get the second, and with position of next unknown, he has so much to do. Plays from behind the Molotov, will buy time and move back into the site. The bomb is on the ground, 15 seconds, time running out, but Tabson and QB will still manage to get into the site. Can they get the digits dialed in? Nox got a Tech 9. That's exactly the weapon you want to see pulled out. Pushes forward, but QB's headshots are perfect. It has to be German on German on German, and Prime Tabs happy to commit patricide.
Yeah, I mean, that round could have spun a number of different ways. I mean, both players just so low on the bomb site. QB and Tabson, unfortunately, just lining up for Prime Tabs as he emerges from that smoke. They were suspicious. That smoke was far from perfect, but perfect call there from Prime Taps to emerge from that weaker side, especially with a short side plant. It's not something that Big fully anticipated. So a clutch goes the way of BC game. That time pressure that, honestly, Big have been better at playing the clock in general this map. But even with that time pressure, BC Game do enough. You know, they bring it to that 2-on-2, and PrimeTap pushes them over the line.
You just have to make sure you don't fall to these Tech 9s, though, for BCG.
Yeah.
And that will not be easy. There's a small little execute that's being planned out by the German side. 2 smokes likely for the cross, 2 flashes, and why not pepper in a couple of grenades in there as well. And here it comes. Full exit outwards. Knock needs to perform. Flashes will be dodged as he peeks forward. It'll be outside of the smoke. He gets one, stays alive. Great kill to find and even recedes back to CT. Now it's all about covering off across the default, and instead he is going to be found by JDC. A shot missed as well, and as a result they'll be giving up everything. The site, the round, and maybe the game.
Yeah, that's a misstep and probably an execute that BCG are unfamiliar with. I mean, that new meta smoke, the waterfall into triple, sure, Big get caught by it initially, but Nok tries to push around the edge of it, and that's far from ideal. Jungle is smoked off, stairs are smoked off. They can cross into the backside of triple and use that smoke against them. They do exactly that. QB even challenging past those smokes and catching the rotates. BCG almost needed to just wait those smokes out and play defensible angles, but they also didn't want to cede the space and maybe stuck around just a little too far. Stuck their necks out a little too far.
And now suddenly all you've got is a couple of pistols and an MP9, and BCG know that this is not going to get any easier over here. Sasanito, close range. No flashes to help him. Nox the only one with those. And Cypher is taken out. Tabson adds another. And why not keep it going? Big Clan might have stumbled, but on their opponent's map pick, they will regain footing and close it out. Nexa and Nock, they know their fate. It has been written in stone.
Yeah, just another simple state of affairs here for Big. Just upping the tempo when they know their opponents are on low buys. This would be a crazy round for BCG to come back in, and we will see no such thing. So with that, we will see the conclusion of our first map. Big taking the first map in the series, 13-8. Honestly, overall, a very convincing look there from Big. A solid first half on that CT side, but then also, you know, you had Hyped hitting, you had Tabson getting frisky with it, and then you had JDC as well peppering in a lot of those mid-round kills. These are all the ingredients necessary for Big to be successful on a map that is simplified to, you know, initial control into side execs. It's exactly the way you want to stage a game like Mirage.
And as much as there is an asterisk because Jacob wasn't there, right? At the same time, this was still a just out-calling from Big a lot of the times on both sides. It felt like mid-control was something that outside of maybe 2 rounds, I never looked at the map and I'm like, wow, okay, BCG has a better grasp over what's going to be going on in the rotationary spaces and what they can do with mid and everything. You're looking at towards 2 rounds, one where Nock gets a flank in, I think might have actually been one of the last rounds as well, into mid through short. And then you're looking at towards the 1 round where they completely neglect mid and they say, you know what, we're going to reinforce sites. Those are the only 2 where I'm like, hey, maybe BCG is calling it better. Maybe their movements are better. Big overall, just completely outclassing.
Yeah, and I think there was a very critical timeout in the first half where there were a couple rounds that BCG were doing some unorthodox thinking and some unorthodox lines, and there was probably just a talk saying, guys are doing some weird random stuff that maybe the teams that we played at Katowice wouldn't try to attempt. Just keep your guard up. And from that moment, they kept their guard up and they defended against BC Game's crazy antics.
Well, they can't keep their guard down at this point just quite yet. They still have to get past their own map pick. And if there's one map where I know crazy antics can work, it's Dust 2. Let's find out if they will after a quick break.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas Qualifiers. Europe continues to try and find its champion. The question is, can Big Clan be the ones to proceed forward? They're up against BCG, up one map, and they're moving into their own map pick of Dust 2.
Yeah, and they're fighting a BCG that don't have one of the, I guess, I would argue, probably the most influential piece on this roster, bar the in-game leader in Jacob. So they're having to, I guess, lick some wounds as they go into the second map, but with the way that Big were playing, I don't think it would have even really mattered. I mean, they played a very well-organized game, they were very proactive. Hyped was honestly kind of just a menace, which is something that I haven't really characterized any AWPer that's been on Big Clan being basically in the past 4 or 5 years. So for me, this is a very exciting time for Big. They are clearly building up their pieces to be capable of fighting at some of these S-tier events like Dallas would provide. And for them, this is probably just more welcome signs that they can address some of the unusual gameplay that they may have to face on their road to Dallas.
Of course, we are still waiting for an update about whether Jacob will be joining us or not going into that second map, but realistically, we're only going to find when the server comes forward. I will not lie to you guys, but that's the excitement of waiting, I suppose. I do hate the phrase licking their wounds, though, Michael, sometimes, because in my head, I just start imagining it. Second language speaker issues, and it's not a pretty picture. But sometimes Mirage wasn't a pretty picture as well for BCG, especially on that T side. Now, as we move over to Dust 2, a map where stereotypically you are watching out for riflers who can make their own plays, be very rotationary, and also AWPers who can be very aggressive. And in Tabson and in Hype, we kind of got both.
Yeah, I think what's going to suck for BCG is that you could see the way that they were kind of playing their CT side on Mirage, that they were constantly in fear of these really late lurks, either from JDC, from Crimbo, from Tabson. You know, there's so often teams where you have a lurker and, you know, you can tell by the nameplate whether or not they're going to be a problem for you in the late round. But Big switch it up so much that it's actually hard to ever say that you don't have to worry about your flanker, don't have to worry about getting shot from an angle you don't expect on a side execute. So I think you can tell BCG were a little bit fearful of that continuously through that Mirage, and I think it's something that can very much translate into Dust 2, where, you know, you very frequently have players in lower tunnels, hiding round Xbox, you know, late top mid flanks to short. There's going to be a lot of possibilities for Big to be just as nefarious on those backstabs.
Big is also one of the most annoying teams to prep for sometimes in the CT sides, because I use this tool, I'm not going to name it, but I just use a general demo watching tool, right, whenever I'm doing prep, and it tells you, oh, this is sort of the heat map of where players go and how they start off positions. In just that previous map, I saw Tabson and Crimbo both play B short on Mirage four times across rounds in different ways. And it's just like, well, if you have that kind of flexibility and you have the comms of a national team, there's so much to do as a tier 2/tier 3 team to move past this lineup. It's one of the reasons why they've always been good at closing out these matches that seem like they should be scrappy, but somehow never end up being the case.
Yeah, it is an uphill climb here for BCG, that much is certain. You saw on the CT side, the double mid setup with Sassanito close to those doors with the dualies, Cypher alongside him with dualies himself. So it's a lot of firepower by those doors. Big decides to burst through and go for a mid to B. They could be in for a world of hurt.
Well, we're not going to see that world of hurt from the best perspectives, but hey, it happened. JDC is the one to deal it out. Nexa wanting to push through the smoke. Crimbo's turned around. Is there a good timing for a peek? It would have been now. Prime Tabs gives it to them. Beautiful stuff from him. Now just stays alive, keeps himself nice and pretty, watching out over the bomb, and QB suddenly knows there's a lot of people coming from him.
That's so well orchestrated between Prime Taps and Nexa. Nexa making some presence out from CT. He just permeates past that smoke on good timing. He hears them all ascending up that B ramp. He starts shooting at them from behind, and all attentions are drawn, and so Prime Taps just has easier fights ahead of him. The first fight into window was his most worrisome duel, and then every other was just players looking the wrong direction. That's another 3-piece from Prime Taps on CT pistols. Is that why they call them Prime Taps?
Yes.
Probably.
It is the prime number. And actually, 1 isn't actually a prime number, to be fair. So, who knows? Nock finds Tabson. Nock didn't have the best of games before, and if he can just start maybe, you know, getting warmed up versus these pistols right now, that's going to be a good sight. 4 kills. Want to go for the ace, Nock? No, you don't, because Nexa has an MP9.
It's all the same. Aces are nice, but winning rounds cleanly, that's all that really should matter.
Money is also really nice too, to be fair. So, yeah. First gun round for Big Clan as they are down 0-2. JDC will be without utility. In the meanwhile, though, Cypher could be caught out in the open, and indeed he is. Crimbo finds 1. Why not go for a second? A twofer. Yes, please. I didn't even realize it was 50% off.
That was an ugly long hold. And there's still 2 more players where that came from for BCG. They've reinforced that position, but Big have rerouted and taken shorts straight into this A-bomb site. So this is an uncontested site that Big themselves, I think, are a little surprised by. So they've now come to the realization they have the site, and this should probably be a safe call.
Is there a reason why you want to plant, like, over there instead of closer towards the ledge? We'll find out in a second because the round's still ongoing. I thought that maybe BCG would like to save. Nexa. Maybe takes a peek forward. Prime Taps has found Taps. No, and it will be a save call.
You plant close, further away from the ledge so that, for 2 reasons. The guy on the long corner can't peek you as easily, and someone jumping up from
and
spawn.
CT.
Yeah. If they're jumping M4ing you and you're as close to the ledge as possible, those bullets are gonna hit you. You know, he's barrel stuffing you while in midair. So even in a 5 versus 3, Big practice cautionary planting, as everyone should.
Yeah. Cautionary planting is also very important if you're going to be out planting trees. Be very aware of the environment that you're planting them in. Sometimes trees can be predators to other trees because they just take too many resources and everything. Oh, it's the worst. Then suddenly your local habitat is disturbed. Oh my goodness. And you don't want that happening. That's drama of different levels.
What are you, a botanist?
I'd like to be.
I mean, I've seen your Counter-Strike games. Maybe you are a plant.
Hey, I've got a green thumb, not a red one. I can't kill people. Okay, I can create life. I cannot take it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You know what Dusty could use? No, a little bit more greenery. You see what that's adding towards the lower tunnels, those little ferns in the back line. It's what do you call that? The God, I can't believe I've forgotten that. You know the Asian, there's an Asian or maybe Chinese term where you're talking about serenity in your environment inside and everything. Feng Shui, yes.
Oh, right.
Yes.
I was thinking like tranquility. I thought you'd think about like green architecture, because that's also been a development. We're talking about things we don't actually have deep information or knowledge about, which is, bear with us, guys. We've just been encountered with a technical timeout. But there's been a resurgence, or I guess a growing interest in sort of architecture and buildings that just have a bunch of plants and stuff integrated into it. You see a lot of concept art of crazy new futuristic buildings, but they're covered in like ivy and descending branches, which is very cool, very interesting. But very frequently when those buildings are actually built, the plants don't thrive as much as you think they will, and it's not as luscious or green, and it just looks a little a little poor if it's not maintained properly. So
The other
work.
thing that does actually come back to bite you, because that sounds like it might be a Western issue, because where I'm from, there's a lot more sun, right? So
It's
you're
a little bit more
generally going to
tropical.
have. Yeah, so the problem that then comes in is if you've got these beautiful vines and ivy, and I've always wanted those, right? I've always asked, when I was growing up, I used to ask my parents, that, hey, could we have something like this? The issue is the amount of insects that they breed.
Yes.
Oh my God, the spiders you're gonna get, the flies you're gonna get. It's heaven for termites. Basically, it is a lot more maintenance than just off the plant.
Yeah.
It can be pretty frustrating.
If you thought having 1,000 windows on your building was a lot of maintenance, suddenly you've got loads of windows and then also a whole like garden to maintain on a vertical structure. Yeah, good luck.
You know what is really cool though? Something that happens a fair bit over here is that sometimes trees get struck by lightning, and that just kills a tree. There's no way a tree is coming back from that most of the time, and people try and get vines to grow around them. And a very common vine for this is a bougainvillea vine, because it doesn't need a lot of watering. And it flowers like crazy. So if you give it a few years, it just basically covers the entire dead tree in flowers, and it's beautiful. And hopefully,
do you just drop the vine name? Are you actually a botanist?
I actually a little bit low-key am, but hey, right now, Nock is hoping to maybe grow something around a dead tree as well. He had a rough time, struck by lightning, unfortunate crises, and now it's time to flower. Yeah. Finds a nice shot, taps him down low. He'll not like that.
That's the hope for Nork, is that he has the green thumb in this map. Because it was all hyped in Mirage. Just unrelenting aggression and just hitting shot after shot. And Nork is hitting tags and headshots with this AWP. Nexa, ugly duel. Wasn't expecting JDC to swing out so wide, but covered with the flashes, it's a simple enough duel. Cypher just completely trapped, boxed in, and Prime Taps cannot trade. A lovely tap from Hype. It's not just with the AWP, he's got it all.
Nexa's got the green thumb, but Hype has got the red hot hands. And one of those wins out, unfortunately, over the other. Cypher completely caught off guard. They had no idea that Big could have proceeded this far after you see that JDC commitment. The fact that Nexa gets taken down, he can't get information about there being more play. He's just assuming that there are with the way JDC swung. And then Cypher caught off guard. Prime Tap's not nearby to be able to get the peek forward. And when he does, Hype just taps him out. So, yeah, nice round.
Yeah, so I actually think Cypher was aware of that timing. It was just a haphazard clear. It wasn't like a convincing there's gonna be a duel ahead of me type of peak. He was sort of walking into the fight, and so you just lose all the advantage. He lost all of his health and wasn't in a wide enough position to really do damage back. So I think just a bit of a lazy clear, if I'm in all honesty.
They will suffer because of it, regardless, as Big will equalize 2-2.
But a lot of missed shots from BC Game in that round. Whether that's Prime Taps on his trade attempt from the doors, whether that's, Cypher getting caught off guard, Nork getting, bombarded with flashes in fairness, but, he'd regained most of his vision by the time he had to fight with JDC on long. The only one that was really hitting those shots was Nork, and he couldn't be everywhere.
Oh,
Dangerous duel.
and he wants more.
And QB doesn't.
I think we've covered all possibilities there. Either he does or he doesn't.
Well, the thing is, Nork is in trouble. The longer he waits, the worse this becomes for him, because, yeah, QB's, just timing right back into that suicide angle, and kind of half expected someone to be holding him from that spawn rotate. So Big have long control, they're creeping up into this bomb site, and QB is still a thorn in their side as well.
Sassanito being mollied up as well. Looking to close the distance and put himself in a difficult position. Cypher gets taken down. Sassanito could line them up, and he does. Taps in low, and suddenly it's a fair fight for Nexa. But the problem is Prime Taps was never looking to commit to this one anyway. Nexa might as well throw his life away if he'd like to, but this op is being saved.
I wasn't sure if there was a gun in spawn for Nexa to retrieve, but given his empty-handedness, it would appear not. Assassinito and Prime Taps that were able to retain their weaponry. Neither are in great positions. Needed that instant kill if you wanted any chance. Kill car, try and jump shot the guy's sight. Actually could have been very scary there for Big, so critical duel there for QB. He's had 2 of them in this round particularly. Receiving all that pressure from Nork at the start of the round. But slow and steady. We're Big. Took long. QB wasn't panicked. They constantly waited for a reaction from those CT players or the A-side defenders, and there just wasn't any, so... Outside of Sassanito's 2K, once again, BCG encountering some difficulties, but this was centered around two weapons. It was Nork on that AWP or Sassanito on the M4. Now back to equal footing. Full weaponry out for BCG. I don't believe we have... Actually, no. It was a second best spawn for Nork, so he'll route towards short. Wasn't sure if he'd command that long presence with that AWP, but once again going for an aggressive line with the AWP to start things off. The smoke is awkward, though. Yeah, they can't account for it. I mean, headshot angle is perfect for JDC.
And he's going to be able to keep himself alive and maintain this position. It's going to be a recession from Nock to immediately back off from short, and with that, you've conceded a lot of ground in both mid and A. Long's been given up. You can only look to reinforce his bomb site. The B bomb site is going to be easy to take over, and right now, JDC is still just exploring to make sure that no one on A is ready to reaggress. It's still going to happen, though. Watch out for Cypher. Cypher's going in, and again, haphazard, and Tabson will punish. It's an off-angle short, never easy to clear, but it was a necessity if you wanted a chance in this round. BCG now might be looking to Prime Taps to make a move. QB looks away, will be choosing this time incorrectly, and as Prime Taps gets the one, they still know that with Cypher and Sassanito down, there shouldn't be anyone else in the B site.
Yeah, they just know they need a tunnels element if they were going to go for the mid-B split. So for them now, they just have to make sure that, you know, the upper tunnels wasn't just completely dominated by Prime Taps. They re-cleared that. But Prime Taps has moved along, and he's heard the rotation there from Tabson. So they're fully aware of what the possibility is, but you see there's just an unmoving element for BCG. They still have 2 players committed to that A bomb site. Unless Prime Taps can fish for a kill, yeah, this is a save call.
Appreciate the effort coming out from Prime Taps, but unfortunately so far Cypher has just had such a rough game, 0 and 5, and it feels like every move he's looking to make to try and change that is just continually punished.
Yeah, and this is the other thing, you know, part of the reason the short players die so fast is the smoke that is thrown towards that lower site, so that, or the lower side of middle, so that Cypher can actually sort of slide into the lower tunnels and protect his 2 short players. But the reaction from Big was instant. You know, you had JDC already down the bottom side of mid, the other side of that smoke, and those short players are almost never going to anticipate that angle so fast. So it's not just, you know, BCG changing up the plan and things kind of going askew, but just the fact the reaction was so instinctive from Big also just throws the entire plan off. Feels like the type of, if not this round, then in the upcoming gun round, the type of moment where BCG would probably call a timeout to make sure everyone's got their head screwed on straight. As stated earlier, there's been a lot of missed shots, some curious crosshair placement as well. It was a nice idea. They boosted Nork up on that just above the Xbox to try and pick top mid, but with that missed chance, not sure there's going to be a whole lot left in the coffers.
Deep grenade is fantastic, by the way.
Yeah, it's decent damage.
Especially if there had been any boost being set up or anything like it, right? Big know that this is not going to be the best money, and they want to just go into mid and contest potentially. QB's watching up for a tunnels play to be made later on, and BCG, their timing has to be now. If you give up mid-control, the only person who can really do anything about it is maybe Knock if he drops down and takes a peek. But now, as he's smoked off, you won't have a grenade to clear it. It's a B bomb site that's underneath attack, and Prime Dash pushes forward again, finds a kill. Next has done the same. It might be turning around, but you still need more. And Hype being found means that you found it. 2 on 2, but both offers as you're going for a retake. Tabson still with a chance. Finds Prime Dash, and he's going to peek forward. Finds the one as Sasanito misses his shot. Knock alone, singed by the flames. Position revealed, and Tabson still without the bomb now faces an AK. How do you plant? How do you tap? Tabson commits to it. Knock will be swinging out too late. And now Tabson's watching for the angle, but it will not matter. That 4 HP, it comes back to save them. BCG given a ray of hope.
You just imagine a scenario where Nok takes one more tag by that Molotov, and the round is completely different. That's a clutch pulled off by Tabson. I mean, he had a great read on where Nok would pressure him from. You know, going through the doors can always feel a little tumultuous. There's actually a few different elevations you have to consider. You can peek either side of that double stack box, so Tabson reading it perfectly. Nok trying to give himself as many advantages as he can. And yeah, that health just makes a world of a difference. These slow grinding rounds from Big Clan in general have been really working out for them this entire series, but finally one goes the other way. BCG instant molly towards those B tunnels, and I call that to relevance mainly because they're all postured up and it's just hyped hitting shots. Cypher tag down, QB there on the entry, and Nok on his rotation will end up empty-handed. They are segmented from this site, and Big are a man to the good. This could just be another save call here for BCG. They lose that B site fast.
Ain't that just a thing of beauty? Big setup for what could be a fast execute, but they start things off with just having that AWPer posted, get the initial kill, good trade on the Cypher as well. It's just what you want to see, man.
It's also part of the... And this is why you see so many teams dabble in double AWPs, especially on Dust 2. You know, that's the type of aggressive line as an AWPer on the T side where you can sometimes feel it's a hard angle to approach if you have to deal with an AWPer setting up above the big box, sort of sliding their way towards back platform. The fight is as favorable for them as it is for you. So just by Hype sliding over to that left side and holding that close range angle, that's the type of fight that a rifler would take, never an AWPer. Especially because what Hyped has been doing in general this series is just kind of fighting and willing to peek into angles dry. That's the type of move that can go punished if double AWPs can be effective for you.
He's in it for a good time, not a long time.
Oh no, and yeah, he's having a great time.
Mm-hmm. Neglect on mid. And Big are so fast to find out. And with that flashbang, BCG have two options. Either you push short, or you push B. Long's not really an avenue of offense you want to be examining. Sasanito called back. Nok will cover off short instead, but can he find the stray JDC? Will JDC even expose? Nok doesn't want to get aggressive right now. The flashes will push him off the angle. Unless they're mistimed, and they might be. He finds the one, will be able to get away to safety, but a bottle on his head, and it's still the A site given up, except for one player. It's going to be Nexa, who tries to keep a sideline over. Prime Taps and Sasanito flank it out, and Hype will find one. The fight is still on, but maybe not for long. Hype all alone, 1 versus 4. Bomb not with him, it's on the ground, and that basically seals the fate of this round, unless he's a hero, and right now he isn't.
Yeah, nice shooting from Hyped in general. I mean, the positioning there from Nok was actually perfect. The flash went way too high. If he was holding from the A ramp, probably gets caught by that. First player is able to scale out. Just the fact that Nok was able to interrupt that initial presence from Big already threw it off for a bit of a spin. Even getting the incendiary out, tanking a bit of the Molotov drop spawn, all these little details make it far more uncomfortable for Big to scale, and all the reinforcements, the riflers came in to sweep up the rest.
Pushing into the B tunnels, that's the name of the game for BCG right now. And for Big, if they lose this round, it is going to be an economic reset for them. It is very important to continue forward, and without the B bomb site as a real avenue of attack, this could be problematic.
Yeah, it's ballsy that they make this call again to go aggressive in the tunnels. Last time they were punished. This time they got the control they wanted, but Prime Taps does fall into QB's crosshair.
The rotation backwards is still coming through. Nock knows that no one was actually inside tunnel, so as long as Cypher can keep control over mid long enough for Nock to make his way over, this could be a commitment back to A. 3 players, soon to be 4, coming in from short, though Sasanita finds the first and fades away. The Incendiary buys time, but there's already one past it, and that forces Cypher to fight a fight he's happy to take. The Molotov finishing off what Nexa started, but it's a 2-on-2 still as Nock re-peeks in. The problem is the bomb. It's out of control, and Cypher hoping that he can be the same as Sasanito still found another one elsewhere. Cypher trying to fade away, but Hype once again in the clutch, but this time it's a doable situation. Sasanito on 23 HP. This is not favorable at all. 20 seconds. The time is the only real ally that Sasanito has over here. Jumping up, Hype is found. Instant shot, instant kill. 3 for the round in the Macedonians' hands.
You could tell Hype was trying to be cheeky about that. Make the sound cue that he's dropping on the boxes, but then reascend and then clear him out towards long. He was trying to make Sasanito nervous, and he just quells all of that anxiety, instantly swinging. I mean, Sasanito has been doing a great job on this A-bomb site. Been getting double kills, frequently getting in his kill on the execute as well, and now coming in clutch. A heroic effort from the stand-in.
5-5, Big. We're able to win one of these 4 spy rounds in the previous one as well. Is this going to be the same? QB caught up by a flash, and a headshot from Nexa will send him to the grave. But you have to watch out for Crimbo's flank now being set up for 2. He comes in from behind. Sasanito will be finding him with Nexa's help. Tapson, though, trades. It looked like that was perfect timing, but anything but. Cypher now ascending back to the site while Prime Taps keeps an eye out on mid, blocking out the Big reflank potential. Great setup to deal with this anti-force spy.
Yeah, I mean, they had the... Oh my goodness. Hype has chances. Did a bit more damage. Yeah, the problem with that flank timing is that the players on short are waiting for that flank. Mainly because, I mean, they got incendiaried off. And for them, there's a smoke down, things are weird. And during that lull, instead of BCG trying to continuously fight those short players, actually both players were kind of in defensible positions. They were playing off of sound cues as opposed to kind of trying to play off contact. Which is a bit of a shame there for Big. Could have worked in their favor. Nock, this time, a swing into Hyped, and Hyped will not punish, but it's Tapson that will find the headshot. Just on the scout. Yeah, fair play, Tapson.
You can do it all. Can he deal with Sasanito, though? You mentioned already been a bit of a thorn in their sides, or their sides. Hey.
Okay.
Last round of the half, though, BCG are really hoping to close it at 7. Would be fantastic considering the difficulties they had initially. But the B-bomb site has now been vacated. JDC's position revealed. They know that he should be alone realistically. With the way things are going, Nexa makes that call out. And as he starts to rotate back, it's going to be 2 Molotovs on the site that reveals presence. But Nexa's all alone to try and deal with so much. Rotations from short are going to be washed out from JDC. QB kills himself in his own Molotov while trying to plant, maybe. And as Nexa still on the site, they can't get the digits dialed in. Nexa peeks forward, finds 1, and Crimbo will say goodbye. 7 for BCG as we go towards that second half.
heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you
A slight advantage found on a 7-5 scoreline for BCG, but now as we venture into their T side, the question has to be asked, are they going to struggle here like they did in Mirage?
Yeah, it does beg the question. I mean, it was clear that Big were clearly just the better party when it really came down to that first map in the series, but we're starting to see some signs of life here from BCG. He's had some good protocols, some good reactions, very instinctive off of the information that they're receiving. So already things looking up here on their opponent's map pick, but see whether Big can get off to a good start in this pistol and immediately apply that pressure, because it certainly seemed like they were feeling some themselves towards the end of that half. QB cooking himself. But outside of prime taps, pistols have been a little bit hard to acquire here for BCG, so I'm expecting Big to almost play to that advantage.
Mid to B seems to be the call, but I'm watching out for what Nex is up to out on long. This could be maybe a recession backwards. No, instead, he's going to be watching out for the mid flank. There is one. QB's already gotten one. Sassanito trying to circle around the site, but isn't being given duels. Knock comes through with one, and now with the flank on a QB on either side. It's going to be 3-on-3, but they've lost control of the bomb. The CTs know it as well. Crimbo's found Knock, and suddenly it's all coming apart. Nexa hoping to reactivate late round coming in from those tunnels positions, but as he's lost his teammate, he's got nowhere to go.
God, how different it would have been had there just been a bit more of a back and forth, because it felt like they did a good job on that very limited sort of manpower B split. Sassanito had good routing. Nork coming out of the tunnels, he gets the kill on the big box player. They have a 2v1 on the bomb site, and somehow QB was still able to get away with another kill. If there had been that additional presence on the site, maybe it doesn't fall out of their favor, but Big, I mean, they just go charging in. They stay close, shoulder to shoulder, and it works out. And hyped with this SMG, looking to farm up some cash, get his hands on that AWP nice and early.
I can't believe they're peeking into this, like, with the M4 over there, but hey, if it works, it works. All 5 players kept alive.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 2 SMGs swinging with you. Even if you die at the back, one of those SMGs is likely going to pick up your M4. Just providing a bit of long-range support. So, Big Clan do achieve that pistol. The following round is as simple. And now BCG are going to be under a little bit of that pressure now that the scoreline is tied, moving into their first gun round. It'll be a fairly resource-light buy as well here from BCG, opting for a lot of AKs. You could certainly understand why. A map like Dust 2, a lot of long-range fights, that first bullet headshot can make a world of a difference. But they'll have to pick and choose about which angles they flash for, what they smoke off. Going to be a decent nade there from Tabson. Sassanito brought down to 60 HP.
He's got another grenade over here as well if he wants to pop open a mid to B smoke and just take a peek, or even just buy some space for JDC to do the same. Instead, no, never mind. Sorry, that wasn't Tabson throwing the grenade. Thought someone else might have, but hey. Instead, Hyped is actually re-navigating back to short. Great grenade gives him a chance to really pick up the numbers. It's Tabson, however, to be the only one to collect.
Still playing close as well. knew that the Incendiary gave them enough space, but Tabson swung right into Prime Tabs. And they will start their ascent towards this A bomb site. It's all on Crimbo, and he just ends up empty-handed. It's a nice entry there from Cypher. But there was a building amount of pressure on a Crimbo that has been under-delivering so far. We expect big things from him continuously.
QB buddy, I know that Famas has gotten better and better, but I don't think you're really going to get to experience it in this round.
Yeah, Nexa's still being cautious. And rightfully so. Lovely patience there from Nexa. Couple of kills in this round, but also just dismantling and dealing with the bonus buy there from Big. The SMGs were the first to fall, but they want to be proactive. They want to get in on those close range angles, and to be honest, with the amount of HE damage they did in this round, they were kind of teed up for success, but it was mitigated by that short control that BCG came into with.
Is there a chance for JDC here to do something? Spots out the first player, but now a few too many to deal with. Crimbo comes through, wants to provide support, level the playing field. Little does he know that Cypher is not too far behind. Cypher chasing them down, takes some damage for his trouble, stays alive. And that's what matters.
Yeah, that got awkward. Hyped wanted a quick boost, pick into the short, into the lower tunnels, but fell off the boost. Nice block on the smoke there from Crimbo.
It does confirm that there shouldn't be anyone coming out in middle right now, but 4 players coming up short is still a real threat. JDC low, and he's going to be unassisted on the site itself. Flash overhead, JDC not blind, but a Molotov and a grenade is likely going to finish him off. Indeed, it does. And in the meanwhile, that Molotov keeps making Crimbo uncomfortable as well. Crimbo, a name that we have not said too many times, except for when we are listing out victims in an obituary. He's 3 and 11. This has not been his game.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of drawing it up at the end of last round as well. I mean, you know, for a while, I mean, for actually a decent period, all the firepower on this roster really did just stem from JDC and Crimbo. So when you have maps like this where you're thinking, what? I mean, Crimbo got like maybe 1 kill on the T side of Mirage, you know, albeit they weren't on that half of the map for as long. But, you know, thinking about clutches, good lurk timings, quick headshots, that's not been the Crimbo we've received today.
Nexa, on the other side, has been having a field day. 14 and 9 so far in Dust 2. Even as Mirage was looking pretty good overall, he was one of the few players consistently picking up frags, even in losing rounds, and he continues that form.
Alright, another important round. 2-round separation here now by BCG. Sasanito, knife out, just did not anticipate that that was a possibility, and maybe miscommunicated by the mid-boost players. Maybe assembling that a little too late. They thought they had that lower tunnels covered. Nice kill there from Nexa. Already subject to half HP, but hits the insta on the opposing in-game leader.
Look at how big are swarming to be right now. They really just want to get into the site, clear out tunnels, perhaps, or even just get a sideline forward. But Hype is now scared, and for good reason. He's lost most of his HP in his attempt to find information back in the middle. There's still one more player where that came from. Prime Tabs might go by unnoticed, even though JDC is checking for it. The smoke gives him respite. He can go up if he wants, but he'll wait instead. JDC will push through that smoke to meet his death.
Actually, just a beautiful round from Prime Tabs. He got his kill on the extremity of B and then threw an instant smoke for the B doors. That's why Big made that heavy rotation. And then, as his teammates are ascending up through short to that A-bomb site, just able to cut down that rotation, round that door smoke. Especially considering Prime Tabs was very low health. I mean, it's the perfect way to sort of leverage that in the best way to get another kill. So all the mid-round maneuvers were facilitated by Prime Tabs on the extremity.
Gotta say, man, this has been a very impressive showing for him. I'm not as keyed in as you are about his play, right? I've seen him a couple of times here and there, but so far, some very impressive stuff, especially on Dust 2 as B-side anchor, made some great moves. Good decision-making on when to push into tunnels. Right now as well, you're seeing this mid-round T-side decisions that, you know, sometimes you can be overzealous. Sometimes you can be overly worried, overly cautious.
Yeah, he's not getting fully funneled into being a big side or a small sides anchor. It seems to be sort of bouncing between them. I wasn't really familiar so much about his CT sides, but yeah, just in terms of his T, you can tell he's, you know, not really one to lead the charge, but can certainly take the round into his hands if he needs to. Nexa just lined up his crosshair and perfect timing on the spam on long.
Smokes and doors don't stop bullets.
Yeah, they make it harder for them to shoot you, but they can still shoot you.
I like what BCG are doing there. I've realized and recognized that, you know what, we see an op in mid in the very beginning. There's unlikely going to be too many more people behind that. We've covered off and made sure there's no one pushing. Now we just chill. Let Big be the ones who feel like they need to make a play, or alternatively bundle up. We're not going to overly use our utility. We're going to keep our Molotovs and our grenades so we can at least snipe out one player. And that is the call.
Yeah, I mean, they've just got so much util that they can honestly afford to expend that utility, fish for a kill on that A-bomb site, and if nothing gives, then they just refresh the util again. Sassanito hears the double rotation up through short as well, so they should know that this is a reinforced A-bomb site. Sassanito has a timing where he can actually flank them on short very quickly.
Absent. A flashbang, but a Molotov behind him is not making his job any easier. The two players with weapons will recede out of this round. Hyped and Crimbo to try and save into the next one. Crimbo could be caught out by Sassanito if he continues forward, but otherwise should end up okay. BCG on the exit. Might want to hunt, and I wouldn't blame them too much for it. They know where Hyped is. He's taken down, and that op will not be recoverable. Big kill.
Crimbo is still nearby, so if he gets a couple of kills in through spawn, there was a chance for the recovery of that ult, but
asking for a lot there.
Yeah, I mean, Nork had him completely pinned.
Look, that might not matter in this round beyond utility, but going into the next one, it will. If BCG win here, that saved op and M4 could have been the difference between, hey, a buy with 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, and an op versus a buy with just Deagles. It's Big's map pick, and BCG right now are looking like the better team.
Oh, that's awkward. Long flashes did miss, and so, yeah, QB was not blind whatsoever. Had that first flash hit, he might have been caught by it. Made his traversals of the tunnels, or the pit, a little bit more troublesome. Hyped. Almost caught on timing. Hits a tag onto Sassanito as well, but there's thick bricks in the way. It's only minus 30 there for Sassanito.
Suddenly getting a little bit awkward. They feel choked out from long as well. They know that there's going to be a timing where maybe Big want to try and push that one through and get a flank on the middle. So BCG want to at least re-aggress forward somewhere. There's no one in short, and Hyped is the only one to watch out in case he wants to from the elbow position with it off. Now, remember, CT utility is not great. They didn't have that much money to buy into that, so you're not going to have these players being weakened up as you normally would see with grenades on short. Instead, it's going to be a waterfall smoke to try and cover some more ground into the bomb site. And Molly is down, but the flash is running out now. How do you scale? You scale by killing. Wow, what a shot from Prime Tab. Living up to his name right now, but the grenade, the solitary one they had, now comes through. 30 seconds, the bomb will go down.
Kind of smoked themselves off in spawn. So playing around the edges of it, they're trying to catch these players out on headshot height. Tabson does make its way to the A ramp, and Cypher trying to hold his ground, but fighting from Goose, there's just too many members of Big ready and rearing to go. The trades are there, and Big Clan will get their hands on an 8th round where it stops BC Game from pressuring them to take us away from Dust 2.
It looked like Tabson just gets by completely ignored, maybe even because of that smoke. Maybe BCG aren't expecting a player to already be up the ramp and getting those kills over there. A nice follow-up from Crimbo as well, and despite getting control of the bomb site, they're not able to hold it.
Yeah, they just had no util. They had nothing to stall out those rotations. If they had a Molotov that they could throw down towards spawn, you know, because they got heavily delayed on their ascent from short. I think they may have had a Molotov at first, but by the time they actually get into the site, there's nothing to stall big anymore.
Nexus can be a little bit more cautious this time around. I'm not trusting your flashes again, guys. No, he didn't have the spawn, to be fair, but
yeah. Yeah, the last time there was someone on Nork's head, so he couldn't throw the flash.
Dangerous position for Sassanito to be in. Tabson is wary about this. Have to be careful not to miss out on a jump or any movement, otherwise Tabson's likely going to be traced forward as well. Getting short control this early, though, is very important. Nexa wants to hold on to this.
The longer Sassanito waits in this position, the stronger it'll become. If he doesn't peek on a bad timing and somehow QB spots him, this is a very advantageous duel for Sassanito, because as they play with the rotations, they have been keeping eyes on that position for, honestly, a large portion of this round.
Oh, timing. Exactly what you were worried about, but great refrag from Nock. They weren't ready for him to be here at all. They're pushing through the smoke. Cypher finds Tabson, and now you're back to a 3v3. But the time is the problem, and JDC is problem number 2. Could become problem number 1 if he keeps on hitting shots like this. Beautiful double, and a follow-up could be coming through. Nock on the other side. Scared of a smoke, but he should be scared of John DeCastro.
This is what I was saying as well on that CT side for BCG, is that, you know, the strength of having that secondary AWP is that you can just take these duels so freely on Dust when there's not going to be a proper side execute thrown your way. If they're going to try and contact or burst into your bomb site, you can pick it apart. And JDC, it's a lovely display from him in defense of that bomb site. A tough task trying to outdo someone like Hyped, or Nork for that matter, but did a damn good job. This time long control is very fastly attained here by BCG. Didn't have the spawns for it on the side of Big, and they're really in poor positions to try and defend it. They just clamor off of short. They realize that's their best avenue right back in. Caught off trying to be proactive elsewhere on the map, and now they need to actually stall out the progression of these Ts. Hyped a good shot around that smoke as it's blown open. The Molotovs are just continuously keeping them at bay.
Attempted pushing through the smoke with a flashbang from Quimbo, but he is punished for it. Still is given a lot of time to Big Clan to start regrouping back inside the site. Tabson plays from behind the side boxes inside the smoke, but he wants to peek forward, will be taken down. JDC to trade, and it's Snork to keep an eye out for one of his own. He's got the bomb. He can't plant it down. That's the call going out. Cypher just needs to stay alive. There's 2 orbs on the other side. QB and Hyped. Hyped already low, so he's not going to switch out. But in Gandalf, he might go by unnoticed. Can you plant the bomb? Do you feel confident to do so? Cypher around the corner will guarantee it, but Kyubi, maybe a jumping shot is his only hope, but as the digits are dialed, Cypher ducks out a dodge and gets the quick turnaround headshot to punish the missed bullet from Kyubi. 12 for BCG.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, Cypher played it slow, Nork as well. There's no panic. They know that they've taken long control. They've gone across in decent enough time, and even though Cypher almost gets caught sort of trying to rendezvous with Nock in the site itself, just able to scale. He doesn't miss out on any angles to clear either. He's had a really big comeback into this game. I mean, was really struggling on that CT half, but has found some great rounds of impact here on T.
Flashbang does nothing to JDC, but Sassanito makes up for it. I've caught in between a rock and a hard place, and it is getting harder and harder. If Nock hits shot like that, you might not even need to pick up the bomb. That's why they've left it in spawn.
Yeah, I mean, the timing on the flashes is good. I think they're starting getting a bit more familiar with how proactive and active Hyped really wants to be with this AWP.
Sorry, they know what's going on. They know they want map number 3. They know Ancient is on the horizon. It is 2 kills to separate a Crimbo who has been struggling and a Kyubi who will have no targets to find. The delay smoke on the B-bomb side as well.
Cypher could be in trouble on timing. He's getting the bomb, and Crimbo's pushed out from long.
Timing's been missed. Bomb will make its way over towards the A side. Crimbo can at least find 1 kill over here on the flank, and that should be free, and indeed he will. Knock is still not turning around, so back to a 2-on-4. Whether it makes too much of a difference is perhaps up to question. But Bigga making no secrets about their positions. 2 players both inside spawn. The call's been given out, and that's what BCG are watching out for. It is inevitability at this point, and Crimbo cannot escape it. Kyubi will fall. BCG will take us to Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, a really well-structured map there from BCG. I mean, it's a simpler map in the ways that you can sort of more linearly progress than something like Mirage. They weren't caught out by as many of these aggressive plays. They were actually finding a lot of picks from those aggro moves. And as much as there were rounds where, you know, Big had really good reactions on that T side, on CT their rotations were played with continuously by BCG, either by the prime taps plays over on that B-bomb site, Sasanito, and some of the lurk plays that he was pulling off in through middle. I thought it was BCG that were going to have to be looking over their shoulders in this particular map, given how Big were playing on Mirage. But it was in fact the other way around. BCG were constantly finding these flank timings and just constantly out-dueling Big when it came to some of these critical fights.
And I'm glad that you brought up out-dueling, because that was one big difference between Mirage and what we saw over here on Dust 2, right? On Mirage, you're seeing Hype get away with these re-swings, these repeats. You're talking about how he loves those plays. And here he had his opportunities, don't get me wrong, but there's so much more firepower available. Even Cypher, who had a poor game to start things off with, I commented on how he's 0-5, picks it up towards the end of it. Every single player has impressive moments. Knock is there. Sasanito is performing as well. Sasanito and Knock were non-factors in Mirage. And now as we go forward into Ancient, as we're looking at a team that is looking increasingly comfortable in their calling, increasingly comfortable in their fragging, Big might be in trouble, but we're going to have to find out after a quick break.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
What a shame on me. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. What a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you if I heard that you Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really feel my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going.
Welcome back to the IEM Dallas European Qualifiers. I'm T-Time, he's Michael Yumi Cassidy, and we're almost through our first match. BCG coming back on Big's map pick of Dust 2.
Yeah, and I mean, I say, coming back is maybe a strong term when we're thinking about the context of just that map, but BC Game got a minor advantage in the first half, then we're able to carry that forward, even after losing the pistol round in the second half. So, yeah, I mean, a very commendable effort from BCG, and this time they were the ones who were getting sort of a collective effort on all fronts from the squad, where that was only really the case for Big on map 1. So, we move into an Ancient, which is Big's, I mean, it's basically Big's first pick that they've been expressing as of late. They have been picking it online, they've been picking it on LAN. It is the map they are playing the most right now, so there's a lot more demos that BCG could have expected coming into this game, but it's also a map that they are very much comfortable in their identity with, and that aggressive, hyped peeking and running around the map style, it will carry forward into Ancient as well.
See, when I say comeback, I'm thinking of Mirage because of how badly they got destroyed over there, right?
That's
but
fair.
as we talk about Ancient, as much as we are going to be talking up Big Clan, and for good reason, right? This is a team that on Ancient is got some fantastic calling. Crimbo does some of his best work in the late rounds over here as well. You're not expecting him to go as dead as he was in Dust 2. Hyped is going to maybe not have the form of Mirage because it's hard to really replicate that, but he's going to have some pretty good form for himself as well. But I caveat, this is, in my opinion, Nexa's best map as a caller, at least what we saw on that unpaid project before as well, right? There is the problem of Jacob that on this map will maybe rear its head even more so, but for Cypher as well, he can be a coin flip, but when he lands on heads, my God, is he just untouchable, unstoppable, and QB will need to be on his S game, not even his A game, to deal with a charged up Cypher. It's all a lot of 50-50s though, and I really don't know what to expect from BCG.
Yeah, no, I think as well, if we sort of file back a number of months to when that Bleed project was first getting started, Ancient was actually definitely their best map. Even just the core of players with Favin and Cypher. Cypher actually had a very big uptick in his personal performance because him and Favin were kind of playing shoulder to shoulder a lot. If Cypher was playing poorly, Favin was often picking up the slack. And maybe I don't have that same hope that there is someone that can be that sort of shoulder to shoulder player on the elbow swings on that T side, but I do agree, if we're going to look at sort of key figures on this roster coming into strain that Sasanito is having to, or some of the burden that he's having to shoulder being the stand-in for Jacob, and as well as Cypher, because you leave it to mid to late rounds, and that's where Nexa, Prime Taps, hell, Nork when he's on his game, they're more effective at those stages of the round. So they just need to get to that portion via these sort of front-facing heavy hitters.
To be honest, Prime Taps has been so impressive in the late rounds that I'm really looking forward to Ancient from him. Not because I think it's going to be a good performance, because frankly, I don't know. What I saw on Dust 2 in terms of, hey, this is an extremities player who knows how to transition into the middle of the map late round and give information on rotations, take advantage of that information. That sounds like Ancient, literally ABC. So I think this is going to be a great game from him. And that was always something that Favin, as much as I hyped him up once upon a time, and I still probably do, I think he's a talent who has got a big future ahead of him. That was never his strength for me. This late round, super cerebral, probably quiet for most of the round, except for the important calls to be made that I've seen from Prime Taps. And I'm just wondering whether that will continue, or is that just a blip of potential that isn't realized yet? And for me, Ancient is going to be a lot about that. I'm glad you brought up Sasanito. How do you think he replaces Jacob on this map in particular? We saw some great stuff from him on Dust 2. We saw some less great stuff from him on Mirage.
Yeah, but he's just warming up into it. He probably wasn't expecting to play at all today. You know, we encountered some technical issues. We were a little late getting started into the series, so I imagine that was still being figured out, whether or not Jacob could play or not. So yeah, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt in that he wasn't, warmed up and ready and rearing to go. I mean, he's played with the core of this team before. It's just, it's been some time now. I don't have the same fears that he's going to have a limp hand going into these fights now. He was hitting some nice shots. He was hitting some nice timings as well. For me, Sasanito has awoken, which is, one of the potential win conditions for BCG, now somewhat active. But the core of this roster starts to be able to pull its weight. And that's where I think sometimes, big on Ancient, you don't see Crimbo go missing very often. You don't see JDC go missing either. And Hyped is that sort of new element that we're continuously having to limit test and see the heights of his gameplay, but he's been doing well so far. So this is the decider game between Big and BC Game. Big starting on that CT side, and on the attack, Cypher already getting frisky with the red smoke, already diving in and pressuring, forcing rotates into that A-bomb site.
There's still 3 players here. Sasanito's found 1, that's big, but at the same time, Cypher's pulled back their defenders into CT spawn, and he regroups to see what he can find with Tapson, but Tapson's taken his head off. So it's still a 4-on-4. There isn't a kit. Is there one on the ground? It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, nothing available. Sasanito, Nork, and Prime Taps just collect frags in an instant, in the blink of an eye. What is a 4-on-4 just completely collapses in the face of Big. That is a very, very interesting decision from BCG, and I think their pistols on these T sides have been rather interesting, a little unorthodox. Flashing through that red smoke is not that unusual. I think Seoul were a team that used to love doing that quite a lot, and what's interesting about the variant that BCG throw is that it's only one player that dives through that smoke. The flash, all the util is effectively the same, but they bypass that and focus on Donut, and it catches Big off guard. They're willing to fight from Temple to address the red room.
And while we've got the anti-eco, just to build on that, Hype, funnily enough, only actually saw Cypher, so he didn't know if there was a second player or not. That's one of the reasons why BCG felt like they had to try and deal with that red room presence, and even though Big felt that way, and even though Tapson finds Cypher, it's still a great round call.
Yeah, just basically got into the A-bomb site for free.
Yeah.
And all it took was Cypher diving through a red smoke.
And that is one of the things about Cypher, that for any IGL to have a player who will just go on mad death routes like that, it really makes a difference.
Yeah, but if you don't win the round, you will start to lose some confidence in the plays like that. Like, listen, I'm fine to sacrifice myself, but every round?
Well, this round he's hoping that he will not be a sacrifice. He's hoping to find some blood with that Mac 10. Cypher, though, taken down, and it's a easy trade frag. Hyped is beaten past the Molotov. That adds 2 players at least, but in the meanwhile, mid is where problems are found. Sasanito to deliver them. Crimbo realizes where he is, and Sasanito's just hopping about. This ain't Easter, buddy, and you're not a rabbit.
There's still another out. They are waiting to see whether Tabson can get aggressive inside of Cave, especially with the rotate. Leaving so many avenues open can be very dangerous as a solo B player. The resmoke will give him a bit more sanctuary, but Nexa is trying to force Big to make a move. You see BC have just completely stopped and frozen. Crimbo taking a lot of damage. Is showing off a little too much leg, and Hyped will lose his duel. Hit the instant dink, but just couldn't find a follow-up bullet.
This could still be problematic. Crimbo over here can take a head off if he's in a good headshot angle. Great job to molly him forward. It's the Molotov to finish him off as well, and the B bomb side is empty, but they're not going there. They've chosen poorly. They still have a choice.
Yeah, they've not chosen
They still have
yet.
a chance. You're right, so they haven't chosen poorly. Damn. They're really taking their sweet time about this.
Yeah, and you can see Big are constantly trying to find answers, and they're just reinvestigating the wrong spots.
It's like they're finding
has control of
answers.
main, so he can still be disruptive. If he cancels the planter, this round is going to be a complete steal. Has to find that kill, but he finds Prime Taps instead, and while Nexa was low, Tapson cannot adjust. That's one of the drawbacks of playing with the clock so long, is that if Tapson gets the kill on the planter, the round is won.
I mean, he could still get traded, but yeah, it makes it harder for sure. Very nice kill from Sassanito down in middle, though. And that's what really opens up the round, even if he does get traded later on, to insert 2 players in.
Yeah. So I called him off of continuing the B attack.
Half point from Big. They've really invested into this. An immediate fruitsman found for John. 5-on-3. This is a disaster before it's even really started to take root. Now, the good thing is you've got Molotovs to try and clear out these angles. There shouldn't be any more tricky business, and immediately a kill on the site. But 2 AKs with armor. Don't forget that notice. Still not easy. Bomb's being planted in a good position. It will go down, but you have to watch out for Tapson, who's again on the flank. They're trying to evade him. Nock trying to move back into Temple. It will instead be Prime Taps to try and face forward, but Tapson's already cheated past, missed bullets though, but it's going to be 2 to deal with. Prime Taps running out of bullets, still gets it done. A thing of beauty. And Big, although they are still in the round, now suddenly the conversation to save begins in the back of their minds. There's no more targets to find.
Yeah, and they didn't have kits, so they had to find kills quick, fast. QB will still hang around and deal some damage, but his exit route is cut off. It is siphoned by Cypher, and actually QB will be able to save his AK as well. Deals
It's
with
obviously
both.
an incredibly successful round if you just look at the fact that they've taken away 4 players. But
Yeah,
it
it's
is
a
a
half investment.
5-on-3. But it's a 5-on-3 that if Tapson's just able to get that shot out on a Prime Taps, that's just over.
Yeah, or if QB maybe didn't run, but he's also trying to save his in-game leader, right? So, yeah,
Hangs in the balance.
incredibly problematic, but important kills there from Prime Taps. That cannot be understated. He loses that A main control and the round is probably gone.
Oh. Dangerous. Oh, Sassanito trying to just make noise, but he's lost out Cypher. In the meanwhile, JDC got the quick climb, even if he missed out the quick jump.
Heard them fall off from ledge as well, so... Given that Big have been able to nestle in with an advantage, they fall back and play their sights. Tapson's still sticking around in that ledge, because he's got the smoke down. There was a T-side molly there moments ago, so shouldn't have to worry about ever being peeked from that right side. As they split 3-2, look at the re-aggression from Big towards that A bomb site. They're taking control of main. Crimbo there to lead the way. Hyped was clearing out that long line, but Sassanito, he just investigates that corner, and Crimbo's starting to make moves. It's a missed shot from Nork, though, to punish just that extra info gathering Crimbo gets.
Oh, Shadow spotted out. Crimbo's taken down 3 versus 4, but with Nexa low, the only advantage you have is a long rotate that the CTs have to make, and that means you have to commit here and now. Flashbang is great, but it is going to expire, and with Hype spotting them out, takes out the healthy player as well as the other one. Somehow Nexa's the last one standing, even though he desired maybe a little bit more trading. Very nicely done from Hype. His first 3 kills, but they are what give Big the round.
It's also, I mean, they use that flash, and I understand they have no idea how effective that flash is, but you know, they have a flash and they just stagger inside of main. Even if there was anyone sort of holding from the site itself, it would have been very difficult for them to break into that bomb site. They just need to instantly destroy a default player or someone cheating past the smokes. This is a very pacey change from BCG. They just run through elbow. I'm sure they go 1 for 1 at the start, but is doubled up by Crimbo on his rotation, so an advantage only momentarily. Sassanito equalizes right back into it.
Gotta remember, this round could be worth its weight in 2, maybe even 3. Money is poor. It all comes down to what Nexa can find over here as the push will come through. Crimbo in a dangerous position as he's mollied off, and Nexa might be traded to a late QB, but it'll still be a 1v2 off for that. And he's made noise. Nexa hasn't heard it. Said 1 versus 2. Sasanito knows exactly what's going on. Will try and maintain control over that op. QB has got a long way to go. A smoke and a kit is helpful, but still not an easy clutch. At least there's no utility separating him. Continues to peek forward. Has given out sound cues. Position completely aware of. Knock will be able to face back in if needed, and that will not be the case. 5 on the board for BCG. They prevent the reset.
That's a 3K there from Sasanito. He went from an AK into the AWP. I think Nok and him literally swapped while they were inside of Donut. So that, because Nok was missing shots. I think they quite literally just said, get this out of my hands, you take it. And Sasanito killed 2 people with the AWP, where Nok was struggling before, so they're being adaptive.
The point is to have an AWPer. The
Yeah.
point is not to have any one player be the AWPer. QB and Cypher could get down to a tete-a-tete. Cypher's score reflects the one on top, and he's hoping...
Yeah, don't do
Oh,
that.
man. Oh, no. QB will not be traded over here either. Hype is right behind, and Nexa late to the party.
That's a PSA for everyone at home. That angle sucks. It's really great if there's a ramp smoke and you can kind of play around with that and the timing, but the player's looking for it, as you saw there. QB able to get a free fight from it. Yeah, so this round has kind of exploded in BCG's face. Chance there for prime taps.
Molotov as well. A little bit more damage and Hype would have been gone to the flames, and well, they have been refreshed. Another bullet. He's playing with fire quite literally, but Tamsin's the one firing at the players. Only knock left, and it is big to collect on their second round. Very nicely done as well, considering that they keep 4 players alive and the reset potential for BCG was still there. So now you do deal with, what, a 4 spy and then an eco afterwards. Big could get to 4 before the next gun round.
Yeah, just gotta not lose to this buy. Once again, looking like it's gonna be a pacey display here from BCG, and already with 4 moving towards that B-bomb site. Wow, they mollied the quick ascent to ledge, but they got the fast boost for JDC. Plan was to try and take cave quickly. That's why you had that presence with the Molotov. But they're getting picked to pieces.
Well, if there was any question about them winning this round, I don't think we have it anymore.
Yeah, nicely done. I'm not even sure the molly hit from elbow to the ledge ascent, but it didn't really matter because JDC was already on the ledge, didn't need to use those boxes.
Even next round, you only have $4,300 if you aren't going to be getting the bomb plant. That one round where BC Game lose out on, what, 4 players? That's still haunting them even now. And this is going to be a freebie. They just want to climb up and plant the bomb, and Big are so ready for it.
Yeah, dispelling Glocks. So a couple of free kills there for Hyped.
I think he's gone from 0 and 5 to 9 and 5, by the way.
Who, Hyped?
Yeah. Might have to double check that one.
Yeah.
But yeah. Look, a little bit slower on mid this time over for BCG. Sasanito just trying to keep himself alive and force out missed shots, and his Hype will find his head. Crimbo's move past as well. He knows there's another player around the corner, at least the potential of there being one. But Prime Taps punishes, and now with the smoke for CT, they can still have a chance at this round. There are only 2 players in A. And a shadow spotted out for one of them. JDC knows exactly what's going on. An incendiary to flush Prime backwards and he doesn't peek in, so at least he has a bit more space to choose his own battle. But the bomb has receded.
Yeah, they're slinking
They want to back off.
Prime Tap spotted retreating back into A main, though. That should start to signal some alarms there for Big Clan, but still yet to make a rotation away. QB will be that first respondent towards that B bomb site, but you see he's having to split his attention between red and that potential B flank.
Oh, timing for next set couldn't be worse right now. Nox all alone. Capstan still keeps an eye out. He knows that those players were likely together, but Nox still with a chance. QB peeks forward. He's missed it. He has absolutely missed it. JDC position was revealed earlier on. They know what's going on. This B bomb site is free.
What position does JDC choose? Opting for cave. It's the fast approach into this B bomb site. And he's heard Nork retreat to that ramp.
The 1v3 attempt. Nork could be anywhere right now. A smoke down, and it's the right position to have it on for, but at the same time, Nox got a flashbang. If he even wants to try and just flash through that smoke, it could be interesting. JDC fires back, but he doesn't find it, and now he's sticking it. Nox doesn't know. Nox tries again, straight to the head he goes. 6 has been found. The 1v3 complete.
I can't believe JDC shot. I mean, he's got a kit. He's smoked him off. He can hear how far away those bullets are. He knows that Nork is down the ramp pretty much as far as he can be. He doesn't have to worry about Nork emerging out from the ramp or through the smoke. Just nerve in the moment. I mean, the bullets weren't even close to him.
A lot of mistakes in that round. That is going to be one of the last ones, but BCG are hoping to find 7 on the back of it. The flash is perfect. This time Sassanito gets 2 in middle. Why stop there when you've got Prime Taps right next to you? Big are falling apart.
Yeah, that last round to lose was devastating. And now they just get completely blitzed.
And they're doing this with Cypher not having a good game.
Yeah. And this was what I was trying to say before, is that, you know, Cypher or Sassanito, you need one of them at the very least. You know, that was why I was sort of drawing the comparison with him and Favin, and I wasn't sure that, you know, they'd be able to counteract or sort of play with each other the same way that Cypher and Favin used to. But Sassanito is still finding efficiency in his frags. And Cypher is just, you know, he's still been that headstrong, relentless aggressor when he's tasked to do so. Nexa, alone on this B lurk, just trying to throw some presence. The rest of his squad are set up outside of A, but that heads towards JDC and hyped.
Close range, finds the one. It's going to be a quick little team kill from Nox as well. BCG will give the gift of 5 to Big, but can Big make anything happen with it? Let's find out after a break. A struggle for the German side as Big Clan find themselves down 5-7 with a chance to still make things competitive going to the second half. The pistol round will be incredibly important as BCG will look to close.
Yeah, some rounds that just got completely destroyed on both sides of the equation, whether it was some of the BCG early game plans getting dismantled by JDC and his quick ascension to ledge, or these crunches towards B, some of these fast reinforcements that Big were throwing constantly on that defense. And then some of the more explosive plays that BCG themselves were organizing, and some of these late to slow mid-rounds that Nexa was calling. All of it felt a little uncomfortable, a little stop-start for both squads. So yeah, to set the tone in this second half, of course, the pistol round is necessary. And looking forward and hoping for a bit of a Cypher comeback as well. It's currently 1-10. Had a really rough go of things on that T side.
I'm thinking he might be hoping for some of the same. He'll be given that opportunity should Big try and move in through Cheetah to the B bomb site. Now, just trying to jiggle into the angle will certainly happen at some point, I'm sure of it, but Cypher's not looking for fights.
This is not a very Cypher thing to do, I don't think.
Going against his reputation. Position revealed. And now comes the execute. They've got smokes and flashes for the post plant as well, so you really want to get out a kill or two here. And now, despite the fact that you've got a smoke kit yourself, but Nexa on the spam will find absolutely nothing, and the bomb can be planted. The funnel will have to come through long, but the push from Prime Tabs is already here. He's on the site. Sasanito and Prime Tabs destroy Big Clan.
Hey, Cypher got a kill in there too. Let's go, doubling up his scoreline. Listen, Prime Taps on the P2K. This man is getting multi-kills in every CT pistol in this series. He had a 3K on Mirage, a 3K on Dust 2, and now a double kill with him barreling through that short smoke. He's might be the best CT pistol player I've ever seen.
He is the guy. Just such an impressive performance from him overall as well. He's been an absolute stealer of a find for BCG. And for Big Clan, the feeling of losing to another German player it cannot ever stay. JDC cannot stand it. Sasanito put down in middle, but it's Prime Tabs who once again trade. Nok will be the one to give up his HP. Prime Tabs has activated Vampire mode, but maybe Nok can still come through and fight. It's a late flank for QB as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult unless they fight forward on good timing. Nok and Nexa are forcing that issue. I mean, hyped as he tries to defend, QB does finally pull off his flank, and with Nok on such low health, things get very dicey. It's just about whether or not Prime Tabs feels comfortable enough to stick it, and with that Molotov down, now they have to try and force the duel. There's a kit now available here for Nok, but they have to be able to delay. They have to be able to stall out QB, who still sits inside of CT. He's trying to play for time, and he's trying to just toy with them, but Prime Taps has his number. It's great coverage in the end. With both of them on kits, it was just a 5-second defuse, and QB was maybe playing around with the idea that they had to stick a full 10 seconds.
And look, if you're a fan of Big Clan over here, they lose. They do have a lower bracket to go into, but let me remind everyone, for IEM Dallas, there are 4 teams that qualify through the upper bracket. You need to win 2 BO3s. If you go down to the lower bracket, it's another 4 matches.
And there's
only one
slot.
team.
Yeah. There's a stiff amount of competition that could end up in that lower bracket too, so you want to make your route as easy as possible.
Sasanito's found Tabson, making sure that the second half buy from Big Clan is going to be met with only iron walls on the CT side. That's interesting.
That was a move.
One of the moves of all time, indeed. Still, they keep 2 players alive. That's not fantastic. That does set Big up to be in a similar position to what they found in the first half, where resetting is certainly possible, and you can put yourself right back in the game.
Yeah, the good news is that the SMG got a couple of kills as well, so it kind of pays for itself, and yeah, they won't be financially strained even moving into this round, which is certainly nice. You don't always have that luxury on CT sides. If those players that do die and lose their resources don't find some money back. a full buy. Very aggressive move from Cypher. Wow, I mean, he thunder-footed all the way into the top side of A main, and he's still going. He's still making noise. They are very aware. They're going back to address him too.
What?
And that is just far too overzealous.
Is he expecting pushes to be coming out from his mid side as well? That's the only way it makes sense.
I don't know. Maybe just thought Big would play with more pace on their first gun round, but it seemed to be based off of some kind of read, and it's the wrong one.
I don't know Cypher could read German. Turns out he can't.
Yeah, probably can't, yeah. Guys, I've got access to the strap book, I can't read it anymore.
This is going to be a save call for BCG over here.
It's a very strange round. Even when you have like strong reads as an A defender, I so infrequently will see anyone step anywhere past that first arch inside of A main. Because if there's someone playing there on the default, they can hear that. You're within earshot. And then he started running past the stairs too. So it must seem to be maybe miscommunication or just an improper read. Maybe it was a bit all in, especially given that Cypher is having a pretty poor game. Maybe he just wanted to gather as much information as possible, and it's just the wrong assessment. So yeah, it was an instant call for BCG to save. They can't afford a rifle for Cypher in the following round, so again, there shouldn't be too much strain if they keep all these 4 players alive. Just seeming like Big are not interested in chasing. They want suitable amounts of resources for their own executes and their map control. But this round should be, in theory, harder than the last, because now Big have all the bells and whistles they need to fake out map control, re-exec bomb sites, slow mid-round into the middle portion of the map as well with late smokes. There are options.
Is it a fast call for A, or is it a fake out for it? It feels like it might be the latter. Tapson's all alone, but he has at least started to call attention backwards. You look at how Nex is moving on the map. It's left Cypher completely alone.
Yeah, Prime Taps has called it off, though. I mean, he's ahead of the smoke that was thrown by Big on the lurk, but Nork gets caught trying to reattain that angle into the red room.
They don't expect Prime Taps. He can get a free duel over here. He could get it, but no, it's... God, assassinate him. I'm getting really confused with the numbers.
Yeah, the numbers are not... Yeah. Usually you could just glance and just know.
Yeah, Prime Taps could still have a timing, though. So maybe I was right about my call, but just... the clock didn't quite match up with it. He's trying to get that flank out, and they shouldn't be ready for this at all. Kyubi will fall. No, he turns!
God.
He turns!
That's actually unbelievable, because Prime Taps' timing felt fantastic. They lined up as well inside of Donut, but that's great awareness there from QB. You know, he's got 2 teammates ahead of him that are clearing the site itself, so why have your crosshair placement be redundant?
God. That could have been the difference maker. Big could be back into the game because of that one moment.
That seemed like the type of call that Tabson would only pull up against a team that he knows is maybe a little bit less drilled or has less chances. They lost JDC and QB on the bomb.
That's a lot. I mean, their money is fine for now, but for now should be underlined.
Yeah, that's a pretty poor way to lose 2 guns.
The bright side is that BCG do not have loss bonus, right? You're really not buying into this one. The problem is if they get good damage here again, well... A knock AWP on the CT side is also something we have yet to see. I believe the next round is where it should be debuted. For now, it is just a deagle. BCG not opting to go for a stack. Instead, they are just trying to concentrate on the sites. This does actually increase your chances of doing damage, even if it doesn't quite have the same chances of winning the round.
Yeah. You can tell that they had a plan to try and facilitate that rifle. They boosted Cypher up. Oh my god, is Cypher just going to walk through it? Sasanito's the one to lead, and Cypher gets destroyed. Thought it was a complete transfer there from JDC, but one of those kills stolen out from under him, and PrimeTap's full cleared from Crimbo on that A main position. Shouldn't be any real surprises now. Nok was spamming with the Deagle earlier on, and they clear out Donut just as thoroughly. 10-8. Big R closing in on that BCG lead. But now Nok has an AWP primed and ready to go.
And the thing is that if Nox op can't strike, there's no other threat, right? The early round threats, Cypher is having a terrible game. He's not something that Big have to really keep in mind. Sasanito not quite as comfortable on this mid-aggression, and understandably so. He's filling in a role right now.
Yeah.
So PrimeTaps is the one to go bull rushing forward instead. And look, there's two players behind the smoke. It has to be problematic. Sasanito finds height right through that cheetah smoke. PrimeTaps is going to be double peaked very soon. Flashes will not catch him. Sasanito can only look to finish off what he started. The single kill might be insufficient. Big still in position to reset and force the CTs to split up.
This is the same kind of position that Big themselves were in on that CT side. 3v3, and Big do much the same that BCG did in slowing the pace down. No need to rush, no need to leap into anything. See if one of the extremities players can sort of fish for information, and it's Crimbo on his low HP that's deciding to go hunting. QB does get taken down, but Crimbo thought he caught Nog off guard, but Cypher is able to cover his teammate. And Crimbo's low health falls victim to that MP9, so it's now just Tabson with the bomb on back. It tries to have a go at a 1 versus 3. Nok pulled one off himself in that first half.
This one might be a little bit tougher. He has to dial the digits in as well, and he's doing it with his bum out. Too much time on the hip thrust. Tabson's got a fatty, and that's not what you want in a position like it.
Yeah, I think he made the read that he'd probably be long, and that's probably the safest position that he has from long. It could get caught by a rotation, but it just means that it can't be pushed. Didn't even get the plant bonus money, which, you know, we've talked a couple times about the big economy. Losing this round and having no survivors, being able to afford weaponry will be a challenge to stop BCG winning this
Could
map.
be here and now. Yeah. This could be the round to decide it all. For Big, this is incredibly important for them to take this one away. For BCG, it's an opportunity to upset early on and be one match away from Dallas still. The round has to be won. Next up. No flashes to try and block him up. They don't have the utility, and he's punishing them for it. Nexa keeps it going. Nok is the one to keep his life. And as Cypher is doubled up inside Sheeta, he keeps them away. Nok repositions back a bit more defensive. He's hoping to try and take advantage of where Nexa was, but he now turns away instead. What's he looking for?
I think with all the smokes and the Molotovs down, they're actually waiting things out because it's not comfortable for the AWP. They know they have a man advantage too.
JDC re-aggresses inside Cheetah. Sasanito has control over middle, and Nok is worried about a lurk through A. This is effectively a 3-on-2 on the B bomb site, but the crossfire is good. PrimeTaps continues to blink away while the smoke's got a few seconds on it, but now with 40 seconds, no more utility for either side to be realistic. The CTs dare not deploy as they will have to shoot instead. 12 should be found unless Crimbo is a madman, and unfortunately, he really can't put himself in that position. Late rounds are his forte, but Cypher still will shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, this it seems a little curious maybe from our perspective when we can see everything, right? But for BCG, they know they've thinned the herd. There's no urgency from those players coming up a ramp. They slow things down and they just play behind the square. They make sure that there's no shenanigans happening around the smokes. They make sure to maintain cave access as well. Cypher is constantly jiggling. He's basically relaying all that information to his teammates, saying, guys, they're not cave, they're not up ramp. And as all those smokes fade, Cypher repositions himself perfectly. You know, the close cubbies that had been mollied out earlier by Big, the information that they had, the close range angles in at that bomb site were completely clear. It's false information by the time they actually do decide to breach in. You know, Hype has to clear up ramp solo with an AWP. So, maybe seems a little curious, but Cypher hit some nice shots. Prime taps, you know, covering the angles that Cypher could not. And now that worst case scenario for Big has happened. You know, they don't have money for a lot of rifles. All they have is that one AK on Crimbo. Maybe QB can get a Galil, but depends how much util they really want. And yeah, that's decided for that second rifle. So, serious point for BCG. I mean, given the Kato performance from Big Clan on LAN, given the form and the level that we've seen from the new additions in general, this Big were certainly one of the favorites. And yeah, this would be a hell of an opening round upset for BCG to pull off.
And they're almost there.
Yeah, it's 3
this-
pistols and 2 rifles.
And that might not sound like much, but Big has done it before. And it'll be in the back of BCG's mind. Cypher, smoke deployed, and it's good. It buys time. Those 3 players inside Cheetah can't push forward, but the CT flashbang isn't going to be helping him. The grenades go right past. This is going to be a push through the smoke that's being programmed. JDC has got the jump, the Tech 9 to get the kill. A quick dash to recover the AK, but Tapson dives forward, and there's a gap in the smoke that Nexa wants to try and exploit. JDC around the corner is looking to punish, and he will not be able to do so. Gives up his life, and Nexa maintains his own. Prime Tap pauses the spray for a while to let his IGL back off, but Big are falling apart. Kyubi is bringing it back with Hype from the side. It's suddenly a 1v2. Nox had 1 flush this round. It could be another one, but it will not be. Big Clan again on the 4 spies find success and destroy CT economy.
Yeah, they absolutely destroyed them. The cute thing that they do in that round is they know they're smoked off K. There's a smoke down short. JDC understands that there is a gap around that smoke, and so the ramp players make steps. They start to express some presence, and Cypher in that corner gets fully baited because of it. You know, he's ready to take that next duel. He's expecting he might even get pushed towards those long stairs, and then JDC comes through the smoke. It's fight manipulation, it's information manipulation, and it works to their advantage. It keeps them afloat in this series.
Even then, it
JDC
felt
has actually just been destroying players.
absolutely. In mid between him and Sassanito, it feels like that's been one of the key duels to decide most of these rounds. Well,
yeah, the head-to-head between them has had a heavy influence on Ancient. Weapon is recoverable. Nork's got his hands on it, and another rifle that can be attained. So this could still be a 2-rifle save. Crimbo trying to make sure that's not a possibility. Ichi, well, Nork actually gets past it, so he's very close by, but a misfire, and the last 3 bullets actually will collect on another kill. So damage is decent. The more rifles they pull out of Big's hands, again, it becomes a bit problematic. If they survive with 1-2 players alive, it's far from ideal. But Tapson has 1 dead to rights.
he thought about it.
Yep. And there'll be another rifle there for Tapson, so not very much economic strain put on Big. Instead, it's BCG that find themselves on the back burner. But they have a buy now ahead of them.
I'm surprised, to be honest, that Sasanito did buy into the M4, given that, it is a little bit drier this time. Because of it, you won't have the AWP. Prime Taps is likely going to have to go for a Farmus and utility with it. So it's fine. It's not a terrible buy, but it's hardly ideal to have 2 Prime Rifles.
Yeah, 2 Prime Rifles and 2 MP9s. And maybe the potential replacement to an MP9.
3 players down mid this time over for BCG. They want JDC down. They want him out, but they can't get it. The flashes are just too good. They try and get some responses of their own, but it's only just using utility for nothing. A deep grenade keeps Prime Taps low as well. Mitigating him will be incredibly important. He's been such an influential member of the late rounds at Cypher. Now has to step up into the fray. 2-man setup inside Cave is really relying on them to not Molotov it out.
Yeah, relying on no mollies, and you can see Cypher's very worried about the prospect of them creeping ramp, but look at the read. I mean, BCG currently are leaning for B. This might be a stop or save.
It has to be the former over here, otherwise you just lose outright, potentially. Hyped watching out with the AWP, the Molotov used quite deep. They might not be expecting someone close by. Cypher has been very rare to aggress. It's unorthodox from him, but they're going to move into the mincemeat machine. It's Cypher, though, who simply cannot function long enough. Good damage on the cross, but it's not enough to take down that bomb. The lack of the farmers comes back to punish, and BCG only have one option. Save.
Yeah, needed a double kill inside of Cave. If they retain Cave control, then they could play for the retake. Those long players don't feel as pressured. They may not have taken as much damage as well. Can be those snap decisions as well, though. I mean, they get smoked off at long, and sometimes what we've seen from teams, especially when there's a double setup, when you've got extra players to enjoy on that B bomb site, boosting or setting up for a boost even before the execute happens is sometimes a protocol you see teams go for. But how would you orchestrate or facilitate that with Sasanito as this last minute stand-in who, to be honest, probably just wants to fight and has been doing a damn good job of it so far this series. So we were painting this picture about BCG causing the upset, but right now Big are biting at their heels and have composed some great rounds to keep themselves in it.
It all came from a force spy.
Yeah. It's been largely sparked by JDC.
And right now he's out. He's been snuffed out, and Nox not done yet. 2 big kills, and Cypher is the one to tip the skills. A 3 versus 2. And is it just going to be the value of disappointment that lies for Big? So much done. So many unlikely rounds. But BCG are starting to call the rotate back out towards the A site. They're going to clear mid. Yeah. They're going to play for the retake.
They're suspicious. I mean, a smoke towards Donut, and there's no noise. There's no urgency. Now Molotov main. They'll have the plan laid out. The fact that the mid is clear should really just be focused on both side players.
You still have utility as well for the CT side. Flashes, Molotov, smoke twice over, in fact.
They still only got confirmation on one player, though. There's only one set of util that they've seen.
Hyped is just going to continue to maintain this angle. He has to find a kill, but he doesn't know where to look. There could be aggression from everywhere, and as Nexa is going to be the one to start to inch forward, it is Crimbo who's had his life measured away. Hyped is gone. 13-11 is likely, but Hyped has turned around. Could this be more? No! Cypher will put his foot down. 13 found for BCG. They will go forward and face Astralis up next.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic job bringing up getting these advantages on Ancient. I mean, from the very flat start we got from BCG at the opening of this series on their map pick on Mirage, for them to bounce back, honestly kind of call circles around them on Dust 2, and also just shoot harder than they did on Dust 2, to now this felt like a big strategic back and forth between Tabson and Nexus. Some of the mid-round choices by BCG were honestly the best solutions you could have probably come up with. And then tabseN as well orchestrated some great site hits and had, you know, some of his stars performing in some of those key moments. So I do think this was honestly quite a bit of a coin flip, more so than I would have expected given the, I guess, recent rise of Big Clan with these new additions, and BCG in the situation that they are currently in. It's a surprise to see them come out ahead, but that can be the problem with these close qualifiers, is that there's stiff competition.
BCG was always going to be a prime candidate to be an upset team at the second you see this bracket, right? There's no doubt about that. But they did this with the stand-in. And I think that's what is really, truly heartbreaking to anyone who's a fan of the Big Clan over here. Big are winning these force buys. Big are winning these great rounds. But at the end of the day, consistently, you're getting out late rounded in a couple of situations by, you know, prime taps on the other side. You're getting Sassanito getting so involved in some of these mid fights. And if not for JDC, I'll be very frank, this would have been a completely different Ancient. JDC was hauling them through so many tough moments. Unfortunately, we didn't have Crimbo, we didn't have Hype, and sure, we had some performances here and there from the two of them and tabseN, but it really wasn't all that much overall. It felt like JDC was the one who came through in a lot of these last moments.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was a back and forth game, but there's still more action here to come on the IEM Dallas close qualifiers for Europe. We are looking forward to Zero Tenacity Heroic, but I think before we talk about that, we're gonna have to throw ourselves to a quick break. So we'll be back in a moment.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd. You're champions.
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters European Qualifiers. We believe in Counter-Strike, not casters. That's why we wanted to show that to you, just a reminder what you're in for, in case you forgot. But you can't be forgetting the teams that we've got coming up next. It's going to be Zero Tenacity and Heroic. And you can very much be forgetting us, because it's, just voices, really, most of the time. We don't really have faces very often. I'm T-Time. He's Michael Cassidy. What's it like to have a face, Michael?
I've had it since I was born. So, yeah, I've been feeling pretty good, I guess. And I think something that should be prefaced, coming into this game, I understand, those big roster moves coming into this year. Whenever I think Heroic, I still think sometimes like, oh man, Kaden and the squad, and then, oh, it's Kixen and the boys, and now it's LNZ and his squad that have suddenly found themselves under the Heroic banner. They've been changing cores, or I guess their cores have gotten yoinked very frequently or dismantled, and they find new ones that actually have a lot of prospect. And that old Sangal roster, that core, actually were a very prospective roster, one that Z10 have had to encounter a number of times in their online outings and the grind in the past couple of years. So this will be a rather familiar matchup that will have a little bit of metagaming, I imagine. But the picks and bans are actually fairly standard. Zero Tenacity like either Anubis or Nuke usually in that first round. And Heroic are a big fan of both those maps that Z10 like to pick, and Mirage, so may as well guarantee the Mirage for themselves with an Anubis decider. So, don't think there's any curveballs being thrown here.
This does feel like it's another 3-mapper just written all over it. I think Nuke should be... I do favor Zero Tenacity a fair bit on Nuke in that regards, but yeah, Anubis is another one which, like you mentioned, they got really famous on for quite a long time. Mirage for Sangal was always a good map as well. Now, obviously, what makes this different to Sangal is that you've got Sunpius and Tanir. And Sunpius is the really exciting prospect for me as we go forward into this one, because Brute Monster, once upon a time, he was considered one of the best players, if not the best player in the Zero Tenacity side in the very beginning. But ever since then, it's not felt like he's leveled up the same way. And Sunpius could be a very big difference maker in terms of raw roll-for-roll firepower for me. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do as we head into Nuke, because that's obviously where you're generally expecting to be a bit more restrictive for the Opper, but even so.
Yeah, no, and we can't forget as well, I mean, Zero Tenacity are just one of these teams that play so sporadically, and so they're one of the hardest teams to read in the Tier 2 circuit. So for them, going up against a Heroic that they're a bit more familiar with, there will be some cheeky shenanigans that I imagine will unfold. But now into Nuke, xFloud playing close door and getting 2 with his dualies, 1 for each pistol. They just tried to burst out that hut and just get met with raw firepower. It's Brute Monster that, you called it for his name. He has to clutch 1 versus 4 with all 5 kills.
Listen, I said that we need to see a lot from him. This might be a bit much. He's being plinked down. He's got multiple targets to deal with. No one's giving him any respect whatsoever. This is frankly rude.
And they close the door in his face.
Damn. You can't do that to people.
Yeah, it's a very simple looking pistol there from Zero Tenacity that's picked apart very quickly. Good forward position from xFloud. I mean, it's a staggered burst into the A-bomb site, and the slower you are with that, the more angles you have to clear. We'd be remiss to not mention Nimanha's name.
Of course.
If we're talking about Zero Tenacity. In-game leader, heaviest hitter as well, which is kind of the crazy thing about this roster. I mean, we've had... there's been a rise of fragging in-game leaders. You think about at the heights of Counter-Strike we have right now. I mean, Blitz for the Mongols, Big Uzera in the Brazilian circuit, and to be honest...
And don't forget Carrigan.
Yeah, I guess. at times.
He does have his moments in playoff matches.
He had a fantastic Katowice.
It's true.
But if we're thinking about, emerging in-game leader fraggers, you can't not talk about Nimanha.
And it's an interesting contrast because on the other side, it's a personal favorite of mine in LNZ, who is much more of that traditional kind of low fragging, has his moments IGL on Heroic side with a fantastic coach behind him, a man who you can ask no questions about. Saw is hoping to lead another team into the top 10 of Counter-Strike. xFloud, taken down and out. Youngster, in the meanwhile, will look to try and equalize, but Simca on the lurk is happy to shut it down and extend their advantage.
Still yet to actually make use of the outside position to its full effect, especially in the 5 versus 3. You'd maybe expect that they start to use numbers, but they're resetting. They're letting Heroic stew in uncertainty. Might actually just re-exec outside. I mean, Niman has seen no re-aggression after pausing for about 30 seconds atop those secret steps. But re-journeying that cross will be challenging. I mean, they have one smoke, so it cannot be a covered cross.
You're still going in to a very interesting crossfire. You don't have any Molotovs to take out Tanir. Tanir's got one, but that's all. AVN and Kyofo will shut them down. That could have been dangerous. But Nemanja and company are always happy to take some late round duels.
Yes. Sampaios was just a little late to fight with him. As Tanir takes contact, you're kind of hoping that Sampaios can swing alongside him, because Tanir is continuing to peek, kind of expecting that they can make use of that crossfire. But just that half, honestly, 250 milliseconds delay at most. I mean, it's literally splitting hairs. But had he been that little bit quicker, maybe he could have saved Tanir, maybe could have gotten away with one more kill. Sometimes it can be those fine margins. That was the only real way back into the round for Heroic, so...
LNZ, able to keep his gun alive. They are going to force by immediately in towards the next one. And Tanir is an interesting character for me, Michael, because I was very taken aback to see him on this Heroic lineup. He's always been someone kind of on the cusp, be it from the Forza days, and even on Gun 5 last year, it felt like he was getting great numbers, but just lashed the team to push forward. But he fell off my radar, I'll be honest. So when I saw Heroic picking up, I'm thinking, surely this isn't going to be permanent, right? They're bringing in Modern, right? And no, he's been really a revelation. And in terms of how transferable his skill set was into the top level, it's only unfortunate that visa issues stopped him from attending the LAN portion of the Blast earlier on this year as well. Otherwise, would have really liked to see more, and I'm sure that he hopes to rectify that with an appearance in Dallas.
Yeah, and I mean, even for Heroic at Katowice, they felt like they underperformed. You know, they got destroyed versus Big in their closing sentiments at Katowice. And Big have lost their opening round game, so... We have to focus in on Zero Tenacity ahead of them. Losing X-Floud outside is far from a ideal start. But expect a lot of rounds like this from Z10. Slow, get a forward position, hold.
It is a little bit scary, though, if xCloud continues to be exploited or just even generally focused on in a way where he's not given support and can't find the kills on his own. He's obviously, you mentioned the Sangol core. I think he was the highest rated player of them once upon a time. As Sunpius has also found out, Youngster is hoping to reclaim territory, but LNZ is the only one with a kill. Another position where a save seems the only option. But LNZ wants more. Ooh,
good
great
ding.
headshot.
Yeah, just needed the instant kill and couldn't find it. Spent far too much time jiggling back and forth on that angle. So now Tanir's kind of left with nothing to do but try and hold on to this FAMAS. If there's a smoke... Listen, all I'm saying is Nuke is a very ninja-able map.
Even if there isn't a smoke, if there's just one player who's watching out for it, you still get it.
Yep.
That is the plan.
More teams need to try it. And Tanir is giving it a fancy. Oh my god, Kyofo has just left. He's the last man here. He just needed that kill. Even then, it would have maybe been challenging. Nemanja wasn't too far away. Probably could have got there in time.
It does feel like the best way to try and defend the A site is just to hide from heaven entirely. And wait for the tap on the defuse. You're gonna hear that right at the same time. Maybe have one player in hut who can run away. Just don't take the duel.
Gotta worry about that blast radius though. So if you're trying to save weapons, you have to get some distance.
Right now, the only distance E10 are looking for is distance from Heroic on the score up top, and they will have a chance to really start to stretch it out. Senpai is not going to have an AWP in the next round, I do believe. And without that, you do continue to wonder what XCloud support system and outside is going to look like. Feels hard to navigate that ramp player away and get him to maybe come through for a late secret peek, anything like it. Have an op to cover off ramp behind. Can be tricky.
Good coverage on the spray there from Simca, and they're getting swarmed by USPs. The bullets are simply not connecting as well as Heroic would have liked. It's damage, but only pulling one gun out of Z10's hands. Could have gone better. Could have been worse. Back into rifles now are Heroic, but again, it'll be... Oh, I wasn't sure if Sampas was going to commit to it, but it is a glass cannon AWP. Now, outside has been a heavy priority for Z10 at the start of rounds. They've got Nimana covering those secret steps a couple of times. They've made the cross on at least one player. You know, that seems to be the sort of the precursors that you're looking for on Z10 in terms of establishing map control and then coming to a decision. So it will be interesting to see whether Sampaio tries to position himself in a way that can maybe address this. I will say, you know, you kind of talk about the roster moves that Heroic have made in bringing in Sampaio and bringing in Tanir. Tanir has definitely hit the ground running far more than Sampaio has.
Yeah.
You know, I think when you think about Sampaio as a player and the impact we've seen him have in rosters of old, we expect more from what he can offer us. And it was also one of the things we always highlighted in that old Sangal core is something that maybe even held them back. So Sampaio is supposed to upgrade this roster substantially. We have to see how high that level can actually be raised.
Especially when you consider the narrative of him reuniting with his old coach with whom he had all the success in the first place.
Yeah.
A lot to ask from him. A man who we know can deliver, but Can is a far side away right now. LNZ spamming and trying to take control over the vents, making sure there can be no one lurking inside. Tanir has vacated ramp out for Sampaio. But right now, Zero Tenacity, they've lost out the first man. Youngsters found 3 somehow as they're trying to scale out of hut. They will lose everything. No flashes, no nothing.
Oh my goodness. Youngsters on for the ace, and he's just destroyed every single Z10 player. Instant headshots on that A1S. Bullet for bullet. Clotheslining them as they came out of hut, and there was no recovery. That is the second time Z10 have tried to 3-man out from hut with that main split and late door lurk. That has just been destroyed. They tried it in the pistol, they've tried it on a gun round, and neither have been successful. Absurd round and hold from Youngster. Yeah. A player that's really actually kind of unlocked himself since the joining of Heroic.
Even towards the end of Sangal, I felt like, you know, he was always a sleeper player who could come through and come up, but Brute Monster has now found XCloud outside yet again. Sampaio in from ramp last time, not actually noticed with the AWP, not needed, so they don't know the position that he was holding on to. That's what he's relying on in this 5 versus 4. Tanir on outside with LNZ to support if need be. Knows that they really can't reinforce the B-bomb side or ramp in any way. It has to be all on Sampaio over here. And Z10, they will challenge. Oh, great timing on that smoke. That is fantastic.
Made a lot of noise repositioning. Maybe Z10 will be brave enough to venture. I mean, they blow it. Pius has that line, and it's an instant kill with that AWP. He's gonna re-peek into it, though, and it's very slow. Brute already held the line with his own AWP.
The time helps, though, but the problem is LNZ's been taken down by Nemanja, who spent all of this time creeping forward in through Secret, and now suddenly that B-bomb set is gone. Reinforcements will never arrive. This has to be a safe call from the CTs, and you really do wonder, was that re-peek in really necessary?
Yeah, I would hazard no, but also because time is low, the fact that Z10 just freeze for some Pius to re-swing, he's probably not expecting that. You know, 30 seconds, they've still, I mean, by Heroic's knowledge, they've not breached the lower bomb site. They didn't know about Nemanja and his late lurking. So, from some Pius's point of view, if they're showing no urgency, then it could have just been that one player that's challenging in towards ramp, and if some Pius gets that information, he knows that his topside players are going to be put on notice. So, I want to see it from his point of view, just given what we knew about what Brute was doing on the other side. The slow, and I mean snail's crawl peak from some Pius was not going to be very advantageous.
And the thing is that, yes, that's obviously one of the big tipping points of the round, but we cannot see Heroic lose X-Cloud like this repeatedly. Zero Tenacity has been doing such a good job of exploiting him. Previous round, grenade to pop open the smoke. There's already a boost up for Brute, and he just finds a kill immediately, turns around the entire round.
Yeah, leaves just a major avenue of attack just completely open. So X-Cloud is changing his approach, taking to the secret steps instead.
Z10 have done much the same. They are staying passive. Youngster knows what's going on, but he might have missed his chance. Simka goes down, under, and below. The call's been made. X5 will have to recede back to try and contest.
To be honest, if there's no reaction, if Simka doesn't investigate the secret steps, this could still be very weird here for Heroic. Either Simka ascending up those vents, or if they try and get access to secret, X-Cloud has to get a double kill.
You've also doubled up inside ramp, let's not forget. Those guys could be continually worried, and X-Cloud doesn't find anything. Nemanja gets the better of him again. A headshot which will not matter. And suddenly that threat that you were unable to neutralize earlier on becomes even more so in the form of Simka. Youngster hoping to mount another defense, but a Molotov at his feet will push him away, and LNZ has been pushed down into the ground. 5-on-3 with plenty of time for Zero Tenacity, but they're still going through towards the only avenue of resistance. It's Pius on the other side of a scope, who's found two and evens the score. Tanir still waiting in the midst of ramp room, but he's realized that reinforcements are necessary back in A.
Time.
It's ticking. It's going away, and indeed, Tanir's rotation, the patience from Z10 again pays off. How do they keep getting away with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's an outrageous set of circumstances. I mean, they wait so long for Simka to pull the trigger on that flank, and some Pius aware, hitting those shots. I mean, Z10 felt like they had all the control in the world, and some Pius almost brings them back into this round, but almost doesn't cut it. He needed those topside riflers to be a little bit more successful, and it's a tough call. I mean, Youngster is trapped himself in at Tetris, front hut's exposed. He knew at least one player was in at the door, and he thought he was going to get pushed from either side, and he couldn't pick. It's the kind of snap decision making that can define a round. If Youngster commits himself to the fight at hut, and he drops the bomb, there's no time for Z10 to recover that round if the bomb is dropped even for a second. So yeah, a tactical timeout called here by for Heroic just to strain things out. So we'll have some words to calm the Heroic squad down, I imagine.
I hope so.
I mean, you can imagine how the communications would have been panicked. I mean, they know Simka was inside of that door smoke, and he probably made it down to the lower site. They They were aware of someone throwing presents outside, xFloud flubbing his lines, so there's the potential of getting main split. Your solo ramp player is having to play the back box on ramp and juggle between trophy as well as the ramp itself. A very hectic set of circumstances for everyone involved. This is part of what makes Z10 such an uncomfortable team to play, is that they're a team that take a lot of risks. And sometimes it looks so stupid, and rightfully so. You take a lot of risk, you're bound to get it. You're about to have it explode in your face from time to time. But when the risk works out, it stuns teams.
It's in a lot of ways the perfect upset team in that regards.
Sure.
Bias again could make a difference, but he's pushing into a corner that's already held in a shadow that makes him second guess. Gives up his position, backs off. There's still an M4 behind him. Tanir could be baited for. Do not make a mistake about it. Youngster has found Simka, and xFloud has a chance to break his 6-round dry spell. He finds Kayofo, and it is all falling apart for Zero Tenacity. AVN beelines down into the flames as LNZ tries to escape that descending T-side player. To try and shuffle backwards and forwards, but Brute's been found. In the meanwhile, AVN will miss his spray, and Zero Tenacity, a round that should have been in their pocket, has slipped right out.
And that's just another one of those moments. I mean, it's a great starting line there from Sampius, but as soon as he knows that there's a player close, just evacuates. Full running, knows he has, Youngster in at the ramp as well, alongside him, so Simka got drawn in by hearing the retreat of Sampius' orb. And that was only the first domino to fold. You see these immediate counter reactions from Z10 trying to find an advantage back, and it just went from bad to worse. A nice continued activity there from Sampius in that round. Went from good starting line to finding nice defensible positions with that AWP. Outside smokes thrown by Z10 at the start of this round, and there, see the counter Molotovs there from Heroic. They're anticipating a topside hit. They are very prepared for this. The Molotov burning Youngster out. He drops to the floor, and there will be a 1-for-1 trade. LNZ is well traded onto the side, and it's still into a 2 versus 2 where the bomb is dropped topside.
And realistically, Sampius is not going to be very relevant in this one at all. He cannot come out of vent without putting himself at risk substantially. So it's effectively a 1 versus 2 unless Sampius can move back in through secret outside without dying to pneumonia. Tanir is the one with a spotlight on him. Pneumonia peeks forward and he's died immediately. Tanir taking risks that he knew he had to buy space to make this into a real 2v1. But does he realize Brute's already gone past? He sees the shadow. It will not matter. It is a shadow of death. Brute's more worried about Sampius flanking in from heaven than he is from the mini cave itself. There is no kit for Sampius. There might be one on the ground, but as Brute receives backwards, it's to the vents he wants to go. Sampius is watching this. He will find it right at the nick of time.
He was just about to give up that angle. I mean, he's starting to reposition himself away from main. The timing could have just worked against Sampius, but he hits the hairline shot. I mean, he had such a good angle to hold. He reads the situation perfectly. And that is one area that Sampius has not lacked, is reads in late rounds and pulling off clutches for this Heroic team, where he's had maybe some struggles in finding impact on, opening lines, and, maybe even in the mid-round when he's called to clutch, he has been giving the goods.
Wow.
Well, okay. That's
one
round.
Way
to humble him.
It's not a late round, right? Like that's the before 130 anything goes, and right now Youngster is the one going down. xFloud now called to compensate for a bit of a lackluster safety side. It's LNZ and xFloud who are hoping to regain control of outside and secret, and they do so, but these Deagles, they just keep finding heads. There is no one on this A site. Tenier wants to peek forward. The advantage he has is the lack of armor. He finds one, he finds two! They turn away! Tenier is still going to fall to the M4 of Simca, who brings it back to a one-on-one. But as LNZ is number 3 coming in from heaven, he's been spotted out, and Simca now dodges away, hoping that the sidearm will help, but instead still falls. LNZ looks to recover an op. It will get a little bit close to time, but he should be fine.
Yes. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Oh, it's such a risk, but he is good. He is. I promise you, he's all good. He ran the calculations. We're still gonna get nervous. You know, you don't want to lose a round like that, and they don't. So, yeah, but man, those deagles. I mean, just instant headshots on 3 peaks that Heroic make towards that outer yard, and. That's just one of the... I mean, that's also a big fumble from Zero Tenacity. I mean, I understand they don't have armor, they're on deagles, but they both turn away from heaven as soon as the plant is down is crazy. Might have been miscommunication. Maybe thought the door player had at least some sightline on it.
Packages received. Pneumonia? I didn't know you were such a fan of delivery.
Yeah, you want to keep lurking outside? Eat that.
Right back over, finds the one, will try and get away, stays alive for a second somehow. That is unexpected to say the least, but now Tenier has to try and quickly find Simca, and indeed he will. 4-on-2 Heroic looking to close things out on the 7-round CT side, despite being a little bit down and out earlier on in the half. Tenier stays alive, and his repositioning will give him a very long one. Brute Monster is caught completely off guard. He's about to be given the good old peekaboo, and guess what? He's not the only one playing games like a 3-year-old. Pneumonia, though, comes in with a flank, and now suddenly the bomb can try and be planted. There's still a chance to open the door, take him down, make it 2, make it 7. Heroic taking advantage as we go to that second half. It would be hard to describe that first half, but I'm going to try and do it anyway. Lack of success on outside from CT side, somehow success on outside. Lack of success on upper, somehow success on upper. Back and forth is one way to put it. Heroic and Zero Tenacity continue to deliver an entertainment at the very least, and man, I cannot wait for the second half.
Yeah, the one word I would use to describe it is fun. You know, it felt like a very fun, a little bit hanging in the balance type of first half, which is kind of what I expect from, you know, two teams that, you know, Zero Tenacity were massively on a rise last year and then kind of petered out towards the end of it. They're still a team that have pretty much exclusively played online tournaments. I mean, they've played domestic LANs, but they've never taken that step further, whereas the Sangal core actually did get a couple of chances towards the end of last year to express themselves and put themselves on the market, so to speak, and it has landed them under this Heroic banner where they've been kind of making some solid strides with the upgraded pieces to that core.
Gotta accelerate though, Michael, because the plan is simple, but it might not work. Brute Monsters found one. Nemanja and Simka are the ones holding a crossfire down. Simka tripled up while Xcloud is all alone. The plan was to hit the A site, but the A site hits back.
Simka, what did he do to those HUT players?
Let me explain. Left click, left click, left click.
Yeah, I mean, they all died so fast, and, you know, for Heroic, that must have sucked, coming out of HUT as a choke point with 3 players staring at you. And they get rightfully chewed out for it, so... CT sides doing well to defend the CT pistol. And that top side. Both of them went for largely HUT plays. But Heroic went on fast timing. So basically it'd be a full save. Xcloud did get 2 kills in that pistol round, so justifies himself a dig.
Look,
and destroyed.
You know, I'm going to hold off for just a second because I'm curious to see if we get another few Deagle kills. Zero Tenacity made it look easy, but turns out it is anything but. Senpai's barely even gets the chance for it. Nemanja, he's collected all the kills he wants with this MP9. He just wants to hide away right now. He's got that money in the bag. This is where I am curious about whether or not we see maybe a shift of focus towards outside, towards trying to find Nemanja and try and isolate him out, try and make sure that, you know, one of the talismans of Zero Tenacity can be brought down. I would personally like to see that. I think Zero Tenacity did a very good job on their own T side of doing something like it in terms of limiting Xcloud's potential. But we're going to have to wait to see.
I mean, they just continually put down a wall of smokes, and then they were blowing the smokes open as well. So
yeah,
even in the fights towards main, they were trying to do some of those, I guess, cheesy moves to catch an advantage. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. You know, that's how the half really panned out. I don't imagine Heroic are going to be as tricky about the ways that they orchestrate these rounds. It's never really been their MO. You know, they'll still do mid-round maneuvers, but they're a little bit more conventional.
Heroic are trying to get a pincer onto the B bomb side, but they have to be wary about this push coming in from behind and lobby. It is going to be Simka and company to lead the charge. AVN is the first one to find a kill, and as Kyopo will block off a single pathway, he funnels them into Nemanja's MP9. The problems, though, come from Youngster, Chenier, and Xcloud. The 3 players left alive are the 3 who continue to frag. Xcloud distracts, and Simka suffers for it.
Yeah, it felt like they'd hit a good timing to actually flank out those ramp players, but they just didn't get enough for that potential flank. I mean, it's a pretty standard reaction, you know, loose outside control, take lobby access, but if those ramp players weren't so quick to trade, things could have gone very dicey. Unironically, this is one of the reasons you know, and whether or not there's, there are shenanigans happening for Zero Tenacity, they're an interesting team to watch because they're almost always moving. You know, they'll hunt for info, they'll go for double pushes, sometimes they'll go for a solo, isolated explore mission. You know, typically when we look at Anubis, that'll be further in the series if we get there. Nemanja loves just walking mid, just on like random timings, and they're a fun team to watch from that perspective. But if a team is clued into those timings, as Sangal honestly have been, you know, they've won a lot of the head-to-heads, or like this Sangal core that Heroic now have won a lot of head-to-heads against Zero Tenacity. So they're privy to a lot of these antics.
Yeah. It's a 1-for-1 turning to 4v4, but right now Brute Monster is the one who I'm wondering about, and LNZ on the other side will be able to get the crossover, and the threat of that is enough to force a repeat. Why stop at 1 when you can get 2? The bomb's being planted. Kyofu was thinking about pushing that smoke, but Brute Monster's given up his life. Kyofu will do the same.
I don't think I actually don't even know if the glass was broken. I think that's why Xflow was so flabbergasted that there was an AWPer inside of the windows. But, yeah, I mean, nice shooting from LNZ and Xflow alike. I was not expecting such sharp shooting from the in-game leader, but... To be honest, Nuke and in-game leaders fragging is part and parcel.
Iconic.
Yeah.
Think of it, Alexi B. Think of a Nico. Oh, wait, sorry, that hasn't happened yet. My bad.
Soon, TM.
Okay, no.
This is very unideal.
I think we're fine, but I'm not sure yet.
Simka could still get away with a cheeky one. Oh my god. Oh my.
Oh no. Alenzi's able to calm things down a bit more. The problem is Simka, no matter what he does, he will not be in a position to recover rifle. That is the one big disadvantage of where he is right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
That
he
should
can get his hands on a rifle now.
will be able to do so. AK picked up, and the heroic players are going to look to stay together right now. Simka will actually be taken down because I can't read maps, and I thought that Xcloud was inside, not outside this site. My bad. Just straight lying to you.
Yeah, good communication as well. Made sure to ferry the gun over so that both at least retrieved AKs. But they should not have lost as many as that to USPs. So, a little bit of strain, but given the way that they've won the past couple of rounds, they've already got a buffer. We just could have been even more buff.
There might not be an AWP until it is game point. And Brute Monster, well, he's suffering for it. He's already lost his IGL, and now he's losing advantages. AVN comes back to bring them back to him. And although Brute spots out a player inside the smoke, Youngster stays for too long. He's really hoping to punish with the help of that Molotov, but Senpais is the one to swing out to near, already collecting on one. It's 2 versus 2, but these players are so low, and they're gone! Alright? To the ground. Senpais is thinking about maybe even regrouping back to lobby and going in through towards the A site, perhaps. And he might not have the timing. Simka pushing forward. Might be able to spot him out. Senpais will have the flank if he chooses to push. This is all a game of cat and mouse, and I don't know which one is which. They're both squeaking and meowing. Senpais starts to limp forward towards that A site where Simka also lies, and Simka's made up his mind. He will not move. He will play for the retake if it is going to be on B. He is stalwart in position, and Senpais can only hope to get a clean headshot. He will not find it. Simka shuts him down.
He had a firm read from start to finish. I mean, Senpais could have been in so many different positions. He could have been sat inside of garage. He actually could have just sat in garage for 30 seconds and then walked down the steps. He could have walked to hell and ascended heaven. Simka just committed to one idea, and it was bang on the money. I mean, he reads Senpais like a book. So a very important clutch there for Zero Tenacity. That would have tipped the scales. Heroic likely run away with this map, in all honesty. But it keeps Zero Tenacity afloat. Still not premium weaponry, even in the win. One Survivor will do that to you, and the CT economy.
Fickle. At the very least, Simcoe will have a kit, so you do have that small solace.
But Heroic have now exhausted all their smokes. Just assembling this wall, and there's already a player inside of the secret steps that can guarantee that there's no one trying to make it past red with those smokes.
Xcloud's found the important kill though with Imania getting taken down. Brute Monster once again has to be the hero, and he starts to push forward. He's going to be going through those smokes. He will not even need to. Simca gets the kill, stays alive. Brute Monster doesn't frag though, and Simca is again called to order. It is unreasonable to make that request of him. Youngster will die as he's planting a bomb, and Kyoko has given himself a chance to get this 1 versus 2, but he can't get the initial kill, and with that it is now regrouping from Senpaius and Xcloud that will help them push forward. Kyoko can be navigated away from, and as the bomb's being planted, he gets the jump again. It's behind the side. Kyoko gets it done. How can they let that one go?
That's a 1 versus 3, and the first kill a guarantee. They molly him off. They know he's inside of hut. He can't walk at 15 mile an hour. He couldn't have been door in time. I mean, they tap the bomb. Senpaius gets his gun out, but then isn't ready to swing. That's outrageous. That's an outrageous round to lose.
Katowice had pictures of coaches standing behind their players, faces in their hands. I can't see Saw right now, but I imagine it wouldn't be too different.
Just the decision making is just flustered. Yeah, that's crazy. And given that we have an extended pause, it appears we've encountered a technical issue. I don't know if somebody has slammed something a little too hard, but that's where my mind would go to after losing a round like that. And it's 2 rounds where, you know, praise Senpaius in the clutch on that CT side. It's 2 rounds now where, I mean, this time he is the last man standing in a 1 versus 3. It's not all on him. But 2 back-to-back positions where he needs to win a critical duel. He gets read into too hard by Simca in one of the prior rounds, and then now just devastated. So yeah, there's challenges, there's hurdles.
Yeah.
And overcome emotionally and technically.
And a technical timeout afterwards is not going to be helping at all. I mean, this is always one of those things about tech timeouts. They introduce such variance in terms of what you're thinking about, what you're sort of going to be stewing in. As far as I'm aware, you're not allowed to actually speak during the tech timeout either. And again, I could be completely wrong because online matches are a little bit different, but I do think they have referees sitting there with you, making sure. But again, I could be wrong. I wouldn't claim to know the inner workings. Can you imagine stewing in silence for like 2-3 minutes after that?
Yeah, it can either fester or it can free you. You know, I think there's a lot of, yeah, like you said, it's a bit of an unknown quantity. It's all about how you react in the dead time, because some teams need that moment to breathe, and others would rather just push past it. And wouldn't want to let it fester. So,
and look, we've talked about it from the heroic perspective. For Zero Tenacity, this has to be their second win. We need Nemanja to be able to come alive outside again. We need Brute Monster, who now has the AWP, to be able to get activated. Kyoko has given them that I wouldn't call it olive branch, but he's handed them an oar to make sure they can swim to shore. Technically, you wouldn't be swimming if you have an oar. I understand, but I forgot what you call those little boats that you have oars with, okay? Gondolas? Canoes? Okay, yeah, okay. I was thinking of a gondola. I was like, yo, Venice is pretty romantic, but...
I don't think there's any romance happening in the comms right now.
Have you ever been canoeing?
Yeah, I've canoed. I've kayaked a lot.
Well, we're back in the game, so
Yeah, it's alright.
maybe we'll get the lore later
Save
on.
you from a sinking ship.
I don't know what kind of ship Heroic are on, but Zero Tenacity right now are on a speedboat. It is going to be collision course with Heroic immediately in the Tech 9s, and Emania picks up one, and again, Simca somehow is stalwart with the triple kills on this A site.
Yeah, the flashes didn't catch him. I mean, he's sitting up on top of that heaven, and as they're coming out of HUD, it's just a simple funnel once again. A nice pacey type of play, but with the emergence of that player out from the main smoke, it just becomes so half-hearted. Someone has to be watching that, but you have 4 players coming out of HUD, you just don't have the manpower to distribute like that. They couldn't trade Simca. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a dead man walking. Ran through the flames instead of being tinged by them.
It's about to be 11 to 10. Unless Sun Pius and Tanir can get some ridiculous kills, you're going to be one gun round away from losing this map. Those kills aren't coming.
This is the kind of thing that can happen after winning back-to-back clutches. It's completely taken the wind out of the sails of Heroic. Yes, they've been on low buys, but they're barely getting an inch. We contrast that to the first series we had with Big and BC game. You know, some of the low buy rounds that Big was pulling off were absurd. They're crazy.
Yeah. And right now, Zero Tenacity keep 5 alive. Look at their money. It is...
And 4 alive the round prior.
It's...
They're looking great.
And to be honest, in positions like this, it's not even about money for me. It's about, hey, Heroic lose a 3 versus 1, and then they get basically, effectively no kills, right? One, whatever, it doesn't matter. They don't cause a dent. And these are young players. I need a killer call right now where they can turn their brain off and only focus on what they've been told to do. It's a tough map for the T side, but that's why sometimes we see brilliance from IGLs and coaches to be what pushes teams through. Heroic require that, but Zero Tenacity so far, they've had the stopping power.
Yeah, and they've got the motivational rounds to look at. So while mood is high in one camp, it is low in another, and Saul needs to have either inspired or given them something to lock in on. Outside pressure, LNZ finds that first kill. That's Nemanha down. Surviving on 1 health is the in-game leader of Heroic. Even the spam from xFloud keeping Brute Monster at bay, forcing him away from those duels outside. Kyofo sees nothing when he blows that smoke open. That's as far as their info gathering, their hunting will actually push them to do. It's actually a double play into the secret steps where Z10 try and find a counteraction.
There's going to be no one on outside, and that means that there's a window where you find this to be practically a free A site. Simca can offer some resistance. He's got an incendiary as well, should he desire to deploy it, and when they start to see that there's no one on outside, suddenly he becomes a little bit more worried. No, they don't. Simca, sorry. Brute Monster. Kyofo lies in wait. He's asked for company to be given over to him instead, and AVN's flank is going to be a bit too late, even though he gets LNZ. He brings it back to a 4-on-4. Now it's about the retake, but no, they have chosen poorly. Simka somehow again defends. The round's not over yet, though, as Heroic still have a hope. They've got a pinprick of possibility on this B-bomb side, but if AVN finds Youngster, that pinprick might as well be gone. Tanir's got to get a 1v3. He's caught between angles and he can't find anything. How does Simka keep on doing it?
I mean, it's all set up by the fact that they go for that double secret push. I mean, one's flanking outside, the other still commits to that lower side of the map because they know that a possibility of vent drop is available. Simka's just ready to fly up that vent if they decide to attack that A bomb site. It's a very reactive position, but they come straight to Simka. These have been devastating round losses. Z10 have managed through so many of them, and now are sitting on the precipice of winning this map, where Heroic had all the momentum, had set themselves up, honestly, perfectly. Those back-to-back clutches have devastated Heroic, stopped them in their tracks, and now every play that follows feels like overthought or undershooting.
Nemanja will be a victim once again on outside, but that didn't stop them in the previous round. Xfad, though, he's got a different thing in mind. They will be able to extend that lead. 5 versus 3 now just 2, and Heroic will be able to turn this mental pressure off just long enough to keep themselves in the game.
And this time, no Simka. Outrageous behavior, no clutches, no multi-kills. But still money in the tank for Z10 to combat this final round. It's OT or bust here for Heroic. If only every round could be as simple as just killing them all around the map.
We've already seen one 13-11 heartbreak today. It was what pushed Big Clan down to the lower bracket. Heroic are hoping to avoid that same fate. Nice nade on Youngster to start things off with Zero Tenacity. This time are playing a little bit more passively on outside. It will not be Nemanja trying to get aggro. It will instead be populating the vent that is priority as they wait for what looks to be an upper execute, at least a fake one, if nothing else. Boot Monster.
X-Cloud. There's so many players ready to greet them around the edge of that smoke. It's a Nemanja double. Tanir and Youngster answer back, and Sampai is able to come out from Hut. It's still a 2-on-2, but Tanir's low.
Brutes is watching out for the crossover. Sanpais with the bomb plant. Tanir has to cover it off. Tanir misses out on that initial shot, and now, although he will get it, he's got no HP to fight in through the flames. Zero Tenacity will find 13. Heroic fight hard, but every clutch, every multi-kill, everything goes the way of Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and a very, very solid performance, and these key moments from Simka and Kyofo really just set the tone for the remainder of that second half. I mean, some good fight towards the end there from Heroic, and even that final round did hang in a bit of a balance, but some key shots being missed, some, honestly, lack of reactions or not playing off each other incorrectly. Those were exploited and, honestly, punished very frequently by Zero Tenacity, and that's exactly the type of team they are. They play sporadic, they constantly move, but when you make mistakes, they are amplified by just how, I mean, tenacious actually this team is.
Yeah, it does feel like they don't really ever live up to their name, damn it. I have to say, though, what's really refreshing about this win from Z10 as well is that it wasn't the Nemanja show, right? It isn't this insane lurks and he's coming through from behind and everything. Some good calls, of course, don't get me wrong, but fragging-wise, it really was about Simka on that upper bomb side. It was about Kyofo in a couple of those moments as well. Hell, even in some of the head-to-heads, Boot Monster got a few very important kills. So as we look forward into Mirage, now things become interesting because now we get to see a Zero Tenacity with basically all guns blazing, but still room to go for more potentially. But can Heroic fight back on their own map, pick a map that they haven't had all that much success on in the past? Let's find out after a break.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Heroic might be kicking themselves for that new clause as we come back to the IEM Dallas European qualifiers. Zero Tenacity, though, are hoping to close things out here on Mirage.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say towards the end of that nuke, it almost felt like Heroic lost the mental game. You know, they looked flustered, they looked out of control in a fair few situations, but they actually did have advantages, and they had ways out of rounds. Zero Tenacity just had this stopping power, this multi-kill factor and clutch potential that really rocked them towards the end of that nuke. So when we end up in a Mirage where there is bound to be a couple clutches, there's bound to be a couple of late rotates from both teams on that T side, I am expecting Heroic to make that bounce back. You know, with the guidance of Soul, with the way that they were composed at the start of that nuke, I expect that should be the way that Heroic also starts in that Mirage. Otherwise, Zero Tenacity could just win by a mental game almost.
Now, listen, I pose a question to you, Michael,
Okay.
right? Because obviously this is something we always do. Before a game, we're looking over towards, sort of stats and everything. And it always felt like for this former Sangal core, Mirage was a map that they could actually rely on until they hit higher tier opposition. And then they would just fall flat. A lot of that felt like it was coming down to semi. Now, Sun Bias is here over for them instead of that. My question is, does this additional, element of an AWPer who, realistically, no disrespect to Sammy, but Sun Pius is obviously on a different level in that regards, does that expand their map pool massively, or are we still going to be expecting to see problems over here? Would it go beyond just that one player?
Again, I don't think we've seen the best of Sun Pius yet on this roster, so I think it's kind of hard to say just yet, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, I mean, it is just an upgrade in pretty much every map, so...
Yeah.
I mean, if we're just thinking about it from a pure skills standpoint, this roster has only gotten better, so it should, in theory, expand their map pool. I mean, we saw Sampayas take good initiative on a couple of those rounds on CT side in particular with the AWP. I think that was always something that let Sammy down, is that T-side opening wasn't his strength. His CT opening, yeah, he would just miss more shots. For Sampayas, he's still never really been this hyper-aggressive T-side oper either. So in terms of the explosive potential in taking sites and side executes, I still think that is a bit of a limitation, perhaps. The only times we've seen Sampayas be that aggressive is way back in like the Movistar Riders, really. Even on Ents, he was a bit more contained. So for me, I want Sampayas to get confidence back before I can start thinking about Heroic expanding their map pool and being a force to be reckoned with on a few of the maps now.
At the same time, though, I also have to ask a question that, it sucks to ask, but is Simca going to be just as good? Because he was really superpowering some of those side holes, and you're not expecting that from an anchor every time.
Yeah, I'm not really expecting it from Simca in general. Yeah, I don't think it'll be as simple. Mirage is a map where you're, almost always getting split. I think what Simca was able to do on Nuke was he was locking down choke points. There's going to be a few different avenues of attack here for Heroic, and we'll see them on that attack to start.
It'll be a smoke out, waterfalling into triple like we saw earlier on. Sampayas will start to navigate around it and hope to cut off Nemania's head. But right now it's Kyopo who's been pushed back. There are 3 players in CT, soon to be 4, but cut down. Nemania's missed everything and given xCloud a chance while the bomb was being planted. But it's a brilliant shot from Brute to take down LNZ, leaving Tenir to be victim number 3.
Okay, those shots were disgusting from Brute. From the quick flick to the instant, crosshair placement straight on Palace, just had that last player locked down. Fantastic shooting there from Brute. Even with Nemania's whiff, Zero Tenacity are able to stabilize and retake. They had to establish CT control, especially when Heroic were going to push forward as fast as that. It's a very common reaction for Ts. You don't have the resources to stall out, sit in the bomb site. So often they will challenge for spawn. And it does sometimes just come down to straight duels. But they got a plant down, so they get this force buy in with some Galils. And already setting up outside of that B bomb site. xCloud to join them a little later. If you can ascend up through Cat, that would be a nice benefit. Smoke top con, clears out a path, and Avian takes a lot of damage on short.
Simca able to get the first one for free, even backs off and gets another one into short. He's watching out. He keeps on getting away with it. I've got my answer, Michael. Somehow, LNZ's coming from behind. It won't be too much of a problem to deal with, but look, at the end of the day, there's been a lot of damage dealt already to ABN. Brute Monster is really the one you're watching out for to close this round, and he does just that.
Yeah, I said there would be difficulties for Simca because he's probably going to get split, but he handled that split like a champ. He's flexible.
God damn.
An athlete, a gymnast, and an anchor.
Counter-Strike player. Is there anything this man can't do?
I've yet to see him all, but maybe we'll get there.
Don't make him. Don't make him,
Yeah,
okay?
maybe we'll get there.
I know he's got it in him. Sorry, it's just so funny to see someone in our body block a decoy, and I know he probably just didn't register for a second, but
he's probably expecting his vision to go out in a second, and then just all of a sudden, I don't have to worry about this. This ain't a smoke.
Well, they don't have to worry about too much in this round regardless. It's going to be 0 kills found for the T side. Heroic are going to be left wanting in their economic terrorism attempts. The CTs will have money.
Yeah, that was certainly one way to phrase that.
I don't know, man. I was thinking of the Confessions of an Economic Hitman, the book. I'm like, can I get a reference? I'm not smart enough for this. Never mind.
Halfway in, all the way out. So far, Heroic getting not getting far on these site takes. Got a bomb plant and the pistol, but have been stuffed ever since. It's only 3 rounds, of course. Now they finally have AKs in their possession, and this is looking like an A-side split. Very fast con control, and they're walking through their bottom con smoke, so they should be able to flank out these players, especially the one emerging out from jungle. xCloud, a good entry, and Kyofo completely mollied and burnt to a crisp, but there was a player at the back of the bomb site, Simanha, with the MP9 that's come away with a double. xCloud has him pinned in position, and LNZ tries to force the issue. He will succeed. It is now Simka, the Grim Reaper, that stands in their way.
xCloud is low. He can't take this peak. They can't cross over here either easily. The smoke goes out, and it's all a question of will they cross before he goes by it. They're not ready for it. No, xCloud peeks in and blindsides him. Oh, that looks scary for a second.
Yeah, I did get worried.
And listen, when we're talking about worries, you know what worried me? How does Nimana get 2? This reminds everyone that the crouching accuracy for the MP9 might have been changed, but the standing has not been.
Yeah, it's just too strong. Also, Nimana did just bait a lot on that bomb site, so they were really not expecting an extra man.
It's called trade fragging.
Yeah, and he did get his 2 kills, so... It's always been the misnomer about baiting. It sounds bad, but if it's done well, it's very effective.
It's true. Ooh! That's unreasonable. Galil made to look like an AK with a lack of head armor. And suddenly Brute Monster is feeling very scared, peeking in. Youngster even gets a quick jump up onto Firebox, but it's Brute Monster to still find one elsewhere. AVN peeking through. Youngster on the other side will be able to get another one. Tenier side swipes as well for more, and Simka hitting the deck. Very nicely done.
Now, unless something is given over to Zero Tenacity, this should be a call to save. You see Brute is still positioned deep, just outside the market, and with nothing giving here for Heroic, Z10 will slink back for that save. It's a lovely entry. Instant scaling there from Youngster as well. I think recognizing that Kyofo is often that solitary sight man and just took that information and ran with it. Carved a path straight into that A-bomb site. Heroic are actually on the hunt for these weapons.
It's surprising. This is not good.
Yeah, I was not expecting them to actually to give chase.
Let's see whether it comes out back to bite them or not. Right now, for Zero Tenacity, it's time to figure out what their own purchasing is going to look like. They can drop out a pair of pharmacists from the 2 players who saved, so that possibility certainly exists.
Brute's currently on 2 kills a round, as it stands. Obviously got 3 kills in the pistol. Got 2 in the anti-eco.
Yeah.
And then I think 3 against the other... Or, sorry, you got 2 in the anti-force buy and then 3 in the anti-eco.
Sounds about right. It's a lot of kills.
Yeah. So, -5.
Deaths go up, kills do not.
Yeah, all kills matter.
Unfortunately, all deaths might matter a bit more.
Yeah. He's 10-1, he's got his hands still on that AWP. So if he's feeling himself, he might try and get a little bit active. And he's doing exactly that. A couple of mid-smokes thrown by the T's, but he clears out middle by his lonesome with that AWP. While Heroic are set up for the complete A execute, and there's so much utility out. Numanha immediately clotheslines one, but there's more players with pistols, and an AK that AVN has recovered inside of Palace. Brute, even past the edge of the smoke at stairs, has brought it back to a 2-on-2, and they know about AVN inside of Palace. But he's completely rerouting.
The op's been recovered. They're worried about it rotate back to B, and rightfully so. Simka has a sight line to cross back in A if they've been pushed into CT. At this point, AVN is making the right moves. He can only look to try and watch out potentially for...
He's jumping window.
Oh no, this is going to be not quite the regroup they were hoping for. Now LNC only has to wait and see whether anyone's going to be pushing through. But look at this, AVN starts to move back out towards underpass here. At least going to have 2 prongs of assault ready and waiting at that B-bomb site.
I mean, they heard him drop. They heard him try to make the jump into short and instead jump into the underpass. So they're very conscious of the flank into the T apartments. It should be a sitter of a kill here for Youngster. As long as Simka doesn't somehow apply too much pressure from short and draw attention away.
That's exactly what he's hoping to do. The problem is the lack of utility and the lack of kits. This is basically a done deal, and the CTs realize it now. They need to move back and save. Had Avian committed to the B-bomb site, maybe there was a world where you still make this work, but anything short of that would have been tough.
Yeah. I mean, it was effectively a 50-50 call where, you know, because of AVN's position on A, they could have just been stopping, freezing, and waiting to see if AVN reaggressed either from ramp or palace. He took the long reroute. He wanted to regroup. You know, Brute was making... It wasn't urgent at all, sort of, with his AWP. And ultimately, you know, he makes the wrong gamble. If he'd done a massive reroute, if he'd stayed on A, you know, I think... Obviously, the reroute to B would have been great, but it's a hard decision to make. Or get themselves out of some dire straits, though. That was 2 saved weapons and USPs. And it almost ends up as a Z10 win.
Oh, great Molotov. Avian's been pushed out, and Youngster punishes him for his position. Finding the early advantage, and you still have X-Cloud yet to reveal anything about his position. Kyofo, rather, Nemanja, will look to see if he can find anything back down in the middle. There's still 2 T-side players here, so plenty of presence for sure. There are 4 Molotovs and about 9 flashes still available. Nemanja through the smoke catches a stray few bullets, and X-Cloud is down low.
This might shift the game plan slightly. I mean, X-Cloud is going to be a late activator, or the first prong to the assault. If they deal with him inside of the bottom side of Con, it suddenly leaves an open line for some Pious.
They might not expect Kyofo at Sandwich because that's where they found Avian earlier on. That's what Kyofo is relying on. And right now, he's not going to be cleared out by anyone. They do it just in case. Youngster makes sure there is no laziness in this execute, but Brute Monster still trades it away before the smoke will fall. It's consolation at best, but maybe Simka can make a difference. No. Surely not.
What is happening here? They're both playing with the smoke, and they've traded spots.
No, they're both back in the exact same positions.
But they thought about it. Yeah, that's a little troublesome there for Kyofo. I mean, the strength of Sandwich is, if your site players are fighting, then Sandwich is effectively an like it's a very hard position to clear out unless it's Molotov'd. I mean, your attention is going to be drawn to the backside of a jungle smoke, or maybe even a player flying through the stairs, or blowing open the top stairs smoke, or fighting from CT. Those are the angles you really have to worry about. But as soon as they cleared basically everything on A and there was no reaction, no one peeked from Firebox, no one peeked from default, they molly under. It's kind of process of elimination. Why is it so silent? Why have they left A completely open? They're either deep inside jungle, or there might be another man in the sandwich. Youngster destroyed both of them, so...
That's the thing about sandwiches. Sometimes there's double meat. You gotta finish it all off.
Yeah, sometimes the sandwich just sucks.
I think Youngster enjoyed that sandwich, actually.
Yeah,
I'll have you know.
Probably.
He's gonna leave a very nice Yelp review. Zero Tenacity, though, at the back of a diner experience, will be finding themselves a round behind, 3-4 now, with still the straggled together half buy off the back of the AWP of Brute Monster over here as well. They're really drawing straws.
This feels like a certified brute moment. 3 outside of that B-bomb site, and he's posted already with his big green.
Might be a chance for a straight head-to-head between the Oppers. It's something that seems like a rarity sometimes. Brute finds the one. Senpais will be taking a position, but it's a position Brute has now long vacated. They don't know who's here. It could be a stack. AVN's revealed position as well. And now as the 2 players inside ladder will start to push forward, it's AVN to be found. They're not ready for the second. Simka takes a trade.
Oh, they make noise dropping into the underpass, so they're very conscious of this reroute back through the underpass to connector. That was a path that was trying to be cleared out, and now it's just fully read into. Heroic 2-on-4. You can see how quick Z10 are able to react off these positions. I mean, Simka's, or rather Brute, sorry, has taken a deep line inside of the B apartments. They're playing too close towards that window.
Flash dodged by Simka as well. He was looking away all along. Heroic will not just lose this round, they barely do any damage to the CT economy in the process as well, just not respecting the possibility of that Brute AWP that they know he has been continually saving.
I think it's as well just... It's... I mean, they've got a minute on the clock. They start pressuring towards that connector, and, you know, xCloud gets his 1 kill. I think it's, what, LNZ, if I'm not mistaken? Secondary player inside of middle.
Yeah.
You know, they have a potential path, but there's... It's not that there's not a lack of urgency. It's that the 2 pieces are trying to link up, but they're not on the same page about what timing they're aiming for. Maybe they just thought they could creep that second player up con and get a greater advantage, but it blows up in their face.
Speaking of in their face, Kyofo right next to Palace, and Tanir is maybe not going to be expecting this angle. So Pius goes down, Tanir feels like he has to explore, he peeks forward, he's able to force it out, but the grenade could be what makes a difference. Kyofo decides, I don't want to fight this, even with assistance, I will not take that duel.
Brute is devastating them. I mean, he's 15-2. He's got another double kill with this AWP. And they just both tried to challenge up ramp dry. There might have been 1 flash thrown, but was not enough to pull him away. Oh, okay, well, that's a gift.
Will it be enough? xCloud's still alive. He's able to get another one. Emmanuel caught on the rotation attempt, and he knows there's a player to the back of the site. He was shot by him earlier. Simka still alive, but as xCloud watches out for the push, he dodges away. It's LNZ who forces Simka right back into the crosshair of xCloud. Now he holds on around the smoke. This fantastic round from Zero Tenacity has been all brought apart, and it could be the ace. It really could be. The smoke taken apart, the spray maintained, and LNZ will finish off the gift that xCloud gives them.
That is insane. I mean, from, you know, the initial first kill from xCloud was an absolute gift, but every other following frag he fought hard for. I mean, he routes out of the apartments, he dives into the site and just keeps ripping heads off, and he reads as well the reposition from that secondary site man on B. You know, he cut the rotate, but he knew there was still an extra man to deal with. And it's just so well communicated. xCloud maybe providing the spark that Heroic need. Found themselves back in the lead, but there's been many rounds where Z10 have been able to shut them down, and it's on these site holds. Simka completely unchecked. They're facing forward for short because they know that there's presence from AVN, but Simka's doubled up and long range with that MP9. It will fall short, but it's 3-on-3, just narrowly now an advantage because of LNZ.
Monster is able to take that advantage away from them, though. Back to a 2-on-2, the bomb cannot be planted. They've got plenty of time at the very least, but look at where it is. It has to make the cross back, and the smoke will at least assist in ensuring that Tanir bomb gets planted. Oh no, he's caught with a flash in his hand inside the middle of the site. Senpais now called to order. 2-6, suddenly 2-7. Zero Tenacity will be able to find the 5th, and again, I have to ask the question, is that just disjointment between LNZ and the rest of the team? You know, he's the player who's supposed to be addressing short, but everyone's turning away from Simka even after they've died to him.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the counter smoke that Simca throws as well is partially what funnels their decision making. They know they can't run through that forest or that jail smoke. It's a tough call, but when you know you have this potential flank, it can be. It is a bit perplexing to line yourself up in a crossfire in that nature. No flash to disjoint it. Yeah, certainly could have gone better. Simply just got so much mileage out of that MP9.
Yeah.
And then the 2v2 post plan is they assumed Z10 were going to give them space, but listen, we've watched a fair amount of Zero Tenacity. Do these guys give players space when there's plants happening? Rarely.
These guys barely give space to themselves.
Yeah. So just in the moment, just maybe even forgetting who they're playing against, I think.
Unfortunately for Tanier and Senpai, the two players who were locked into that 2v2, they've really had a stinker from apps so far. That's going to have to change.
Yeah. These are the pieces we were talking about the most. I mean, Tanier was like a diamond in the rough, and Senpai is crazy to think that he was a free agent for as long as he was. Or, you know, I guess maybe not a free agent, but
on the bench.
On the bench. Because we've seen how good he can be, but hasn't expressed that as much here on map 2.
Great grenade onto AVN, and Kyofo right now is about to be met by two very deadly T-side players. He's decided he would like to delay this meeting. He's called company over. We'll pick up the one. X-Cloud is gone, and Nemanja switches out for him as well. Simca's smoke could not be better timed, but he might be rotating away. No, to the back of the bomb site he goes. He will still fall. Tanier gets a team kill. The compensation for success immediately found, and that's not what he wanted. 2-on-3 now. An advantage that could have been theirs, and how frustrating is that? But at the very least, they've segmented Brute away. Avian is low. He will fall. Tanier delivers, but is quickly traded. And as Brute Monster is found, Nemanja has a 1v1 to try and commit to. Why is your knife out, Nemanja? Why?
He gets caught. I mean, the HE is thrown. Youngster hears it coming and just swings him on that timing. I think Nemanja was hoping that he'd play for time and that the HE would actually stop him from being able to hear anything, but Youngster played ahead of it. It's a really nice heads-up play from Youngster, but you're banking on a lot there if you're Nemanja. That's the type of player he is, though. High risk, crazy plays. And yeah, sometimes he does sometimes look foolish.
That craziness is going to lead to a 7-5 potentially.
Yeah, you don't often want that kind of presence in a clutch.
And Pius. He's got two more players where that comes from. Kyofo knows that there's a man behind the cart, but he doesn't know about his bodyguards. It is going to be only Brute left alive. And as good as this first half has been, he's 17-4, but there's really nothing he can do. 4 kills, is that what you're asking for? Impossible. Heroic find 7, and the second half we'll find out whether they can close out on their own map pick. Where Heroic had difficulties towards the end of Nuke, maybe we have seen the same from Zero Tenacity in this first half of Mirage. A fantastic performance from Brute Monster is still hindered. It is hindered by a couple of very, very good calls and a few great moments from players like Youngster. Youngster has to be the one to lead the charge back into the bomb site. He's hoping to have Sanpayas to provide a little bit more assistance from short, but he just can't find the duel. Kyofo holds on, but the reload timing will be where he's caught out. Youngster and X-Cloud somehow still find the kills. Their HP is what might hold them back as Brute Monster continues to watch out. Oversight from the top of apartments. He gets another one. But now with the time running down low, the kit not present, it's really just Brute Monster's game, rather round to win. And X-Cloud, the fat lady has sung. He no longer has the time. He will have to concede. Well, Brute gets the money. Yeah. Great grenade. Okay. Okay. LNZ. Yeah, Nemanja didn't feel like he was in position to be able to capitalize on that at all. LNZ 5-7 does not end up being particularly trustworthy. AVN, in the meanwhile, though, can't trust that stairs angle. X-Flat, no punish him from it. Advantage for Heroic has been found, but the beat bomb site conceded. There is still maybe a chance for Tenier to be boosted back up into short for a quick peek out over, but they'd rather regroup their forces and not. No, Tenier's in underpass. Never mind. I have lied to you. Ooh. Yeah. Good side from him. I mean, AVM being taken down over there as well as great juggling of aggro and just taking advantage of it, knowing what is going on with his teammates. Brute Monster initially missing out with a scout. Feels like he can really do no wrong, but maybe that will start to change on this T side. Much more difficult to get production here. The one thing is, though, for Z10 is this is where you can't really rely on him the same way. You do need Kyofo AVN to start showing up and putting up some more numbers. And okay, they might be able to find a creep forward with a deagle, but in the meanwhile, Nemanja has gone down in middle. Tanier reveals that he's deep and short. That's where they're hoping to exploit LNZ. They will be able to do just that. A smoke now down in the middle of the bomb site will allow the bomb to be planted. Can they get any more kills? Another would be great, but with Senpai's finding Simka immediately after the plant, Kyofo's in no man's land. And as he peeks forward, he will not find even a chance to take that head apart. Well, they're playing Wingman at 5-on-5. This time there is a fake on the other side, and this time there is a good trade immediately. Remember, Tanier had dropped down from short, so this is going to be a lengthy rotation backwards for what could be an early flank. But Brute Monster now taken down 4 versus 3 immediately. The CTs are looking to try and maybe even move onto the site before the bomb is planted. The bomb is not, in fact, planted. And Avian's left all alone. Yeah. Youngster in pursuit of AVN. Now that he knows what's coming in his way, he wants that money. Oh. Well, there's that money Youngster's been looking for all across that flank. 11-6 and Zero Tenacity have realized that, unfortunately, although they may have been, thinking in that scrimmy, hey, we can continue hitting that one side, scrims have to be played fully. Zero Tenacity might just have their time cut short over here. This is potentially their last full gun round of this game. Change up attempt from Heroic side to try and get ahead of what could be an early B play. If they could have gotten information, maybe they're hoping to get a kill back off and make Zero Tenacity completely waste those first 30-35 seconds. Instead, they're punished, and they might be punished twice over. Brute Monster backs off, re-peeks in. LNZ's head is on the ground. At the very least, they do have an aggressive position on Youngster, but if Brute is going to be hard clearing this one out, he will be traded. And oh my god, not even needed. 3 kills for the man, 23 and 9. So much of what Zero Tenacity have found have been on him, even a 4th tag. And they recede. They're going back towards that B-bomb site. It's their second round in the second half after the pistol win. And it does come off the back of Brute just ripping them to shreds. Yeah. And none of those kills are set up by anyone either. This isn't like, oh hey, I'm flashing, you peek, I'm trading you. No.
Oh my goodness. I apologize for leaving you out to dry. I've been muted for I think actually a long time.
Oh dear.
I'm so sorry. He is not having a conversation by himself. I have been responding to him. Just you couldn't hear it, the viewers at home. But it has been B-Site Simulator for Z10, and finally this is one of those moments where Heroic tried to get ahead of that play. They tried to get information, stack the right bomb site, instead they just got destroyed by brute monsters, so... Oh, what's happening with xCloud? Almost looked like he tabbed out for a second.
As long as he's tabbed back in, I suppose, no harm, no foul. That's a nice flashbang. Senpais has been left on the slightly risky duty of defending this B-bomb site, considering the trends Zero Tenacity have followed so far. Now listen, that trend might not continue. And that's what they are really hoping for.
Oh, this could be really bad.
Oh, he's going to be spotted out. The angle advantage for xCloud, and twice over! Where there is Brute on one side, xCloud populates the other, and a smoke to assist his retreat.
Yeah, it was bad, but I didn't know for whom. I mean, AVN was holding the angle, so you would think he would have some kind of advantage, but... Yeah, xCloud has been so important for Heroic. Shining light in what seemed like a dark state of affairs, given the way that the last map closed. Well-placed Molotov, and he will punish LNZ. Tanir is here to receive, so they know that there's more presence than they would have anticipated on this A-bomb site, and Youngster swinging out for the double kill. Fantastic work from Heroic, getting ahead of that play, and just by placing some Pious on that B-bomb site, suddenly all the nameplates have changed. Z10 don't have a read on whether it's a rotate, a site anchor, how many players they're expecting to receive, and they lose out on important duels, I mean, basically via xCloud to get it all rolling. I almost feel like I have to compensate for the fact you've had to, for the viewers at home. You've been the only one speaking for so long.
It's just a reminder to everyone. Like, hey, wait, what's that voice? He can do voices?
Yeah.
Wow. I think compensation needs to be provided from a lot of the Zero Tenacity side right now.
Yeah.
12-7, Heroic are going to be in a position to just shut it out off the back of, you know, a couple of anti-B-side hits, and feels like that's all she wrote. A couple of good plays. xCloud having a great B-side hit of his own on the T side. Yeah.
That neighbor do more damage. The second one
there
definitely
you go.
will. Yeah. Make up for lost shrapnel.
the CTs are starting to explore, and this is where mistakes can be made. They're doing it smart, though. They're boosting up. They're making sure that they're not going to be funneled forward into the Eagles or anything like it. And very, very wary of the Brute Monster AWP that they know is likely going to be in his hands. Here, I think spotted out Nemanja over there, and now he certainly has. Head chopped off. 55 seconds on the clock, and 3 players who are slowly inching forward down middle. And as the peak comes through, Simka will not be able to stop his teammate from being taken down. xCloud gets one before he's traded. At LNZ, always good for that single. It'll be enough. Heroic find 13, and Zero Tenacity's T side crumbles.
Yeah, it really felt like they only had one real game plan coming into that T side. I mean, they hit the B bomb site so many times. They tried to exploit LNZ, who, I mean, to be fair, in-game leader as the sole anchor on that B bomb site, I could see why you would try and target him. But even when they were finding that kill, LNZ would frequently get one, and then all the rest of his team would pick up the rest of the pieces. I mean, you had xFile popping off, you had Tanir getting double kills sometimes in defense of those bomb sites, and it really didn't feel like there was much of a backup plan there for Z10. I mean, the best looking round, I mean, the only real round that they actually pulled together on gun rounds was Brute just triple killing them with an AWP, which is far from repeatable or shows any sort of real insight into how they're going to exploit Heroic. So this is a good looking map for Heroic to bounce back after what was honestly quite a devastating loss on the first map in the series in Nuke.
Absolutely. And look, over here on Nuke, we talked about how there's some great calling coming out from Nemanja. There's some great, really good holds from Simka. There's, individual moments from everyone. They're all looking so good. They didn't look that good going into Mirage, right? We really weren't seeing the best from Kyofu. We weren't seeing the best from AVN. And I don't care how many kills Nemanja got. We weren't seeing the best from Nemanja because it's not about the numbers. It's about what's going on the map as well for him. And that is where, as a fracking IGL, you get double the scrutiny sometimes. And unfortunately, on Mirage, that responsibility, to some extent, he's going to have to shoulder it. The good thing, though, for Zero Tenacity is the map coming up after this one, it's Anubis. Michael, I don't need to tell you, they are not strangers to it.
Oh, yeah. And if we're going to be looking at Nemanja maybe under-delivering on his calling or even fragging, this is a map he actually cannot afford to go missing on because he is so... I mean, it's probably his best map.
Well, let's find out whether that remains the truth or if Heroic will be thundering through after a quick break.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
We have seen a bit of a crumble on Nuke from Heroic. We have seen an absolute capitulation on Mirage now from Zero Tenacity. We are going to see an Anubis on the way to IEM Dallas in the European qualifiers. But what are we going to see? Michael, please tell me you know, because I don't.
I suppose it's hard to really gauge just how well we're expecting Heroic to play on this map, because obviously they're having to bed in new players. They've also had to play an event where they didn't have their full 5 for part of the event at the start of the year with the Blast Bounty. And it's also a map that, listen, it was something that Sangal as a core were actually frequently playing, but they, to be honest, they looked a little bit better composed than current Heroic do. But even then, current Heroic have had some very close losses on this map. I think it's going to come down to how much of that extra work they've been able to put in after Katowice, for them to have tightened up some of their post plans. I think there were a few moments where players on Extremities were overplaying their hand before the rest of the team was kind of ready to go. Those are small things that can be fixed as they develop as a roster. Whereas for Zero Tenacity, they have this pretty much down pat. You know, they always have played a risky game. They always take initiative on CT sides, and they know how to manipulate rotations really, really well on this map. And they didn't go through any roster moves. I don't know how much prospect they had in terms of scouting talent they would have been able to acquire, but they did not make roster moves. And so it is a situation where I expect Zero Tenacity to actually get off to a very good start on this map, just because it's so familiar to them.
Everything is tilting things towards their favor. I think you're absolutely right about this. And the underperformance that we had from Kyofo and AVN in the previous map, I would be very surprised to see that come up again. I think those players on Anubis in particular have provided so much in the past, and I would be surprised if they don't do so again. If Brute even shows up with 70% of what he was showing us in Mirage, we're going to have a very difficult opera to be dealing with on the map as well. This is Zero Tenacity's map to lose. This is where they're talking to each other. They're thinking to themselves, we're one map and a series away. This is where we can make sure that our road to Dallas is a little bit cleaner. But at the same time, you are still going up against Heroic, who, look, say what you want about the Sangal core, everything, they do have Saw behind them, and it's a character who we've obviously referenced a fair bit. But just to remind everyone, Saw has taken so many teams to the top 10 with a new IGL every single time now at this point. He has been finding success with Ents even before Snappy was on there. He's been taking these, once upon a time finish lineups into these positions where they never should have been able to qualify as Havu even. That is his legacy. And the question is, can he maintain that when he's got an underdog against him? It's a position that he hasn't necessarily always been in.
Yeah, and I think if we're thinking about recent years and the history with Soul, this is probably an easier stepping stone as opposed to some of the previous projects. I mean, especially the last core that he had. It did really start from sort of ground up, bringing in a new in-game leader, retaining some of your previous star level players, but then also having to swap pieces in and out. You didn't have that foundation to lay your groundwork upon. So for them, I mean for Soul, the challenge isn't as complex, but getting that extra 15-25% that Sangal core needed to, I guess, level up is really going to be the main focus, as well as bedding in and getting the best out of some Pious, which I still think we have yet to really see flourish on this roster. They know they've got a pretty slam dunk player in Tanir. They know that they've got options as well, should that fall through, which, to be honest, I don't expect to happen given how well Tanir has been playing. But for Soul, the challenges don't ever stop. But this time it does seem like they have reduced.
Look, I mean, that's obviously putting it in some perspective. I don't know if I fully agree with it or not, but regardless of that, I think the point that you raised about Sunpice is a very important one, right? It's that, hey, we're all thinking he's got more to deliver. We haven't seen his full potential, but in the back of our minds, there's this itchy feeling. There's this, scrambling thought. Is he ever going to? And look, yeah. I hope he does. I really hope he does. He's an incredible player. Great to see him on the stages. But you know what else he could be? he could be a stepping stone right here for Zero Tenacity to find that road, to find that first step towards their path to an S-tier LAN in IEM Dallas. It's map number 3, and it's all decided here.
Yeah, so far, this series, I mean, Nuke was pretty head-to-head, but on Mirage, Brute out-oped some bias. I mean, you saw the kind of production he was getting on that weapon, even in a losing effort. And that was not how I expected that head-to-head to go.
It is a CT side where Zero Tenacity will start off their pistol round. Looks to be an A-sided split and finish with 3 players coming down middle for their heroic camp. It is only Kyofo who's in position to defend. It's going to be a late rotation from Nemanja to try and provide assistance, but Kyofo's missed out initially. Nemanja is the one to collect on 1, and Kyofo's done the same. Trades come out from heroic, and the plant will as well.
Oh my, the burst from Xfloud as well, instantly gunning down that camera rotate. Simka trying to play close, and Xfloud will double up for another, and they are fully aware of Brute Monster on this flank. He's contained, trapped in at this pillar, and he can still isolate fights like this, but it's an instant delivery there from LNZ. The flashes didn't do a whole lot in terms of, you know, stopping Kyofo's sight lines. He's still able to get at least his 1 kill, and Yermanha did make his rotate in time. But they needed more from the initial site defense if they really wanted a chance. Or they had
It's
to
a nice timing.
Or they had to instantly gun down Xfloud, sorry.
It's a nice timing being hit by Heroic over there as well. The fact that they commit with mid so much earlier than the A-sided hit. Kyofo's caught in between angles. It's a terrible position for dualies to be fighting up as well. Works out quite well for them. Now, they go into what should, hopefully, fingers crossed, be the easiest round of the game for them.
It's USPs.
I just don't want them to lose too many players, that's all.
Sure.
It's been an issue Heroic has faced actually so far in this series. Against a couple of these ecos, against a couple of these, you know, even just low deagle buys. They've gone down to 1 player, 2 players, and been punished for it.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. Set up for a B hit, but look at the aggression here from Zero Tenacity. These USPs get a whole lot of nothing. Ah yes, the don't clear me corner, please.
I believe it is called Ostrich, but yeah. Out in the sand and hoping that things will be okay. Zero Tenacity now move on to their first gun round. It's Heroic. Will hope to extend a good start.
Yeah, good money made. For LNZ as well. More chances to build on that as well. Lack of head armor on Yermanha and Brute. Should expect that they'll be playing distanced fights. They'll know that Galils are still on the table. There's SMGs as well. Can prove to be a major vulnerability. Lurk Smoke instantly deployed by Heroic towards B, and so we'll put the B side players on notice, but look at the aggression that they're facilitating here for Kyofo. They tried to burst open that A main smoke, and meanwhile they've found a kill via Simka inside of the connector. LNZ is still crept forward with the use of the smoke on the site, and they get a double kill on the entry. It's still Simka at the back of it that's trying to maintain some control.
Lemhan has moved in through the smoke. He's trying to round the corner while the bomb is planted. Tanir is low, so Sanpais has to do some heavy lifting here. He's got the weights in his hands, but he just can't bring them up. It's all down to Tanir, darting to and fro around the pillar, but Zero Tenacity will still come through. Fantastic triple kill from Simka right there. I have to say, it's a strange timing on the Molotov, because it felt like, you know, the Molotov towards Ninja and Pillar felt like there wasn't really the coordination to push through with the Mach 10, so they never actually end up punishing Simka in that position.
They just chop down the rotate and the support, but that firm anchor position at the platform is just... I mean, it's free for Simka because there's a smoke in front of it as well. He can re-navigate, he gets the trade kills he needs to, and then that Nemanja backup kind of came in at a critical time. Talked a little bit about how AVN and Kyofo were maybe a little missing on that first map. But Kyofo as an A-side anchor, his decision making is very solid.
Yeah. It does feel like on Anubis, that's one of the biggest strengths of Zero Tenacity is that Nemanja feels free to do so much in middle because he has reliance over his anchors.
Yeah, Simco on that B bomb side and then Kyofo on A. It's very easy to see why you would have faith in that.
For now, though, he has left mid open. It is going to be reinforcements on either side of the map and a flash up high for Kyofo to take a peek. He knows where Senpaius is and has now overwhelmed him. It's also just a solo peek. Senpaius heard no one. He said the flash was thrown by the player himself, so Nemanja position is still relatively unknown. The X-Cloud turns away, but they're still able to get the kill. It is going to be a quick smoke out to keep mid blocked away. Those grenades will not chase quite far enough. Kyofo has a chance for one more, and he'll find it. Given up for free as X-Cloud again looks away. This time, though, LNZ can only avenge, not save.
Very dangerous plant position. Storage was open, but it would have been a crazy play for Brute to just fully swing for that. Step made, so Tsanir is relaying that information over. And he has to be that unforeseen element. Tries to hold for Heaven, but now they switch between angles. LNZ takes the fight, but the trades are working well for Z10. AVN fighting forward, Youngster out in the open and down to 4 HP. And Brute knows he should have some kind of health advantage. And HE could finish off the job. He's just tapped it. And Youngster will swing, but the nade will chase him. That 4 health was not enough for Shrapnel. And it will be a tying round here for Z10 on the retake.
I'm a little bit surprised to see X-Cloud, in these positions. Of course, I understand you're hoping that your second player is going to be able to clear out anything else. You're very worried about what's going on that particular bomb site as well. But it's just getting blindsided like that. Great retake then afterwards from Zero Tenacity and a fantastic wherewithal to find that grenade on the ground over there as well. I'm not sure if it was calmed over by a teammate or anything like it. That's what it did feel like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, had he not had the HE, the round is incredibly difficult. It's a game of chicken.
Oh.
Wow, they try and boost Con, and LNC's actually got the better of it.
Would have loved to see that from his perspective, but, I like the idea.
Yeah.
Incendiary down doesn't quite spread, and Avian's been making noise. He might not be fully aware about how close Youngster truly is. He should have an idea, though.
Yeah, that's what the molly was used for, so he could recover his smoke and stall for even more time after losing one of his members. Good flash.
Perfect timing. Nemanja has been taken down. It's a 5 versus 3, and now Heroic, who has still yet to commit to either bomb set, can wait for the CTs to regroup, or maybe just go out exploring a little bit more so. Smoke out in middle, and Brute Monster is likely going to have to make the executive decision to save. Oh, no, wow. He might be saving the round. They're going to be able to go back over towards the B bomb site where the attack is coming in from. Kyofo can try and be that late presence. Smoke down in the middle of the bomb site, but plenty of room to work with a grenade to pop it open. Avian gets a second as well. It's back to a 3-on-2, and Brute Monster now given position by LNZ. LNZ chases past to the back of the site, but he can't push forward anymore. He knows the op is going to be watching out for him. Now it's a game for Kyofo, who's starting to come in from dark. A flash to assist him in just that same attempt. We'll be able to find out that now LNZ's been taken down. Only one remaining. It's AVN with the kit. It has to be Kyofo to peek, but Youngsters made quick work of it. Brings it back to 1 versus 1. Kyofo's trying to stick the defuse, but it will not happen. Youngster takes him down.
Kyofo tried to call his bluff. Youngster tried to play it so safe before, only ever peeking when he absolutely needed to when he was on that 4 HP. I think just trying to play with the idea that, there's no way he would stick it. He's got such an advantageous position inside of main. Just killed his teammate that was supposed to be covering for him. But Youngster had the timing absolutely down pat. That is a critical round, but again, there's these small minor mishaps that are occurring. A simple smoke, one smoke to cross. They didn't actually need to journey a player body round that smoke. They could have thrown the bomb over. There were 2 players that came out con, and they almost they almost suffer the round for it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was great synergy there from Z10. Player rotating Temple, blows the smoke for Brute and CT. You know, that's the type of quick communications and synergy you expect from a team that's been together for as long as Z10 have. This core, I mean, this 5, over 2.5 years, I think now?
I never heard any rumors about them leaving either. I never heard any rumors about them being sniped away.
Sorry, almost 3.5 years. AVN, the 2.5 year guy.
And new kid on the block, eh?
Yeah, real new, fresh.
It's going to be all about moving past this force buy from Zero Tenacity, and Heroic can almost guarantee themselves a great T side off the back of it. Can be tricky sometimes to deal with these pistols, but when Nemania's got a smoke in his hand, X-Cloud can just close that distance before it blooms. Nemania's taken down, the A-bomb site found completely empty. And Tanir is actually still fighting elsewhere. He's been pushed on by AVN, who will recover that AK. It might be prudent to consider saving it. Even ferries the Max 7 back to Simca.
Hell, why not? If he gets a kill with this, that's money made. Oh my goodness,
Awesome.
And youngsters in spawn. Does Simca... Okay, that's... I was gonna say, if he cleared that, that would have been outrageous, but it's a triple from youngster. No saves allowed. He's where they buy guns.
Zero Tenacity likely already having a conversation about the next round by that point. And they are punished. 2 to 5 is a projected scoreline likely to materialize. This is going to be quite scary for Zero Tenacity. We haven't really seen anything of aggression from Nemania so far in the mid, and a lot of the times that's what they are reliant on, but you can see why. Heroic has made mid such a focus, and X-Cloud in particular has been diligent in expending every single bit of utility that he can to force that player away, asking for more, asking for flashes, asking for extra mollies.
A full B stack. But with X-Cloud, sorry, not X-Cloud, done the thing. I've looked at the radar and looked at the numbers incorrectly.
It's okay.
Youngster, sorry, probing in towards that A-bomb site. Even if they're postured outside of B, the more that Youngster clears, the easier it'll be to make this decision to reroute. LNZ just has to make sure he doesn't get caught inside of the canals. Yeah, Youngster's cleared everything, so they're calling that bomb back. And LNZ, under pressure, does do well to get his 2. And so that AK can potentially be recovered, safeguarded somehow. Rechallenged. Yeah. X-Cloud will sit atop it.
He wanted to try and find another kill with the Mac 10 before he switches out to it. Maximum value.
Yeah. Also don't want to get caught switching guns, because that would be pretty devastating.
It is true. It is true. I've heard some casters really frown on that. I don't know why. Weird guys.
Yeah. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Well, 2 to 5, like we mentioned. Now comes the question of what Zero Tenacity's plan is going to look like. Brute Monster is not going to have an AWP going into this round. You are going to be insufficient in that. You're likely expecting some sort of an A-side push, maybe a potential canal pincer to be brought together from the Z10 side. But it has to be a play. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They also don't have a kit. Youngsters Mac 10 will find 4 unhelmeted heads. Kyofo is one of them.
You can see Brute wants to come in and support, but I mean, the stalling util from Kyofo is very well placed, albeit forced out of his hand very early. So it does mean that Heroic may have a chance to re-exec this side or re-challenge it. It's a little awkward, a little exchange there with Nemanja, just a jiggle peek in mid, and Tenier will molly him out of position.
Look at how much util they're willing to deploy. It's 2 Molotovs, a deep smoke out, and a flashbang as well. Nemanja's still here though. He's only asked for a flash in response to start pushing forward.
This is a really good call here from Heroic. Smoke down in camera, and sure, Brute will play ahead of it, but there's just no util available here for Z10 to try and stall. Kyoko has to fight, and he gets gunned down immediately by that MAC-10, and Brute run over all the same. That MAC-10 pays for itself and more. A 6th round likely attained by Heroic. You already see Z10 moving to save.
Heroic are so successful that they couldn't ditch their MAC-10s and Galils, and when they finally do, it has to be in exchange for M4s.
Ideal.
And to be fair, they're still looking to hunt. Look at how much money they have. They should. Avian's going to be the first target found. He has to fight for his life over here. Youngster will be able to take him down. And now you continue to tighten the noose. Finding another one is Youngster, and all of these kills so impactful. Zero Tenacity will not have a bye in the next round because of it. 2 to 6 and 2 to 7, pretty much a guarantee.
Yeah, they're not shooting. I mean, Youngster unchallenged from instant Mac-10 headshots. AVN had a fair duel inside of the connector. Youngster just out-dueled everybody in that round. They had M4s, he had a Mac. Even when he's at a disadvantage, when he's him, it's still an advantage.
True.
LNZ has also been climbing in the frag count. Honestly, at the start of this year, it's been really weird for in-game leaders. I swear there's so many of them that have just had incredible series.
You're saying it's been weird for IGLs. You got to talk to Shui, man. He knows all about being weird for IGLs.
That's a whole different can of worms.
But it is going to be pretty weird for this IGL on Z10 as well. Nemanja needs to find a solution. And frankly, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, he's not playing with the same confidence, the same, I don't know, nonchalance as we've seen in some previous Z10 performances.
But how can he look at this util sets that are coming out towards him? Every time he starts a round, it's PTSD.
Yeah, they've thrown the kitchen
it's
sink at
napalm.
him.
It's fury, it's shrapnel, and flashbangs.
And then nothing. Yeah, sometimes it's just there's not even a player there when he decides to reinvestigate it later into the round.
We asked if Zero Tenacity might have been targeting or looking to target LNZ in that previous map. I can tell you, Heroic are definitely targeting Nemanja over here.
Yeah, but almost like not targeting to kill him. They're just targeting to scare him off. And it's been working.
The Scarecrow maneuvers.
Look at this read. I mean, they have pistols, but it's 4 on this B bomb site.
Tenier's Molotov is going to be incredibly important. He has to make sure that that one's deployed out towards the back of the site, maybe out towards, the Ninja Pillar area.
Do they have a HE on Youngster? They do. But they can't actually blow that B main smoke, so they just exec.
Well, Avian gets taken down, and against pistols, I suppose that can work out. I've heard you can't just shoot them.
Yeah, I thought that smoke that they managed to get down towards B main actually just was very well timed. At around that 35-40 second marker. I mean, the smoke would stall out at least 18 seconds, maybe 20. As it fades or as it builds, there's a little bit of a time where you can still move through it.
It's throwing flashes as well.
Yeah, they weren't scared at all.
Why would they be? It's 7-2. They've got a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah. And the under-delivery in the fragging department for Z10 has carried over into this third map. And this time you don't have the saving grace of Brute being able to dominate on the AWP. Constantly straining your opponent's money. I mean, look at the cash for Heroic.
And cash is king.
Yeah, T side, Yeah, Anubis is a T-side favored map, but you're expecting to sustain casualties. You're expecting to have some clutches and strain, but it's been anything but. It's a nice opener here for AVN, but it's instantly traded.
And Simka doesn't know what's coming in for him. He's waiting for the smoke to clear out. He's not going to get a single kill over here. And now Molotov to try and force them away, but the incendiary barely singes them. Youngster's being pushed on, but he's got the trades. No, he doesn't. Tanir too late to swing. In the meanwhile, elsewhere, they've lost out players in Nemanja. Finally able to get a push going for him with a double kill. It's a big one. But the site is still uncontested. Look at how far back Kyofo is playing. They will allow the plant.
It's so quiet. He plants open to temple. And you'll have no idea about Kyofo. Kyofo's just trying to stall, wait for his teammate, but I think he realizes the advantage he has. He sees where that bomb is planted and thinks there's two positions he can be. Deep CT, or he's on the platform and just finds perfect timing to backstab. That's the kind of play that Nemanja can pull off so frequently. Either it's either by reads or by aggressive mid-round decisions, but so frequently he's in the right spots. Outside of that round, though, he's been completely mitigated. So it's a good sign for Z10 that Nemanja was able to come up big with that double kill. Else the round probably was another save call.
And there's still a lot to fight for. If you can get to 5 rounds, this is still great. You forget about that first half entirely at that point. And then T-side, it's much more harder. It's much more difficult to mitigate someone in quite the same way when they are on that T-side. You can't control their positions. You can't control their pathing. Not quite to the same extent, at least.
So many options to reroute on Anubis. Swim it. Great flash. LNZ blind as a bat.
Simka wants to peek out again. Youngster forced away by the incendiary. Simka's going to just confirm that fact and start to re-aggress on his own as the incendiary runs out. Nemanja's found another one, and it's going to be AVN and Simka together. Heroic might have had their run of good form, but it is now falling apart. Zero tenacity, their cleanest round yet.
And I have to say, you know, as I'm talking about the ability to reroute and change positions, Heroic, I get kind of caught bouncing between ideas. Oh, they lose the opening kill inside of connector. Youngster can't find a trade. Okay, let's maybe slink back towards that A bomb site. We have a timing in mid, and as soon as that player is found out, the instant re-aggression into connector. Heroic get honestly kind of devastated. Everywhere they go where they think they have a chance or a way back in, there's either a clean kill from Z10 or a double push. So it is well orchestrated. Some signs of life from Z10's CT side. Double up start here for Heroic. And a spare AK inside of spawn that they can move back into. They're going to see if they can fish for an opening duel. Don't always have to get a kill with a double AWP. Just showing presence can sometimes be enough for players to haphazardly peek into angles, but it's Brute's AWP that actually strikes. Deep peek into B main. Kyofo almost caught with his util out, and he's deploying the whole belt right at Youngsters, applying a lot of pressure on this A bomb site. The flash catches Kyofo entirely, and Nemanja has to be able to find this frag. The flash for Youngster, it's well placed. Brute missing his shot on the reinforcements, but he will find his one. It's LNZ that's broken in with that bomb, but a smoke down. He doesn't have reinforcements. He just wants to tap it and keep Zero Tenacity guessing because he's still got this late lurk on A.
Xcloud is miles away and he's taken the long route on his maps. He's trying to come in from the CT flank and just see if he can find any of these players up in heaven, receding backwards. Zero Tenacity have to be very careful about this.
This is a crazy play.
It's going to be taking that A bomb site. He goes in all the way from behind. It's going to be one freebie. Can there be more? 30 seconds is plenty of time to make a move after this as well. He can duck out, try and watch out, but oh no! Brute Monster has somehow found the perfect timing! The gods have not smiled on xCloud today. It is 5 rounds for Zero Tenacity, upsetting perhaps, but so pleasing to watch. We'll find out what the second half has in store after a break. We're back with Zero Tenacity, who have somehow found 5 despite looking like they were maybe even down and out. Heroic want to stop this comeback from happening. They need to get this pistol round. They need to stop anything that Z10 have been able to get so far.
Dude, look at this. Is a great decision. I mean, it's a 3-man mid-hold here for Heroic, and sure, they have a smoke and a flash available for potential retake, but Z10 simply walk into the A bomb site completely uncontested. Brute has to cut down some of these rotates, but just gets overwhelmed. So man advantage here now for Heroic coming back into this bomb site.
xCloud is the only player away from A main. It's going to be 4 players funneled through over there, and as they're just hoping to clear out CT spawn, Nemanja has to step up and show up. He decides to move away from the duels. They can try and play time. There aren't kits, but look at how fast these T-side players are falling. Sanpai is trying to defend, but it's the falling Simka who might have just saved the day. It still now comes down to AVN. Needs to take the peak, needs to go forward, and it's Youngster's quick bullet to take him out, but it will not matter.
Oh, they just get on that bomb just a little bit too late. That dive into the bomb site there from, I believe it was AVN, right? It was a necessary step. I mean, smoked off inside of heaven. That was their best chance of stopping the plant, or stopping the defuse rather, and it pays off. just in the chaos. Heroic hit some lovely shots back on the retake, but just some of these moments where they get stalled out, even just Kyofo playing close main and trying to keep them at bay. Even though they don't find kills in that initial bout of duels, it still just slows down Heroic enough. When it comes to a tight defuse like that, every second counts. But that looked like a hard read. Firm anti-strat type pistol there from Z10. 2 sets of util on that A-bomb site, and there's just nobody there in the end.
Next spot. Pushes through the smoke into another smoke. I am getting a little bit concerned, though, about whether this is going to be a late round A-side hit, because Heroic is starting to move players back down to middle. Senpais will not be alone in this duel. AVN's already been tagged down. Senpais can even push forward if he'd like to, and just look to collect that quick kill. 5-7's great at this range for either one of these duels. He knows there's 2 players around the corner, but meanwhile in A main, it's Brute Monster and Simka who are trying to find these frags. X-Cloud is getting the better of them, but just can't finish off what he started. Youngster with the Fama skill found. 2 more to look for. Some great damage, but it's not just damage that they want to settle in for when they've come this far. 7-7, Zero Tenacity will equalize.
I think what I'm fearful of here for Heroic is, listen, they had a great start to this game. They were winning with a lot of the early calls, and the mid-round choices were all fantastic on that T side. But if we recall, back to Nuke, all it took was a couple of rounds where there were missed opportunities, bad, or I guess, inability to perform in clutch moments that really felt like it took them out of the game. That's something that they cannot afford to have happen to them in this map, because Zero Tenacity, by and large, here on Anubis, have looked like the worst team. But if Heroic lose that mental battle, then Z10 suddenly hold a lot more stake than you'd anticipate. Here on pistols, Heroic have done decent damage already. It's on Brute Monster to stop them from recovering these rifles, and these pistols will continue to do damage. Rifles can be recovered, and Bomb still has yet to journey away from the outside of this B bomb site.
Kyofo has to be careful. Oh, he finds Senpais looking away, and that is maybe even the difference maker. 55 HP on him. He was a prime target to lose the bomb.
LMZ's be careful. He's so loud.
Made a lot of noise. They know exactly where he's coming in from. He gets the first shot, but it's not enough. Still, fantastic damage. Heroic are still putting themselves in a position to potentially run away with it. Hell, even right now, this Spy is slightly stressed out.
Yeah, they can definitely break the cash here, Z10. I mean, at most in the following round, if Heroic win this one, Z10 can get a hero rifle together, maybe. Even though it's more likely that they opt for a force buy or something pacey. But that's if Heroic find the stop. It's a great HE. Double push in connector planned from the start here by Heroic, and both of them tank 54 damage each.
As bad as it gets.
Yeah, Senpais does find his pick, though, at the very least.
It is still maybe setting up for re-aggression from Youngster to come true. If they want, when the smoke finishes off, you can start to take a gander. That's really the only place where they can try and get some information out of this map. Look at where Brute Monster is right now, all the way deep in the middle. And with that, with Namana dead, they might have the misconception that mid is going to be less of a focus. It does nothing, and Kyofo will only take it as his cue to start going forward. It's another smoke, but it's one he's considering just moving through, and they'll all do it together, only to be met by X-Cloud's double kill and Youngster, who fades away from that lurking Brute. Heroic keep all 5 alive as they fight back on the CT side.
that is one of the problems with having a stressed economy and also expending so many of your resources so quickly. I mean, they desperately dive through that A main smoke, and it just serves them all up on a silver platter there for xFloud. Even if Brute could have activated in from camera, if the first prong of your assault, the one with the majority of the manpower, is dealt with, that lurk can only do so much. So that was exactly what the Doctor ordered there for Heroic, and they do opt for this Hero AK. Simka affords it, drops it to Nemanja, the in-game leader, which many rosters would be criticized for doing perhaps, but on this one, it is justified. But they could have gone with a full half buy with pistols. They really wanted to find an opener with this AK.
And Heroic just decided not to contest. They're sitting back in their bomb sites, waiting for the duels to come to them. Only LNZ to watch out for mid, and even he's just jiggling with an incendiary. But it might be time to call the forces back to A. xFloud is waiting, and they're going to pop through that smoke again. He keeps being given these duels. xFloud and LNZ are as happy as a bee in a bonnet. My God.
I mean, it's just been a hell of a map from LNZ. The calls he was making on T side, some of the kills he's been getting together. He's 22 and 10.
A number I have completely neglected to look at so far. I will be honest, I wasn't even thinking about looking at LNZ's kills.
I mean, he was pretty much neck and neck with xFloud at one point, was he not? Or was it
Youngster? With Youngster.
Or was it Youngster?
Yes.
And he's just flown off the charts.
Zero Tenacity are running out of steam. Help. They might already be out.
I was expecting star power from an in-game leader on Anubis. It wasn't LNZ. It was Nemanja that I was expecting that from.
Maybe the real fragging IGL was LNZ all along. Well, anti-eco is clean, and that is now 3 rounds in a row, if I'm not wrong, where they keep 5 players alive.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's about the right time to use the tactical timeout, I think.
Well, I was saying I was worried about the mental for Heroic. You win rounds like that, ain't no problems. Currently a breeze.
I'm worried about who digs them out of this hole on Zero Tenacity.
I mean, typically it would be... typically it is Nemanja. But he's been somewhat absent this series, if I'm being honest.
I think absent might be putting it lightly, because it feels like he's been specifically neutered.
Yeah. I mean, on that CT side, you can certainly understand. I mean, you do a great job of sort of highlighting. He's getting the kitchen sink thrown at him round after round, and then basically not being given duels. But you still expect him to weasel his way out of it somehow.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a hallmark of his game.
And there will always be games where this happens, but who's the right-hand man?
Yeah, there has to be some kind of backup.
Right now, it does just feel like things aren't looking too different to Mirage. Another focused attempt towards the A site might be being lined up. And it's a site that is really yet to deliver. Simka caught off by a flashbang. xFloud shuts him down. Didn't even stand a chance.
It's just so well coordinated. A molly straight into a flashbang. If there's anybody there, they're just dead to rights.
Look at this. They're immediately turning back for Nemanja. They know what he's trying to do over here. They fight back in the middle, and sure, they're losing numbers. But even so, they're aware. But awareness isn't all. 2 players pushing in through the smoke, but the bomb has to make its way back. AVN without faith to try and protect, but Tenir is even considering out pushing through this Molotov. Kyofo hidden away though is the difference maker. They know youngsters nearby, and he's trying to beat their time. He's trying to beat the play, but Kyofo with 3 is that right-hand man.
Yeah, it's a massive triple. But, I mean, some missed shots along the way. One for Sampius, where it seems like he has a sitter, and then for Youngster and it was LNZ, right? See, I'm doing a terrible job of remembering nameplates. But the last 2 players, LNZ and Youngster, trying to jump through that smoke. I think Youngster got lost in the smoke. He didn't come out with LNZ. When you hear a tap on the plant, the ideal is you create a 2 versus 1.
Yeah.
And instead they offered up 2 1v1s or 1 1v1 and then 1 1v2. So I think that would have been the part of the justification for calling a timeout immediately after a round like that. They have a 3 versus 2 scenario. The player is low inside of middle, and Sampius misses his shot, but the way they played the 2 versus 2 as well is far too panicked and just not on the same page as one another. Or if they were, there were mechanical errors thrown in the midst of it.
For Zero Tenacity, it is winning their sails. For Heroic, it is something to put behind them.
They've had so many beautiful rounds on the CT side.
Flawless. Many times over.
Yeah, even the start of that last round looked great, but the finish that they had problems with.
Monster, they will find that first kill this time. X-Cloud will not be that stalwart defender of the A site. And, well, there is a trade. Simca falls. He was the one tossed with bomb duty as well, but right now it's going to be Nemanja trying to deal back a little bit of what he was delivered. It is a lot of utility down mid, but watch out for Youngster all in the meanwhile. He's pushed through. He's taken control. He knows what he needs to do. This flank, if he finds Nemanja, it becomes a whole lot more difficult to take over the A-bomb site.
Yeah, and he knows that Nemanja will be in middle. It's just a guarantee.
Oh my god, he's looking away. He's going to be able to find it. Now suddenly they can fully focus in. Tunnel vision onto A main. Kyofo able to bait out the shot. He's pushing forward. He's saved 1 round. Can it be another in the cards for him? No, it might not be. Caught between angles, caught between players. It's Youngster to take 1. LNZ to make it 2. 11 on the board for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, 2 massive performances so far from Youngster and LNZ, and this time the activity to push through B main when Z10 have no one responsible for holding it. Nemanja has had a bit of genuinely an off game in terms of understanding the timings, the capabilities of his opponents in these mid rounds. He is not being the thorn in the side that he typically expects to be, and once again, you know, this heroic core that have been brought forward have experience playing this roster. They understand all the tricks of the trade that Z10 bring to the table here on Anubis. I think sometimes the problem always is, even if you know what people are going to do, you still sometimes can't entirely mitigate it. They've done a fantastic job of doing exactly that. Mm-hmm. It's only in these more chaotic 2v2, 3v3s that we've ever really seen stumblings from this heroic roster.
Unfortunately for Zero Tenacity, where Heroic had a trampoline to fall back down on, they've only got the cold hard ground. They've got deagles. Well, they've also not got all 5 of their players still alive.
Yeah, I mean, Nemanja has just been figured out.
Twelfth round at this point is inevitable for Heroic. Oh my god, an accidental kill with it as well. Tenir doesn't even register it, perhaps. Incendiary goes out to the back. Root Monster trying to play tango, but I don't think Tenir is on the dance floor.
Well, 3 chances to close out this series, and given the way that this CT side has been looking here for Heroic, it's hard to say that Z10 have many legs to stand on. Had a nice triple kill from Kyofo in a 2 versus 3. But it's been limited success for Z10. So Pius may not have a whole lot of kills, but he's been finding solid entries or kills back with his AWP thus far. X-Cloud, very aggressive move. They're looking for a knockout punch, and LNZ will deliver at least on one. And he'll move in for the double kill. Youngster coming in from canals. It's a total pinch. And Z10 are thrust into this 3 versus 3, but this is where they've throve more than Heroic have.
Sunpius will be falling down. They're demonstrating exactly why they're thriving. Tanir trying to take advantage of the grenade is leaving Youngster all alone. Youngster at the very least does finish off his one duel. They had time to go to A if they wanted to, but they'd rather get into better post-spawn positions. Remember, they don't have... Is that grenade going to catch him out? No, it doesn't go quite deep enough. A deep incendiary as well is going to continue to make things difficult for Brood. He's taking damage, is going to be moving outside of the flames, but as the smoke goes down, Youngster's got so much to do, a kit to recover. Sure, he gets it. He gets the healthy play, and he gets the adjustment somehow. With a 4K, Youngster propels Heroic to their victory.
I mean, both Youngster and LNZ genuinely just lights out performance here on Anubis. 27 kills for the in-game leader of Heroic, and then Youngster, that young emerging star that has been really finding his feet under the Heroic banner, coming up clutch, finding multi-kills across the series. It was a very, very strong performance here from Heroic, where we maybe cast some doubt in the pre-game of Anubis. Bread and butter map for Zero Tenacity. Heroic, they've had some struggles closing out games. Well, here they close, and they do so, honestly, quite convincingly on that CT side.
It's the bread and butter for Zero Tenacity, but it did feel like Heroic just stole the wheat and poisoned the milk over there. They knew exactly what was going to be happening. Every single time Nemanja is trying to cook up something in middle on either side, he's been found out. They're ready for anything to be taking place through him. They know what the playmakers are going to look like. They know how to fortify their bomb sites without neglecting middle, something that so many teams struggle with versus Zero Tenacity. Forget map 1 and 2. This Anubis was a masterclass of preparation.
Yeah, and, you know, the starts look great. You definitely had some solid finishes when you had man advantages in general for Heroic, but there's definitely some room for improvement in some of those mid-round adjustments, how they play 3-on-3s, what they do in certain situations like it. There were stumblings along the journey that almost allowed Z10 back into this series, in all honesty, but they close out in important rounds. They had those step-ups, and that's what matters, is that they beat past a team that they have traditionally been able to counteract.
Well, what also matters is that there's a lot more fantastic Counter-Strike coming your way. You saw BCG versus Big Clown over here earlier on, didn't you? Well, BCG now get to face off versus Astralis to see what exactly they're made of. That's not going to be the end of things either, but make sure you guys keep on tuning in. We're going to be saying goodbye. I've been T-Time, he's been Michael Yumi Cassidy, and as we sign off, we're going to see you in Twitch chat.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the IEM Dallas European closed qualifiers. Changing the shift here as we get into the later games. We've got 2 best of 3s to bring you. My name's Lucy, that's B-Dog over on my other side. And we're bringing you BC Game versus Astralis for our first one, Brandon. Both these teams winning their opening games, and it should be an exciting one.
It should be, right? I mean, you've got Astralis that have had to go through these closed qualifiers. They went through the Blast Rising one and made it through the other day, and now they're here again. And for them, it's almost like another day in the office. The pressure for Astralis, I think, compared to BC Game, is enormous. Like, you feel like this team should be already going through to Dallas, but that's not how it works anymore. VRS and all the like. So you've got to grind your way through, which means Astralis have got to play all of these tier 2 teams that are playing Counter-Strike basically every day. 2, 3 official. What it's like in the tier 2 landscape. It is intense. There's a lot going on, and they've been struggling, to be honest. They have made it through, but it has been really touch and go whenever you look at Astralis play against the tier 2 competition.
Yeah, at least they had an okay outing against OG to kick things off. That one was fairly decisive. But yeah, it's a team that I think has a lot of eager critique against them. I think there's a lot of people that are quick to jump on that bandwagon. I actually love this new Astralis roster. Maybe that's a hot take that I'm on that side of things. I love Cadian as a player, as a personality, and as a leader. So I think having him and Device in the same team is really cool. And I just think, if you're wanting to put the best Danish players together, the only one you're missing is Tessus, really. So I think it's a pretty damn good team. We've got the Veto coming through below. That'll appear on your screen. Snook and Anubis coming through as first bands. Mirage pick a BC Game. It's surprising they actually picked this because they actually got beaten out by Big earlier on this map. They won over Big 2-1, but Mirage is the map they lost on.
Yeah, but you can't really take it anywhere here for BC Game is the issue. They're also playing with a stand-in if you missed the game earlier against Big. Sassanito is in. He's replacing J-Chem for now in this squad that has undergone a lot of change, but it also feels really familiar because you've got the ex-core of Bleed / Unpaid now being paid on BC Game. You had to go Mirage really because you can't go Train because you don't play it. There's a strong map in Ancient here for Astralis, so you can't really go there. So you feel like your best options really are Mirage. Inferno picked by Astralis, it's unsurprising. BC Game beat Parivision on this not too long ago, and it looked okay, but there also was obvious gaps that were missing, especially in the mid-round that I think Astralis are looking to exploit here. Dust 2 Decider, if it goes here, that's where I start to get excited because we get to see more of the individual display. Very much similar to a Mirage. I think BC Game are hoping that their individuals will get them through against what is currently a shaky Astralis.
Yeah, it's certainly possible, but it's under no illusion that Astralis come through as the favourites, and I think just looking at all the teams here, they are the expected ones to kind of go through, but there's been some challenging results for a few teams here, right? Falcons, they had to fight through their first game versus TNL. They lost the first map. I think that's another team, Falcons, that you expect to go through here as one of the qualified teams. There's 5 spots up for grabs out of the 16 teams, right? So that's actually pretty decent odds when you kind of look at it, right? That's almost a third of the teams making it through. So even getting to this quarterfinal point here of the upper bracket already feels like you're in a good position to make it through to one of those spots.
Yeah, well, look, you win this game, you qualified. That's how it works. And all of the games that are in this upper bracket are now qualification games. So it's really important for BC Game and Astralis. Imagine if BC Game were able to upset Astralis here. They go into Dallas off the back of this best of 3. 4 teams go through in the upper bracket, 1 goes through in the lower bracket. So it's quite tough. You don't want to lose.
The BC Game is going to start with a bit of a crawl towards B. Start on the approach.
It's not Sassanito. Sorry.
Okay. Jacob. I'm a big Jacob fan, obviously, because he was part of the boys. Honorary Australian. And you got a Briton here too, so both of us should be happy. But they might not be happy as there are 3 Astralis members lying in wait. The utility will let them know what's coming. Smoke lands, Device trying to play around the edge of it. They flash their way through onto site already. Device ready for this push forward, but it's Yabi on the swivel that finds it. A tap out from Device. Down at the bench finding his as well. And even the knife coming through doesn't quite connect. But Nork with little HP. That attempt at the knife shouldn't cost him at all as Stare is their safe pair of hands.
Yeah, I tell you what a brilliant reaction from Astralis, considering that's an unorthodox way to take the B bomb site. I love that that was thrown by the game. It lands in the bomb site itself, it puffs up the cloud, and it means that the players that are peeking market window or backside, like Device was, can't see the cross in towards market window. But it's composed, it's steady from Astralis, and I feel like the flashbang timers was slightly off there for BC Game because they didn't really outpour as soon as the smokes were dropped. They sort of trickled in, and it just made it so easy for those kills to be isolated by Astralis. A clean, convincing pistol. Yabby, in particular, he's already started strong here. It's got to be said that in these games that Astralis have been playing recently against the Tier 2 opposition, he's been the best. And it's good to see him starting off strong here as well.
So I think on the BC Games side, we're quite familiar with a lot of these players. I think the one that maybe people aren't quite as familiar with, if you've not watched this team much, is probably Prime Taps.
Yeah.
What's his lore, Brandon? You're probably the best guy to ask about Tier 2 players. What's the story?
Okay, Prime Taps' lore is pretty much he was in Big Academy, had 2 stints in Big Academy, if memory serves. Most recently, I think to May 2024, then played in some mixed teams, then got picked up by BC Game. This whole roster for BC Game is actually just a really interesting one because it feels like they just picked up pieces and have powered themselves up over a longer period of time. Because you had Guardian that was coaching this team, and then they didn't have an author for a while, so he started playing in the big 2025, and finally they settled on Nork, and they grabbed him because he was available after that Fnatic loan didn't really go to plan. But yeah, Prime Taps is the only surviving member of the original BC Game roster. Then you've obviously got the reunion of Nexa, Cypher, and JChem, who were playing together on Bleed for a little bit. I think Nork was over there as well for a short stint. So there's good chemistry in this team. It's just whether it all comes together immediately, because the sign-ins of both Cypher and Nexa were
literally like a week ago, right? Yeah. Very fresh. Now we get the guns out, AKs across the field. MP9's got upgraded as they did lose one against the Glocks, but that was the only casualty. A lot of CTs hanging out around Connector and Stairs, perhaps expecting A to be the play, but BC Game, it's a slow crawl in middle. Jacob just posted up, getting information. And in the apartments, 2 players start to put pressure on towards Cadian, who drops an incendiary in response.
Yeah, this isn't going to be the finish, though. Because the bomb's over at top middle, they're just trying to poke and prod and try and manipulate some map control in towards mid for Nork to go searching. Only one with kills so far on BC Game. Looked to add another one to the tally, but it doesn't happen. Stown moves out the way. They're applying a lot of pressure here. Astralis haven't really bitten down on these rotates whatsoever. They keep 4A. And with the time ticking down low, you've got to make a decision here for your BC Game. With the only map control you've really got being towards Catwalk and B apps, you imagine they're just going to split through here.
This is a very Cadian kind of setup, right? Having such a heavy lean on one side of the map, but without the info play, like, you kind of expected these CTs to push down ramp or something, just so you do know, because this is the B hit. Stal needs to get his movement going because they are about to go through, and Jacob catches the lurk on Device. This might cause Stan to stick around, and it doesn't matter. Jacob takes him down too. Cadian fell, and it's easy to like it for BC Game.
I think you hit the nail on the head. You can do these gamble stacks. That's fine. That's the way that Cadian likes to call, especially on the CT side. But if you don't go searching for information beyond it, then they're really irrelevant. And BC Game, there was no pressure on them up short. There was no pressure from them even in towards top connector. There was just Stown jiggling on the right-hand side. Came over towards window, but again, didn't fight. You're getting all these context clues if you're the T side. And you got to remember that Nexa has still got this deep history of playing in Tier 1 competition. Played against KD many times. It's probably thinking, well, if we're receiving zero pressure anywhere, we've got deep control in towards Catwalk and B apps. All it will take is for us to overwhelm one or two of these players that could be lying in wait on B. But JChem's lurk really exploits everything. I'm just surprised that Astralis didn't fight for anything at all.
I really thought that was going to be the A finish after the first 2 rounds were towards B. Katie, and that confident in both his ability to hold on to that site and that his call's correct. Pretty crushing losing so many players. Device is onto the scout, at least. Don't really have to suffer the MP9s. FAMAS for Stare. Jacob again, very quick out middle. Not been contested in getting this space early. Nock's ready to set him up with a flash, and it's a very similar CT setup for the start of this round.
I think they're boosting towards the window now whilst the smoke's up. So you have at least got a little bit of short control to help out Cadian, who, again, is solo. And I think the decision-making behind this for Astralis and Cadian would be, well, they didn't see that setup, so maybe we run something a little bit similar. But Yabi could be the fly in the ointment. Well-timed smoke in towards apps from Cadian prevents progression. So BC Gamer go looking in towards connector and again find nothing.
This is where they were able to find that opening kill last time. So very much keen for Jacob to repeat that success. Smoke fade. A wide swing comes through. The adjustment from Jacob, able to spray down Yabi just as he's trying to get around that corner. And now the hit comes through. Pressure to be applied to Cadian. Nexa waiting for the lurk. Cadian did manage to hold on for one thus far. And in fact, he's doubled up. Nexa dealt with, and Stout knows another is here. Jacob brought down to low HP. Cadian in a 1v1 of his own, but Device has rotated over with the scout. Nork trying to remove one of these targets, but now it's just Nork in the 1v3. Knows the Cadian's low, but how do you find him? The tag from the scout brings him low as well. Pistols, oh, the tap comes through. But the adjustment from Cadian on the off angle, a triple on the hold this time, and Astralis onto the board again.
Yeah, that was nice from Yabi, even though that looks random on that wide swing from short. Cadian, what he did there is he mollied deep over the top of where you boost up towards short to sort of give away that there's no one in towards ladder. And then as soon as that molly fades, you've taken contact in from connector. That's why Yabi swings. So even though it looks a little bit random, he was set up to try and get that kill, but it was a wicked adjustment from JChem. So a lot of credit needs to go to Cadian, not only for the setup of the mid round, but then holding on to that entire bomb site by himself and staying alive, allowing that rotation from Device to come over. Stown is in a tricky angle. The flashbang, brilliant to set up and deal with Cypher.
Great way to find that opening kill. He is under pressure, trying to escape through the smoke. Won't be allowed it, and his support falls in short too. That's the pitfall of this lower setup, is how do you get out? Especially with BC Game putting so much presence into mid each round, and Nexa has caught out Cadian trying to rotate through short. So you might expect removing Yabi and Cadian that you've got a free pathway to B.
But do you? That's the thing about playing with Astralis, is do you actually have a free pathway? Have they rotated? I think the decision here is quite crucial for BC Game to go back towards A. Device deals with one and jumps and spots out Nexa in under. And he runs away. Stair can't catch him. So temporarily, the A-bomb site is open, and now they've made the read. Where Nexa has sprinted away through underpass, he has completely deceived Astralis. And BC Game have got a free site.
Astralis are clearing this, so they're pushing through lower and into... They've got the player actually anchoring the site, so they'll get the information now. But it feels like it's going to come too late.
Oh, bomb's not down.
They still haven't really committed. They're worried that this rotate hasn't come through, so they made the right play, but didn't want to commit further, and it's still allowing the time. Look at the flank from Stair. Device in towards CT will take that contact. He will fall. With the bomb planted default, Stair can't disrupt this, but he's still in a position where he might be able to catch them by surprise. Smoke at the moment veils the tease, and now he is known. And the clutch becomes all the harder, and I think he realizes this. Hold on to that AK. His chances dwindle.
Yeah, Device needed to swing to put pressure on towards CT, so the flank would be sort of overlooked, but he can't die, and that's the key difference maker there. A good double swing from BC Game, even though they take their time, they want to make sure they've got Nexa in Palace to ensure that once the bomb goes down, they've got a very secure afterplant. He can't get caught by a player that does push in towards top mid. And they also take the time to clear out all of these nooks and crannies of the A-bomb site. Sandwich cleared, Ninja cleared, the opposite side of Ninja also dealt with. So yeah, it's just a shame that Device is falling in that instance, because otherwise that flank from Stair could have profited massively. There was only sort of 10 seconds left as BC Game planted the bomb to the A-bomb site. So yeah, a little bit of a shame, but it's good work in the end by BC Game, who are being a lot more methodical, because in a lot of these peaks for Astralis, even though there are sort of double swings coming in that last round, especially between Connector and Short, it was still disjointed. And BC Game were ready, and they were really apprehensive there was going to be another swing in. Astralis are taking a lot of these fights one by one, even though they're stacking in similar locations with a high quantity of players.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of expect BC Game to be the team that's relying a bit more on the individuals winning out the duels. But yeah, it feels like they're trying to fight mid, as you say, one by one. When they have so many players there, you could coordinate some decent crunches with some flashbangs over the top, split out from Short and Connector, as we often see. But it's very much a pot and poke kind of approach. So you have a tech pause. Hopefully it won't be too long before we get back into the action. The other upper quarter that's playing out right now between Falcons and BetBoom. Brandon, that one is looking quite a bit more one-sided. We've got the Nico special on Ancient at the moment. As they're sitting up 11-2.
Wow, okay.
10 CT side rounds. The pick of BetBoom.
I didn't expect that, to be honest. I thought that would be a lot closer, considering how Falcons have just been struggling generally. But, I mean, if you've got Nico in prime form, then it's going to be difficult for any opposition. 11-2, though, is ridiculous. Look at Astralis' buy. Stair kept his AK. Device is on a scout. Everyone has forced in. And yes, they have now pushed ramps. Now they get the info. No one's here. BC Game are going back to their favourite bomb site.
Good luck, Cadian. Can he get the support in time? That smoke is likely going to be completely ignored as it lands. They are going to commit through it. They're already pretty far ahead. Cadian with the 5-7 sits in sight, and it's been the call to stay on A. So unless Cadian pulls out something ridiculous, I think this will be an immediate save call. Although, with Sarah and Yabi finding kills, this now gets interesting. A 3-on-3 as the bomb goes down.
You can't get any of these rifles. I mean, Yabi's got his, but he's far away in towards Short. And Cypher, this is a beautiful angle to look over the top and catch Yabi. Also protected by that smoke. Now needs to get back just a little bit. And now you've become aware of where all these players are. Primetime steals with Yabi, and it's a clean-up for Nexa as well. Stan will run away, you would think, to preserve this AK, but can manage it. That was messy as hell.
Yeah, some of the situations where you can just tap, can't you? do you need to go for the full 20 bullet spray? I saw a post on the Global Offensive subreddit, and it was the spray pattern for the AK-47. And you know when it gets to like the 25 bullet section, it does that weird little kind of hook back motion. And the guy was like, how do I learn to do this little bit at the end of the spray pattern? And the top comment's like, well, listen, if you're at that point of the spray pattern, you should be working on the first 20 bullets, not this bit, because, yeah, you shouldn't be getting that deep into a spray.
Just burst fire, little bro. Maybe he needs it in case there's like an eco ace and he needs all 30 bullets.
That's true. Yeah, sometimes you do spray a whole lot. Now we get some action on A. First time we've really seen BC Game put pressure on here early up ramp. It's against the eco. Jacob wants more frags. Can't blame him.
Oh,
there we go.
So
see, that's why you spray the whole thing. Oh my goodness, that was a 96 damage grenade. And a quad kill for Jacob.
So a big boost that he's back in the server for BC Game. But yeah, that's got to be a tough one for Astralis, because you've sort of been waiting on A this entire time, and the one time they come A, you've got absolutely nothing to defend it with. This actually feels really weird watching from Astralis, because they are obviously going for all these gambles, but I would expect that to be made more in the mid-round of a half rather than at the start. Because yes, you can do all your anti-stratting, yes, you can go and watch demos of BC Game, you can prepare from what you think they're going to achieve, but if they're just playing kind of structured, and they're playing based on feeling on what's going on in the server currently, which is what they've been doing, just this loose structure, poking extremities, then not finding any contact. I think that's when you can then rely more into the stats, when you've got more of a context of what's happening in the game of itself. Cadian obviously trusts the process, and unfortunately it's just not working. We've had the pistol round, we've had the follow-up, and then we had one round where he held B beautifully, but again, he was on his own.
This time he's not. He's got some friends. But yeah, the economy's been a big issue for Astralis in the start of this game as well. We've yet to see Device on the off, and he has been the strongest player for this team, as you kind of expect. But his individual form this year has been phenomenal. And on a map like Mirage, particularly, I'd say, against Nork, you've got a good case for Device being able to dominate. Jacob goes to the fight in middle, and well, speak of Nork, we'll get the trade onto Gabby, and they all fall. Prime taps with 2. That one just feels too easy.
Yeah, it feels sloppy, to be honest. It's funny you mentioned that Device Nork things. Obviously, Nork was replaced by Device. But yeah, look, again, fighting in towards middle, sure, you're going for the crunch, you've got Yabby wide swinging on towards short. Where's the flashbangs, Astralis? Like, this is really basic stuff now. I'm really not surprised that they call another pause here, because there has to be a breakdown in communication here from this CT side, because, as you said, these rounds are too easy. These rounds are really sloppy. This is not the Astralis we're used to seeing. This is not the Astralis we expect, either dry swinging, having all these fights. I'm not being funny. You're not going to win them against JChem. Even Nork right now is looking phenomenal. But you got a good combo of players that are already ready and prepared. They know exactly how mid-crunches work on CT side. But where's your utility, Astralis? Please, please, use some util.
I feel like I've not seen there like a flash assist, you know, in any of these fights in middle. It's literally just dry swings. Sure, sometimes it comes in tandem or, you know, quickly after a player's fallen elsewhere, try and get that trade, but I don't think we're going to have much more to get excited about in this round either. At the BC game, literally all they need to do is go middle each round, and that's what they're doing. They have a player lurking the apps in B because they know that they can punish Cadian over there. And they just leave A. It's just not a problem for them.
Again, a sentence I never thought I'd say is, Astralis, please use utility. Like, this just looks desperate. Honestly, we're what, 9 rounds into a game? Cypher's got all a connector. Yes, you're on pistols, right? You're going to be stacking into a bomb site, sure. But this is what it's looked like in every single one of these rounds. Mid-control completely denied. Maybe Stair can find someone with this 5-7, but the way that they're walking, they're going to clear this.
Yeah, and at most it's 1. The trade will be immediate, and then the rotations will take too long. And, okay, 1. There's the trade. Stair almost got 2 and could have potentially thrown the round to jeopardy.
Hang on, they're going into the stack.
Don't think it's going to matter at this stage. Nexus cleared 1. Jacob can come through short. And even if they run into both these players, unless they hit some insane shots, Jabby does not. It's down. Does. But he needs 3 more. Oh, okay. Needs 2 more. Now he's got an AK. Doesn't have the kit. If you feel empowered to give this a go, you're saving for the next round anyway. And you'd love to steal one away here off the back of those dig shots. There's where one player is. The second over towards bench. Easy game, don't need to peek into him. I think he's got the read on this player that's close to the bench. Doesn't matter. Nexa will catch him, and if he didn't, Nork was going to sideline him.
Yeah, good double swing there, and good reposition out of Nexa as well. Just making sure, okay, I'm now tradable. And we can just swing together. 3, 2, 1, easy collection. Sweet shots from Stown. But BC Game are starting to run away with this. And yes, they did lose to Big on this, but BC Game will pick into Mirage an awful lot. They did this before they adopted this roster, and Bleed were no strangers to having a really good Mirage game. Finally, we get this AWP on device. 10 rounds before we see a sniper on the Dane. Nork equipped with his, and again, middle for free.
If they don't come up for a solution in this round, then they just don't have a solution. They are going to push down ramp on A, so they're going to get the information there, and that could come at a pivotal moment. The bomb is posturing back in that direction. So their decision is to completely concede middle. They're not going to try and contest it. It's Yabi and Cadian hunkering down on B, while the other three try and reinforce A. The split could be deadly, but Device strikes first. There's that AWP in play, finding first blood.
Need to trade. You got to keep your eye on Palace, though. Device has found another on JChem. Somebody needs to be holding. It's Prime Taps that deals with Stown. Stair is there for the trade. This double ramp setup holds. And it's all off the back of this AWP prowess out of Device. And yes, he might get felled at the very end, but Stair is there to trade. Finally, we see the setup work for Astralis.
Yeah, and Yavi was able to grab the AWP in middle as well, so they don't lose that because, yeah, as soon as Device gets it, it's an opening double kill. Exactly what they needed. That's the response that Astralis come up with. Couldn't win the fight in middle. Decide to concede it and have them walk straight into that crosshair. Now we get a bit more of a fight in middle. And it's Device trying to peek behind the smoke, caught out by Jacob, and so is Stown. Lesson not learned. Middle is BC Games territory.
Ridiculous double. He catches a whiff of Device just on the edge, and that second headshot is just beautiful. Yabi now tucked in towards short, hoping that they go around the corner and they're not ready for him on this tight angle. But all eyes should really be on Cadian, because he does find Prime Taps, but he's still under pressure. Yabi needs to turn around and help him. They are on your bomb site, dude. Please turn around to help out Cadian. And he does. Cadian now just in this smoke tries to jump up, but BC Game walk away, and they still have JChem lurking in towards middle. Maybe Yabi can cut them off as they come up con. Jungle now starts to be a worry as well for Astralis. That's why Cadian has rotated off B to plug that gap. And this slowdown has promoted a lot of rotations here, but BC Game is still going the same way.
Yeah, I think the idea here is you want to pull those rotations because Astralis saw BC Game leaving. You figure you found those two kills, they're going to try and their luck elsewhere, and Jacob's managed to walk through window. Nork slips the AK while jumping out. Trying to find this player that's tucked in. Yabi, silent. Doesn't reveal himself until the last moment, but can't win out the fight onto Nork. Jacob was caught on that lurk, so couldn't find much from it. Two low HP players on the tees. Stair, the only one with health, and a 2-on-2 that Astralis need to convert.
Cadian's got to be loud here. Cadian's got to make all the noise on low HP to drag the attention and to allow Stair to backstab. They're playing this well, BC Game. And Nexa will immediately eviscerate Stair, and that's the end of the round. That's such a shame, because Yabi, you feel like his position warrants a kill. The way he's played that, he's allowed both players to walk into the site. He doesn't immediately jump on the fact that there's already one player on site. He's waiting for that double drop. He's waiting for the commitment of the audio with the bomb plant. But I think when communication goes over, oh, by the way, JChem could be in jungle. He could be flanking market. He feels like he needs to take his kill. And that's the mistake that's forced by BC Game because of JChem's positioning. Brilliant mid-round calling from Nexa.
With the AWP saved and with full loss bonus, Astralis decide to opt into a second AWP. It's one of the rosters that's probably got the stronger double AWP setups. It does mean that Cadian could just post up in apartments and lock that down with a bit more certainty. He doesn't have to play the kind of passive info positions. Jacob's on cruise control in middle at the moment.
Yabi's M4 is called Sussy Backer.
I like the idea that he might have called it that. Device removes Jacob. It's a big hitter to remove. Cadian's actually hanging out in middle, not over in the B apartments. He will start to head over that way now, or at least in market, but... Oh!
What a shot.
Gabby's gone.
This is so smart from BC Game because you're still putting pressure in towards mid. Cadian's found Nexa, but now you get confirmation. Okay, well, there's 2 AWPs in play. One of them is now routed to this B-bomb site. Stown is now stuck between window and ladder.
Oh,
Cypher,
that timing is
Timing,
ridiculous.
but Stown comes back. Important kill for Stown to find on Cypher. A 2v4. Astralis should be earning their 5th round here in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to take Nork a good 15 seconds just to get to the bomb site. And with 2 players still lying in wait, chances dwindle. Prime Taps falls. It's just Nork coming through the connector, and he's been spotted. Dealt with momentarily. It's Cadian's AWP that finds its mark, and it's a 5-7 with BC Game in the lead.
You call it a pretty decent recovery, actually, for Astralis to get 5 rounds on CT, considering the way the game was going. And now you're hoping for them, if you're an Astralis fan, they can shift things into gear. They're looking for 2 out of 2 pistols here on Mirage, and it's going to start with A, but Nork and JChem in prime spots to remove them.
A straightforward attack and a pretty strong defense to hold. Nork takes down 3. Yeah, that is strong. Nork has taken 4 immediately. Doesn't even need the other 2 that are on this site. Gotta get the whole house. Device, his nemesis, falls last. And it's Nork with the ace.
Okay, I didn't think it would be an ace, but that is ridiculous from Nork. Contact being taken deep on a site, and then JChem swings in as well. The last person you're expecting is Nork. Hands are busy for 2 of the Astralis players as well, which makes it all the more easier for him to collect an ace. And that's Astralis going in towards A as they think, why have you not gone A any of these rounds, BC game? You went there once when we were on Eco. We'll show you how it's done, and they get sideswiped immediately. Feels like a must-win for BC game in this series on Mirage. Inferno is going to be a tricky one. So they start off strong here, and they're looking to close early.
It's crazy that you force buy into this. Did Codian drop pistols to the others? It seems so.
He must have.
I can't work out how... Oh, it's utility. Okay. Oh, he just didn't want to lose? I don't know. Anyway, he's got all his stuff now. All right. Round 2 on the A-bomb site. Can the Tech 9s and Deagles do what the Glocks couldn't? Again, Nork not far away in jungle. Prime Tap's on site. Here comes the util. Lurk smoke for the Palace, and the rest over towards jungle and stairs. Flashes out. Prime Taps dodges perfectly, but can't dodge the bullets as down. Yabi removes Nork after 1. Needs to have recollected. So they've got the player advantage, and they've got CT control.
Yeah, this is tough. Look at the utility as well for BC game. It's pretty much non-existent. You got to wait for the smokes to fade, which will happen now, but Astralis are already round the corner. Nexus got a good timing here in CT, so Stown is going to be overwhelmed. No. Yabi bails him out. Stown runs away. And they're just wasting so much time. You can't go for this now. There's no defuse kit. This retake already looks shaky, but the fact that Stown lives is salt in the wound, really, for BC game. You feel like they've got enough players there. 3 in close proximity on that A-bomb site. The movement of Stown to get out of the Palace and just strafe straight into Prime Tats makes him have no chance whatsoever to guarantee that kill. That was beautiful. Very, very good. A+.
A+. Yeah, no, that was a great call onto A. Scary forcing against so many M4s that have been invested too. There's 2 of those in the server, but Nork just doesn't get a chance to fight after that first. And you feel like Prime Taps was in a perfect position, but Stown falling hits the instant headshot. The clean openers, what they needed, and a fight in middle does not go Jacob's way this time. Brought down low and forced back.
Oh, wow, okay. Cypher recommits to that Palace swing and gets rewarded with the kill on Stown. Device will trade him. And will then pick up the AK. And that brings Prime Taps over. So it's a scout and a 5-7 to defend A. Whilst you've got a limping J-Chem paired with Nexa on B. Mid left open deliberately by BC game. And for Astralis, it's figuring out, you've got this map control in terms of you have Palace, you have top mid. Where do you go? And it looks like they're going to go A again.
At least Prime Taps is able to upgrade to his fallen comrades M4, but the call from BC game is to be stacking over on B. Will they budge when this utility is heard on A? Prime Taps at least hangs out in the nearby area just in case he can catch somebody. But it does look like they're going to stick to this gamble. So it might be a quite close to this round. The only thing that would change the situation is if Prime Taps is able to catch a player through this smoke. Unfortunately, his spray only brings a couple low, and that's all unconfirmed. So it will be a 1-round game.
Yeah, Counter-Strike economics, it looks boring, but this is the correct decision to make. Because BC game reinvested in, even though they lost the round previously. So this should have been an eco, instead they forced back. So by keeping 4 alive, it just means you've still got something to take forward with you. You keep putting pressure on Astralis. That one gets it a little bit close, even though it looks a little bit deceiving, just because device Yabi low. It's now 3 rounds on A. 2 of them being successful once the guns are coming for Astralis. And we need to see some fight back in towards mid for BC game. There wasn't one moment in that first half, actually, where Astralis pushed top middle. You're going to see that a lot out of JKem and Cypher. They love getting in their opponents' faces, so I fully expect mids to be a priority for BC game, which is why Astralis is conditioning this A play early to prevent access in towards middle, to keep players anchored on these sites. They're going to go for it again. It looks silly repeating the process, but it makes a lot of sense just for the overall macro of the game.
Knock Scout doesn't quite connect. A little bit of a gap on the edge of that smoke on the stairs, so maybe room to work with. Prime Type's brought low by the HE though. Australia's fully aware of this little gap. Although there's so many CTs here, this can still get out of hand. 1-for-1 on the stairs. Down removes Jacob as well. And Cypher spotted. Okay, able to get a nice clean kill. Nok hits a headshot, so it's a 2-on-2 still. And Bomb's yet to go down. 2 players in CT. Nok known, but Nexa not.
And that's the reason for the slowdown, because they're unaware of where the second player is. Nok is still fighting forward. There goes that swing. Nexa will claim his prize. Device is 100 HP. Nexa is 1 bullet away from death, and Device is playing this so strategically. The round becomes impossible for Nexa. And now we've got a tied up scoreline. It makes sense to go A again there because they've saved 4 players. They're not investing a penny more. And they also used a lot of their utility in that last round. So go in A, there's no block utility. There's no sort of denial with the flashbangs. There's no incendiaries to hinder Astralis' progress. It makes sense. And now you can default into this mid-play. And you're going to have 2 players on A that are deady watching it because of the conditioning that's been set early on.
Boost up for Device. But Jacob's already deep down. Oh, not quite far enough. Maybe could have been a chance to catch Nork. He's not on the sniper this time. Smoke will fade. Device posted up top mid. Has some support by his side. Very default from Astralis. Testing the waters, knowing that they're finally up against 5 rifles. BC Game look to maybe get proactive over at ramp. Down is just sitting here at the moment. Expecting this play, but can't adjust onto Prime Tap. So first kill goes the way of the CTs.
Oh, look. That timing is completely ruined Astralis' plans. They threw fake smokes out from middle because they wanted to split mid to B. The rotation is still impeded, but a really good re-smoke and block on towards short from the CTs. Nork deals with Stair, boost over the top, but Cypher, he's holding for it. He's expecting for it, because that's the only counterplay you can have to this smoke besides bursting through it. A great mid-round, again, called by Nexa, and it completely ruins what Astralis wanted to achieve in this round.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to be said about it now. Cadian won't even get to hold on to the AWP. Jacob takes him down at long range. Yavi scampers away. And Orp recovered to give over to Nork.
Whoever dropped that smoke in towards short, it might have been Cypher, blocking off Astralis' progression to the bomb site, wins the entire round. Because they were still worried about the potential that there could be an A play, because Astralis did throw those smokes in from top middle. They did have the scaling in towards Catwalk. No one had spotted from BC Game the players that had gone past Connector in towards Catwalk. But that one smoke slows them down completely, and that's why Stair goes looking for info, because if he can get that kill, he's trying to just elicit a rotation. It doesn't happen. Really good covering. And on-the-fly thinking from BC Game.
Yeah, the round peters out there from Astralis, so you could see how they could make it work back if Stair can find that kill. Or if Stown even goes 1-for-1 on ramp. But neither of those situations play out. And now you've got another one of these awkward buys, so you have the saved AK, you've managed to get one onto Device as well, so that's something. Now they're looking for this fight in middle that BC Game was so willing to give them on the other side. They play a little bit more reserved on the CT half.
There's that smoke again. But Nork is ready for it. And J-Chem, I mean, these are just really easy kills. Cypher steps in from short as well and finds free. The smoke that, you can see it just there in the replay, it lands on the top brick and it prevents players that are in towards CT, in towards triple, seeing the scaling up connector. So Nork instantly sees that smoke and he immediately peeks wide to get ahead of the line. Astralis wanted to maybe go in towards jungle, maybe wanted to go in towards window and flank that side in towards their spawn. But Nork denies, and then off the back of that contact, Cypher pushes forward in towards short, and for some reason Astralis just aren't holding him and he gets 3 kills.
That's clean up against the Pistols. An attempt to overwhelm, but Jacob not looking like a player that can get overwhelmed easily right now. Even with the deagle in hand, he's still just as sharp. Gets his 20th frag. Nork's not that far behind either. Bleed Brothers rise up. Blood Brothers? Maybe that would have been a better way to...
Yeah, but I understand what you're going for. That's okay. Save it. You can use it later. I think if you're Astralis, to be honest with you, you just go back to the executes because they were working. And yes, originally they were full conditioning, but I don't know. You were getting in towards A pretty convincingly when you were going for them. BC Games still have 3 players sort of residing in this area because they are anticipating that this is going to happen again at some point. So maybe it's going to be a little bit touch and go for Astralis. As mentioned, this one is a must-win for BC Game in this series because they played Inferno twice in the last 3 months. I know their roster's quite new, but they played Inferno twice against 500 and they lost both times, and that was last week. So limited reps, limited practice. A few players have been out of the server for quite a while. You feel like you have your best chances on Dust 2 and Mirage, where you can show your individual off. J-Chem Nork definitely showing that. And Astralis are on the verge of being petered out.
A great ramp setup as well. Cypher tucked. Prime taps might take the first contact, depending on the timing of it from Yabi. But either way, the trade will be immediate if he does decide to go around that corner. As he collects the bomb, it even gets a little bit more nerve-wracking for Astralis. If this goes wrong, you're in a dangerous position. He's playing anti-flash, but I actually don't think there is a flash for this. They're just hoping maybe there's some movement as the pressure comes through middle. For the right timing to strike here. That time just might never come. As their players in mid fall, Device will actually remove both the players on ramp. So despite mid not working out, Device, he's just trying to do it all by himself. Another player spotted in towards jungle, bomb being planted. They have to go for it. Overwatch provided from above. Nork swings through just as Yabi tries to get back into the corner. So it's got to be Device and down. And now it's just Device. 1 versus 2. They saw him last over towards Rout. Tucks in at Tetris. And it's Nork and Jacob on the other side. And it's been planted for him. So Nork, a tap on the bomb, forces Device forward. And Nork is ready and waiting. Map point secured for BC Game.
I mean, brilliant. I mean, you got to give a lot of credit there to Device for making that round look contestable in the first place by getting them on towards that A-bomb site. But Jacob kills both in connector, ruins the split. You've got 4 players that were in line in wait on A for BC Game because, as we said, the only thing that has been working for Astralis are these A hits. So rather than just going for the smokes and then pushing in for a straight execute, a slight variation of coming through connector and looking to split, which did kind of work. Unfortunately, the connector players didn't find anything, and from there it's just easy for the rotates to come in and deal with the rest of Astralis. Look at this buy, no AWP for Device, just an AK. In fact, it's him and Yabi, the only one with AKs, as they look to put a little bit of pressure in towards B. Yabi needs to find success here. Otherwise, it will be map over.
Yeah, flashes, but they don't go off them. Instead, it's Stair that actually gets that first frag, and Sound does find success in middle with a double up on the Galil. So a bit of pace. And finally, some fights go the way of Astralis. Oh, Stan gets hit by his teammate's bullet, which reveals his position, and then his spray even reveals it more. You don't really want to give these guys too many chances. Nork isn't missing a shot at the moment.
Yeah, don't hunt if you're Astralis. Yeah, you've given over a couple of players, but no more now. Your money is still weak. You're still fighting for survival on this map in the form of overtime, rather than the map win. And you need to add 3 more rounds to this after this bomb will explode. So don't give your weapons away. Don't make it any harder for yourselves. It is not worth it. Which is why you see them just hiding out in towards the TV room. Money's still okay for a while for BC Game. In fact, they might even, if they lose the next round, they might just eco a little bit, and then they've got a better round, better play for round 24 if it comes to it. They're in control.
Smokes go out over towards Stairs. Device again prodding at the ramp. A bit of counter utility and pressure onto these players. That spray almost connects on the Jake into the smoke. He's very lucky to be alive still.
How is he alive?
That was dead on.
Now BC Game, this is clever from Astralis, because now you're getting tricky with it. You put the smokes down, you spammed, but you've not come into the site, and BC Game are like, well, hang on. What are you planning here? Cadian just tucked underpass. Bomb is still ramp, so it feels like this will be a late commitment with a couple of lurks. If Primetaps goes up this ladder, then Yabby can profit from it. Instead, he goes close to the smoke. Device is holding for it. This is really tough for Primetaps. But that's a big kill. You get rid of the mid portion.
Yabby does find success onto Nork, but Jacob is doubled down with low HP. Yabby's doing everything he can to remove players on this A site. Bomb to be planted. Stown picks up the AWP. It's just a tap on it for the swing, and that might have been costly because now the bomb's not down. And Stown is stuck in the back of sight. A 1v3 called upon first is his.
Time.
Can't quite hit the jump, and yeah, time the big issue. A tap on the bomb. A swing comes out, needed to hit the quick scope. Can't connect. Nexa will. And BC Game take Mirage.
Yeah, really impressive from BC Game. I really liked Astralis' T side and what they were trying to do on it, but the reactions out of BC Game were brilliant. That one round in which they double pushed ramp, they then smoked off short, that completely ruined things, because if Cadian was able to get that round off, if that was successful, I actually think the game goes a completely different direction. I really do. But instead, because you've ruined sort of the master overarching game plan of what Astralis and Cadian were trying to achieve, you then are just in control. And where there was so many rounds in a row that BC Game got, they were also in control of their finances, which is really difficult to do on that CT side. JChem and Nork were exceptional. I think Cypher had some really important moments just in the last couple of rounds there to provide impact for BC Game. But for Astralis, you look at that and you think that CT side was really your downfall, because the T side was well thought out. I reckon it could have gone a little bit better for them, especially after getting destroyed by Nork on the pistol. But that CT side was so poor from Astralis.
I think that's been an issue with Astralis since we've seen this new iteration this year, is that some of their halves are just very, very black and white compared to their others. A stark contrasting what they're delivering, and those fights in mid were not working out for them. They lose Mirage. Inferno, their map pick, coming up next.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
Mirage was always the expected necessity for BC Game, but now with this, it puts them one map away from qualifying to Dallas, which would be an extraordinary result considering they had to beat Big to get this chance against Astralis in the first place.
Yeah, and Big demolished them on Mirage. So a huge bounce back from BC Game to be able to then take it to Astralis on this map. The veto was always going to be a tough one for them. Inferno feels particularly tough. You kind of mentioned earlier on when we started talking about the veto that they've only had 2 kind of runs on this recently, and those were both against 500. One a narrow victory and one a pretty discouraging loss. What are their chances here against Astralis?
I think it's actually kind of okay, to be honest with you, because Bleed used to play Inferno an awful lot. They used to try and make that one of their home maps, and when you go in against Cadian, you know what to expect from him, especially on CT side. Also, BC Game will have the luxury of starting CT side themselves. I think Astralis, a strong start is an absolute necessity. Otherwise, I think this potentially could run away with them, especially with some of the individual form we saw out of JChem and Nork. We know that they're going to match those efforts. Nork, it's going to be harder for him because he didn't really have the AWP. But to be honest, on Mirage, he wasn't really using the AWP. He was rifling a lot on that T side. So that actually makes me a bit more confident that they can have what it takes to win here.
Yeah, I was really impressed by that T side, and I don't know whether, I guess it was a combination of both BC Game just being incredibly in the zone and, insane aimers in terms of those mid fights, but part of it I think was also Astralis just not being able to adapt to what BC Game was doing, despite it being fairly straightforward. It was just go into mid, send Jacob out, see if he can find the kills, and go from there, and he was just finding the kills consistently. Even with low HP, sometimes he'd be brought down low tagged and the like, and he'd still be finding a multi. Like, he was just undeniable on Mirage. And I think Inferno, he's, again, the player you continue to look at. You mentioned his time on Bleed. His entire history as a player, this has been one of his best maps. So I anticipate, particularly on the T side, that Jacob's going to be the kind of leader here for them.
I think for Astralis, communication needs to be improved a lot, because I think there were so many instances on that CT side where people wanted to fight mid, but others weren't ready. And you can see on the T side it improved a little bit, but the game plan was read into by Nexa. So I just think Astralis just need to shore up a little bit. Hopefully they've had this break now to be able to reset and just pretend that Mirage didn't happen. And now you got to go into this with still your existing game plan, but making sure everyone is on the same page from the get-go, because if you have any breakdown in communications, they're going to get punished. BC Game will punish you, and considering the form that they are in since picking up this old core and now moving into this, like there's a high chance there could be a massive upset, but an incredibly legitimate result.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a reminder as to what's at stake here, winner of this series qualifies directly to IEM Dallas. So a lot on the line in this, because if you go down to that lower bracket, suddenly it gets a whole lot harder. BC Game 1 map away from Dallas. 2 sets of dual Berettas for them. And a heavy lean on Age. They want to fight out into second mid. Well, I think they get the information. There's 3 Ts lying in wait. So it's a little slower. Cypher and Nork start to crawl forward. Yabi is holding for this. And him and Stair combine for that first kill. Nork can't get the trade, has to retreat.
They're trying to set up the dual Berettas. So Nork runs away. Jachem still baited in. A silent boost in towards the apartments. Can be very promising. Prime Taps is holding. There's still 2 players with dual Berettas in Boiler. Jacob's moved back just a little bit. Prime Tap slightly exposed. Cadian swings and deletes. Jacob will not be overwhelmed by him, but needs to get out of dodge. There's so many trades that have fallen in favor to Astralis.
Yeah, such a slow-paced pistol round, just based on all the information of the apartments. This has just been a battle for rooms. How many hallways can you control? Astralis decide with the space towards top B obtained by Stow that this is the play they want to make. Jacob's taking fights down. Look at the damage he's inflicted with these dual Berettas at range. And in fact, he's found the kill under Stair. That's the bomb dropped. Nexus tucked it backside. In fact, spots out a player. Jacob falls. And now this fight from Nexa is everything. Gets one, and Nork swings out top middle. Yabi has to clutch. And look at the time, 15 seconds left. His only option is towards A. And you can see Nork realizes he just needs to tuck, needs to deny this bomb. Yabby, can he clear this in time? Surely not. Oh, he hits the shot. And
Time?
just about, is it going to be? No. Half a second off the mark. Yabby gets the bomb down. But the round is BC Games.
I can't believe JChem swings and the player he kills is the guy with the bomb. And then Nork just swings on an unfavourable time into Astralis and takes another head. And just him living that extra half a second means that Astralis cannot close. You spoke about it 30 seconds prior. It's a really slow round. And it's one that BC Game get a lot of leverage out of. The fight on B as well, Nexa grabs it, is everything because it forces that decision to go in towards that A bomb site. You pray they rotated, they didn't. And BC Game taking this pistol is a massive step in the right direction. Astralis forced by. They did find success executing onto a site with the Tech 9s before, and they're looking to do the same here again into B, but there's 3 players lying in wait for Astralis on the other side.
I think the most impressive part of all of that was how little utility affected Astralis in Banana at the start. 2 mollies, 2 HEs, and 16 damage, all to show. I get 3 HEs. Astralis fake out with just that smoke, hoping that keeps BC Game rooted. See, they've got a player lurking in towards the apartments. BC Game aren't giving them anything, and Astralis, with a lack of upper bracket control, have decided they're going to commit towards B. 3 players in the site. The perfect setup for BC Game. Smokes will come over. Contact comes from Yabi, but it's all the fake, right? He was the player that lived. He's not the fight here. The fight is on to B. Stair trying to scale through. And forward they go. Katie and Cypher drawing first blood each. Time still an issue. They have to remove these players. One more taken down. He's still got Nork tucked in towards Quad. And he's still being a nuisance. Swinging out, looking for the second. Can't connect it, but Jacob arrives. The smoke has faded. And the bomb to be planted just about. Gotta be careful here. It's gonna be the MP9 trying to get up close. And now it's just this last player, Yabi, with a USP. All he has and nothing he can do with it.
Really good rotates from BC Game. And again, it's that extra player of Nork just staying alive. Just staying alive for an extra half a second, and it means the trade is so immediate. That's been the most impressive thing about BC Game. And yes, Astralis, they run up Banana, then they run away, so it makes it feel like they're going to walk their way in towards A. You've got that lurk out of Yabi in towards Apps, sure, but it hasn't done enough. You've not put enough pressure anywhere, and how can you? With limited weaponry, limited utility, BC Game, all they need to do is remain vigilant. It could have got a little bit touch and go, especially when Astralis just walk in towards CT through their own smoke. But they were trying to catch off Cypher, and whilst they did find him, Cypher made the decision to push through the ruin smoke to be with his team, and actually came back to bite Astralis because they couldn't trade quickly.
Still the force bite. Really want to break this economy. It's time towards 8. And again, 3 players lie in wait. Oh, this HE could be beautiful. Check that out. That's over 100 damage of 1 HE.
And that's on the AK players, so now they've got to juggle their weapons about. They're moving forward. Nork wants to take this contact. Just ahead, they're going to be caught off guard. Nork swings for the fences. Only finds one. And Stare, who was a recipient of that damage of the HE, finds 2 quick kills. Jchem slides in front of Sight. Now needs to live once more and can do it. Delivers 2 quick kills. But in the meantime, all his players have been removed with this long push. Astralis finally weathered the storm.
Yeah, I think the critical part of that, obviously Stare gets the double, but Device slinking through the long smoke, walks through arches and actually catches 2 players in CT spawn. We saw the last one there on the rotator, but it was that first kill he catches off that leaves Jacob completely alone on the site. You see, he is worried about every single angle. Does a lot to get to there, but Primetap's getting none off the trade from Nork. That's costly. Australis, despite getting bombarded, gets around, and it's a fast play down middle. 1-for-1 trade. That's all the space on B. Jacob swings out, and 2 players meet him.
Oh, good damage. Any follow-up? This could be so tough to try and remove North out of library. Wallbang nearly connects on Yabby, but not quite. You still got Device holding for this push out of Nexa. If Nexa grabs this kill, that's an AK. But it's not going to be the case. He lives on 1 HP. And now North can't really do anything. That round looks scary. 31 HP on 2 players, but Astralis walk away, tying up the scoreline.
Nook might not even be allowed to save the scout either. Gideon decides not to hunt any further, but yes, the breakthrough for Astralis. Back-to-back forces, they found success. Put BC Game on the back foot, and now they're the ones that have control of the game. Just be this saved scout into the next. Chance for Astralis to start to establish this T side.
Even damage it is good here for BC Game. You see a couple of players. Oh, it's just Cypher actually just getting the P250. So if Nork hits some tags, that's where this can get a little bit dicey for Astralis. It shouldn't, but it could. That's the win condition. The X factor is right here in Nork's hands. Cypher dink no kill on KD, and Nexa now just lying in wait, needs help. And help is on the way. In fact, everyone is rotating over. It feels like they will be here in time. And that molly is so good because it just pushes Nexus forward straight into Snow.
Yeah, you know, if that first kill had come through from Cypher, then maybe there was a chance for this round to get interesting, but it's not at this point. The play is low, so maybe they can find a couple of kills. That's what Nork's looking to do.
Oh.
Not quite. Awkward flick down. Device moves forward with the Mach 10, looking to get some money and gets a little bit more than what he wanted. Bullet to the face. Not a good deal. Another player slowly shift walking through CT spawn, so nowhere for these final 2 CTs to go. Not there's anything here worth saving, save the armor, which is removed. Goodbye, Jacob.
Terrorists win.
Is that 3 in a row now for Astralis? Bomb plants in every single one of these rounds as well. Keeping them flush with cash now. Off the back of so many players staying alive. The only thing you lost was a Mach 10, which is definitely not the end of the world. Cypher remains on an MP9 to accommodate all of the utility. And with 3 players leading B, it's going to be a fast take of banana for the CTs. Oh no, it's just a util drop off for JChem.
Yeah, this game a lot more reserved in this round. Fighting forward. Just looking down their respective bomb sites.
This is very passive. This is sort of giving Astralis all the map control and then saying, okay, if you want to beat us this time, you got to get through all of our crossfires. Just going to make rotations a bit tricky. So you're putting a lot of emphasis on this mini pit setup, holding and the B defense locking down without casualty.
Can it hold? Recently timed smoke will keep Yabi at bay for now. Path is towards top middle. Most to disrupt Jacob. They get ready to pounce out the apartments. A good setup though with Nork in mini and Primetaps in the open. Primetaps might be in trouble with the flashbangs, but Nork in a good position to trade. Molotovs will be ineffectual. Here comes the utility. Primetaps trying to dodge. In fact, finds that first kill. Information. But it won't matter because the CTs are the ones fighting the kills. Nork not even needed yet. The Sound knows he's there, but it doesn't matter. Nork, like a jack-in-the-box, pops up and gets 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was always the design of the round for BC Game. JChem playing in towards Moto. The only way that round unravels is if the communication gets a little bit frantic, and Astralis are feigning with that smoke at long that they're going to wrap and go B. So you immediately see the defense shift for BC Game over at B. One player just turns around and looks at CT. That's all you need. So JChem can be on a pivot point, so he can take the contact with the apartments players, and he can also deal with the player that actually did eventually creep through long. Setup was always the original intent, and it passes with flying colours. That's a bit more progressive for BC Game. Double apartment setup. JChem's a bit more forward on long as well. About to be smoked off. So top bracket's established. When do the apartments players move to look for space?
Flash comes through, and that will see them change the setup. That's got the AWP as well. Holding to see if any aggression does come, but at the moment, might be Jacob that's under pressure. Oh, flashbang reveals him, and he realizes I have to swing. And yeah, they hear the same cue. Every crosshair trained on his position. Swing through from Nork. Good first kill. Sees device falling back. And it's this A bomb site that's getting split upon. Primetaps holding on. Removes stare. And they're dealing well with both of these avenues of assault. Cadian stuck out long all by himself, and now the rotations are on their way from B. Device trying to alleviate some pressure, give Cadian the space to move into this bomb site. And he finds Nork, which gives that avenue. All Device from the apartments, and in fact, Device strikes again. This round looked unwinnable from Astralis until Device came through with 3. And it leaves it on Cypher. Was he spotted on this crawl forward? Doesn't seem it from Device's position, but now Cadian does see him. Device repositions and finds his 4. That round is all Dab.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous round of Counter-Strike, actually, because the way the BC Game played that was superb. The coordination between Primetaps and Nork, going 1-for-1, but also establishing a crossfire to the point where they still can help each other. And they didn't need any help. They were getting all the kills. Nork got 2 at short. Primetaps dealt with a player out long. But it's just Device. He's just able to find this pocket of space, get these crucial kills, go on his own timing. And BC Game, they flounder around the bomb site in the chaos that they themselves first made. That's a brutal one to be losing. Nork's now got an AWP, and he's found down through the wall.
Yeah, that's brutal. And all the hard work he did in the previous round couldn't be for naught. Astralis do look like they want to commit over to B. Cypher with the 5-7 removed immediately. A leg on the stair. Or maybe that was the headshot. He's down low regardless. Nork catches the HE 1-for-1 as he will fall. Nexa not there to support. Was present in the site but doesn't want to get involved. And so now he's just part of the retake effort, and Cadian finds that one all too easy.
Can't go for this. That did have promise. It just... There were 3 players there, and Nexa just didn't come through and support. And obviously, it's difficult for him to go through that smoke at that moment. But in actual fact, not that he knows it, but if he went through, he would have denied the bomb, would have got away unscathed. Can Primetaps hold on to the FAMAS? Yes, better yet, he might be able to find an AK. It's a consolation prize for BC Game. It's a shame, because if the roles were switched, if it was Nexa with the MP9 up top and it wasn't Cypher with the 5-7, you feel like that kill's locked in, and then suddenly that takes the pressure away from Nork. But the reality is that Astralis are able to bounce back. A ridiculous round out of Device, then followed in by a relatively simple B Crunch. It's now going to force this eco out of BC game, and for the first time in this series, it finally feels like Astralis are in control.
It's real shame because BC game had the perfect setup there. The 5-7, not quite the weapon for the job. So now it's going to be a stack on the A-bomb site. Which could, given Astralis have been very straightforward, there's not been any kind of late rotations between the sites that they're going for. It's just like, okay, we're going to go A this round, we're going to go B this round. This chances could work out. Gabby removed. That's a gun for Nork, needs to find it. Prime Taps has found two. Cadian's still staying here. They're waiting for this lurk to come through long. Drops the smoke, they can disconnect. And in fact, with down in towards CT, they see this as the moment to go towards B. But a swing out from top mid, this could drop the bomb, and they do. Jacob's the one that does it with the 5-7, in fact, not even the AK. So that slows down the affairs. And in fact, might just entice them to come back to this site. Nork needed that kill. Low HP on Stown. Device, can he get past Jacob? No. So it might not matter that Nork wasn't able to find Stown, because now he's known, and he's known to be low. Cypher moves over to join up with Jacob. And Jacob has the angle, has the read. A bullet will do it. And he gets it. Jacob with 3. And that's Prime Taps getting those first couple of kills with the AK. A commitment from Astralis into A does not work out.
And it's also just the decision to push top middle. You get no further contact after it looks like all the utility's been dropped, and you start to think, hey, maybe I can catch the bomb. And also you hear the Apps player drop the smoke, which means if we push now, we can clear boiler quickly, no one there, let's look at top middle. Let's deny the bomb. And Cadian does get a couple of kills, but he can't get by the quantity of players that were in that stack for BC game. That's a tough one to lose if you're Astralis. You can now call it 1-1 in sort of the rounds that you feel like should have been earned by the other team. Especially after you've got Nork that was in pit, should be dealing with Stown, doesn't. Device is still alive, had the right read that JChem would be there, but can't go at it with the AWP. I was actually more worried about the CT side coming into this for BC game, but considering they've now relegated Astralis to Deagles and can tie up the scoreline at 5-5, they're putting themselves in the best possible situation to qualify for Dallas.
Yeah, worst situation for Astralis after they felt like that one was the freebie. That was a saved rifle. Next has been bored. This has been very A heavy. And when they went B, it was when they were on the bad force buy.
I think that's the first instance we've seen BC game actually go down banana when they've had guns. And it's to the half wall. You expect that to change moving forward for the rest of this first half. Boost up on the Deagle. Come on, guys, make up your mind. Who's going up there? We stand with the Deag. But it's just Cypher with the resmoke. They are giving them nothing. They understand how important these rounds are to win, to convert, if you're BC game. And as soon as I say that, Cypher peeks and Stown kills him.
He did give him something. But next up, quick to come through and plug the gap. That's the bomb spotted on the cross. And he waits. The patience is perfect. Jacob, we'll see that last player crossing. And now you know Stown is alone on the bomb site. Even a flashbang just to make sure no further casualties.
That's fine, man. You lose one, whatever. It doesn't matter. They didn't get the bomb down as well in that round, which more importantly means Device can't buy an AWP. Stairs on a Tech 9, for goodness sake.
I mean, one of the rounds Astralis got was just Device going sicko mode with the AWP.
That's true.
In what, a 2v4?
Worse. Yeah.
Push out middle. Prime Taps wants to get aggressive, and in fact, falls after one, so that's given a rifle over. Well, I suppose Stair picks that one up off Cadian. Jacob, you're being held for if you extend too far, although timing actually is not too bad. Gabby's just walking through. He's walked through the smoke into the back lines and almost actually caught by Jacob.
You know he's the lurk, though. You know Yabby's the lurk on this team. So for now, it's okay. You can still keep 2 players employed over at the B bomb site. And notice how they haven't immediately adjusted. They've not gone in towards A. It's all very quiet. This should be telegraphed to BC Game that this will still end B.
Nexa and Cypher. Not had too many opportunities to hold down this bomb site with all the weaponry they need. With them against the world, Nork can rotate, but by the time he arrives, this site will be compromised. Good molly. Slows them down somewhat. You feel like Nork just has to start coming over now. You have to make the gamble call. Some indecision, and now they start to burst through. Nexa not able to get one. Cypher will get the trade through the smoke. And remember, Yabby is low. Bomb to be planted. Cypher flash through. Can't deny the bomb. If he had, that could have been something. HE. Oh no, it was the smoke. If that had been the HE, it would have been a kill. Nork still has a chance in this 1v2. That smoke makes it seem like that's where he's coming from. But now the scope up reveals his position. Still hits the shot and Yabby's low. Nork just needs one. But Yabby up close. Not anticipated.
NT, but a good decision from Astralis there, just to go back into the control that they've got, because yes, they had apartments, but they got it through walking a smoke. You don't actually know what the setup is like on A, whereas because you've got all this top banana control, you can just use all your utility and you can go into the play. You don't hear the ult fire off at B either, not fighting for the control. BC Game, as stated previously, haven't been doing that, have not been fighting for this banana control, so it makes it all too easy. Sort of MB. The fact that Nexa doesn't get one there is a little bit sickening, considering he was the one that was set up to do it. Cadian now driving forward with the MAC-10. A jump shot onto Cypher, does no damage, but just lets him know that he is there. Nork has now sounded off his AWP at A. If anything, this is just going to force Astralis further into B.
Yeah, I feel like they've identified B as definitely the site that they're able to find the most purchase in, especially with Nork on the AWP over towards A. Jacob starts to rotate. So they will have 3 players defending over on B. Device run all the way back to spawn just to find a HE.
Right.
Gotta utilize every piece of utility, and you know what? It will come in handy if the smoke lands, because they don't have one.
Nexa needs to resmoke now. There we go.
Well, now we get to see that HE in action. As you imagine, it'll go to blow that smoke. 3 players lying in wait. Smoke breaks. Device catches Jacob trying to skirt back through, and now they can just mow their way in. This time Nexa good for 1, but that's it. Stair has found 2. Bomb goes down, and it's got to be a retake with the AWP, no less. Prime taps in Nork. A double up in towards Dark. Device with the AWP in towards top banana, so you can come over and watch the cross if needed. And there's just no way to clear this out. No utility. Might be a kit on site they can collect, but even that feels like it's not going to be enough. Stair looking to take this first contact. Will swing out, in fact, and even just finds the kill. Might not even need the bait, as Cadian will swing. And it's a 7-5 half for Astralis.
another 7-5 half, but this time it's in favour of Astralis here, as they now moved into their CT side. But, Lucy, it was that CT side Mirage that did sort of hinder them. Inferno, yes, it's a different map. So I hope for their sake that they're able to come back in, because otherwise, BC Game are going to Dallas.
Poke out through the apartments. Device. Oh! Holding down with that P2K. Cops a grish from the Gluck. Now BC Games start to move towards B. There will be reinforcements. Down arrives close by. He's got flashbangs. Ready to set up his teammates on site. So this is kind of what Astralis wanted. They were hoping this would be the hit. How good can these flashbangs be? Will they be necessary? Cadian gets that first kill. Now the flashes come over. And they managed to be mostly avoided. And now the hits come through. Prime Taps and Nork get both kills on site. No further frags found from the CTs. Bomb to be planted. Stair will catch Prime Taps through the smoke. Devices push up Banana. Spotted out. He's low. Nexa takes one. And Jacob looking to remove Device will do so. Pistol for BC Game.
I cannot believe those flashbangs didn't net in any kills whatsoever. I mean, BC Game are really smart because they tuck in towards second oranges, they tuck their head down in towards pools, so when Astralis swing they don't see anything, but there was more than 2 players there. So I'm really surprised that they didn't find anyone at all. They were really relying so heavily on those flashbangs, and then they get surprised when the players pop their heads up. A great turn of events and fortune for BC Game. And as typical, when BC Game win a pistol, Astralis force. This happened now 3 times out of 4. Some pretty good conversions actually for BC Game here in this series. They get by the MP9s and the Deagles. They'll take the lead in the series.
Astralis love a force bite. BC Game able to fade out the smoke. They'll move back. Astralis want them to come to this B bomb site. And they might just get what they wish.
God, another smoke thrown in, but that was from an A player.
I think both of them were for A players. I think Cadian is just replenishing this smoke from long. Oh, next up. One in dark, and okay. Yabi gives up that frag. And now with the space that Prime Taps is looking to take over towards long, there might be an opportunity to just launch into A.
Cadian's Molly could do a lot here. And Stown will deal with Prime Taps. That was the player out long. He actually walked over towards Short, through the smokes they go. Stown finds another, and they're just going to ignore him for now. Nexa will be on cleanup duty. Bomb gets planted. There's a lot of damage on Nexa. Astralis can go for this if they want to, but it looks like Stown's out of there.
Stown's Deagles.
Or Stare, rather.
Stown's Deagle has been insane this series, but not quite enough, unfortunately.
Get Device's name on his gun.
Oh no, it's too dark. Can you... What did it say?
It's in all caps, eat yo, and then asterisk, 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 veggies.
For real. Vegetables are good for you, kids. Especially Brussels
I'm learning
sprouts.
that the hard way at the moment.
Yeah?
Trying to be healthier this year. You know, obviously, that means eating more conscientiously.
Is it tough seeing
eating vegetables?
The colours on your plate? Yeah. It's not too shocking.
It's actually like a tough one, because obviously I know I have to eat it, but it's just some stuff that I eat, it just tastes so garbage compared to actual garbage that I normally eat. So I'm having a tough time with that.
You can make it taste better.
I can't cook, unfortunately.
Yeah, that will be a detriment. Let's roast some veggies. Some herbs on there. A thyme, bit of rosemary. The salt.
That's
That's a
sickening.
yum kill. Yes, so Jacob's going to be a menace, right? We saw it on Mirage, and we're going to see it here. He just wants to go for these fights, and he's really feeling it at the moment.
Oh. It's all good. That's another round. Easy done, dusted. If your device, you're saving your Kevlar, probably. I doubt you're going for this. You can put Yabby and Stown in for a bit of a hunt. That you will not find in the same purchase as it did in the previous currently. So as mentioned, BC Game will take the lead. They're in control. And it is still that duo of Nork and JChem, in essence, just hard carrying their team towards LAN.
Yeah, it really feels like they're putting in a big shift. Device get some extra money for an AWP. Oh. 30-year-old talent strikes again. That actually sucks for Device, because that's the difference between open armor and util.
Util, yeah. Surely he buys the AWP, though. Yeah, he's been so good on it. It makes sense for him just to get on it anyway. Caden on an MP9 only. Nexa changes his game plan just after a second of lining himself up to throw the CT smoke. But Cypher's ahead of all the utility. There's a pocket of space, and Yabby pays the price.
Yeah, talk about Jacob being an aggro player. Cypher, certainly, that's how he established himself. You really want to be jiggling these players?
No, you don't. That feels really brazen from Cadian.
Well.
And you just did. And you're going to be saving. Prime Taps has found device. That's the AWP dealt with. Good luck trying to recover this. Prime Taps has found another one.
He had
Oh,
a bit
no.
of shooting him before he pulled off the angle. It looked like he was just assumed it hit. That was crazy.
He was like, I'm done with you now.
Dude, it seriously looked like he just was already moving off the angle before the target was dead. That was wild.
So a Toy Story meme was like, I don't want to play with you anymore.
Yeah.
That's really big, actually. Though Primetime's getting those 2 kills, denies the AWP, gives the AWP to Nork, and now Cadian buys an AWP
Hero
for himself. This now feels desperate for Astralis. I'm just going to say it. I don't want to be that guy, but with Cadian buying the AWP
I don't
as
hate
the hero,
it.
I do.
Because Device can buy another one next round anyway. And an AWP on Inferno can win a round. And it can just lock
Let's see
down
if
B.
it can. Yeah, let's see if it can. I like this setup here in apps, where you've got Device and Stare. Just jiggling. Stown's looking to drop his smoke somewhere.
I think I prefer this setup if Yabby left to A and just stacked A. And left Cadian with the AWP as Sentinel on B.
But this is still fine, because BC game, like their modus operandi of taking like top brackets has been through apps. So now you double stack apps. They've not gone long once. This would suck if this is the round that they go long. It depends how big Nexus' brain is. They're being really diligent here. And they're going long. Uh-oh.
That brain is large. And the hero AWP is gone, by the way. So even that part of the strategy has fallen. Yabby picks it up, and it's going to be Yabby v. the world. Oh!
Nice shot.
Nice shot, but it's not going to matter because the hit's coming in on towards B. Unless Yabby can get a multi here, and it's just a leg shot. Has he got a chance? Yes. Remove Jacob. And another onto Cypher, removed by Nork. This has now gotten very doable, but Nexa catches out Stown on that fast rotate. So 2-on-2 with the bomb down, no kit.
And Nork's posted on Stare. And he's on an angle where he can grab a shot and then fall back. Nex has also smoked himself off and is moving in towards Ruins to be tradable. This smoke is going to block Nork off. Nex is still lying in waiting towards Church. Device is just spamming. And, wow. There's now definite opportunities here. No kit is the detriment. It's there holding and securing. I think there's enough time to defuse this now for Astralis. A massive retake from Stare. And Yabi finding 2 kills just enables Astralis to make that hero AWP round work, but not in the way you expect.
Yeah, now they got 2 AWPs. That's crazy. Yabi, what a performance. Here's the leg shot and you think, oh no, he's going to get run down, but he finishes the job and finds another. I think the most shocking thing there is, I mean, Nork was on a perfect angle to do with Stare, just deleted. Can't find his mark.
Yeah, he got smoked off. So it was by Stare as well. Stare smokes off Ruins. Nork pushes through the right-hand side of the smoke, and Stare's just on the angle ready.
And then Nexa not in a position to really support. Plays it super passive. Here's Device, right, running through towards CT and decides not to play. Wants to tuck back. Into a very difficult position. He loses his teammate. Still in the lead. Astralis given a bit of a lifeline in what would have been double digits. Oh, Cadian. Not quite the shot, but at least Device hits his.
He's not an AWPer anymore, to be fair to him. But it feels like that one should have been his all day long. And it's interesting. You position yourself over at apps, and now you rotate away. Down drops off util for Yabi.
Got 2 AWPers defending A.
And none of them are going to get contact because it's going to be a B pop. You need to be ready for this boost.
Yeah, no one's actually on the site itself. Yabi will slowly walk around, they clear it. The contact play works perfect, but Yabi can still be the thorn in the side. Was brilliant on the defense last time around. Smoke comes forward, he swings, doing damage, can't connect. Cypher flying around, hits the headshot through the smoke. Outrageous. And already with 2 AWPs, Astralis, they cannot retake.
I mean, the call from Nexa to contact walk on potentially 2 snipers. You know there's 2 snipers as well because you heard Cadian and Banana, and then Device got that kill instantaneously in short. So rather than smoking CT, which is probably what 9.9 times out of 10 anyone would do in that situation, they contact push and instead they catch the player that is playing anti-flash on the boost. Amazing. So amazing. From BC Game, it's a risk, but it's calculated and it pays off. 4 players stay alive. They hit double digits. They are 3 rounds away from winning the series.
At the very least for Astralis, they get those 3 players alive. They have those AWPs still in play. Everyone delivering on this T side for BC Game right now. Play lean early for Astralis to beat. See if there was any initial fast play, but when there isn't, they quickly rotate players to A, and in fact, it's a lot of players.
Well, this is the Cadian way of calling, and to be honest with you, this is why I think it doesn't really work in CS2. These slower style of rounds. They're not what they used to be in Go. It's a completely different game, and Cadian Bull is still not proven in CS2. They need to get info, Astralis. They need to start fighting in towards top brackets. They need to look in towards apartments. They need anything. BC Game love B. Every time they've gone into B, they have not been shut down. Why on earth would they change the script now?
Yeah, it's not called AC Game. Astralis will get the memo and move players over. Not seeing any contact at all on A early.
They're going back.
Oh, Nexa is moving in. to Cadian's head rent-free. The
They drop
device
smokes
still
as
here.
well.
Device can still be the difference maker. In the perfect position, Cypher lost on that lurk. Device falls back. Prime taps, looking to try and trade something out. Nexter is selling this fake so well. Removed, but Stare holds from Pit. And Device still alive on site. There's no time. Nork and Jacob have to try and save, and they should be allowed to.
Yeah, it feels like they waited too long for that commitment on B to ensure that the players were definitely rooted on that site, and then they didn't really have too much progression. Prime Tats had no idea about the Pit play. Its Device inadvertently baiting Stare in Pit. It was well handled from the Astralis contingent on A, but it is BC Game trying to get a little bit tricky with it. And that's ultimately costing them. They've got another buy. The double AWPs are still in play here for Astralis. And Cypher again looking to test and go fast. Round the corner, flashbang exceptional, and Cypher's spray nearly nets 2.
Yeah, really clean kill onto Yabi. Stown brought low or passed over to him. A third player who's more than capable on the sniper. Flashed off the line, and on the jump he gives up his life. Device finds Pine Taps. Cadian is the only defender over here. Knows he needs to hold on, and he's able to do it for one. So at least it's kept even. Bomb to go down. Jacob has good utility to continue blocking space here. Nice little blow on it. They want to fight forward. Can't quite find the line though. And a re-smoke lands over towards the coffin, so it has to be through the CT smoke. Good Molotov. Forces them out for a moment. A double up in towards Dark. Kid in play on Stare, and Device might even be able to pick up a second, and he does. Stare edges forward. This double up. Oh. Heard. Nork has a chance now against Device, who's swinging with the pistol, and it's Device this time that will prevail. And at the very last second, another successful retake. We are tied up.
Yeah, good retake. And to be honest, good from Cadian to stay alive and actually grab one kill, because it does make that retake feasible. BC Game, they walk straight into the utility. They get a little bit flustered. The double dark setup, it feels okay, but the way that Stare peeks it is just pixel perfect. Right eye peek compared to left. He sees BC Game first in that angle. And it's a necessary pistol kill for Device, but it's another round in which it really hangs and teeters on the balance, but it's the A defenders that are doing most of the work, whether it is on A, whether it's on B. And the BC Game, they've got one more buy left in them, but if they lose this, they're going to be left with nothing. And Astralis will only be a single round away from tying up the series. Nexa will trade. Spam goes on towards Stown. In fact, a double up of players laying down lead, but he gets out scot-free, and the nade is a parting gift onto J-Chem.
Next managed to walk up pretty decently far on contact. Has a chance to catch off Cadian. Oh! He will, in fact, get that kill, and fully blinded. Pre-fires. Here's the flash come over and removes the player. Catches that timing, just the shift walk up, and both those moments look like he was going to get caught out. Wins unlikely duels and sets BC Game up for their 11th.
Yeah, speaking about the money for BC Game, but you can't go for it if you're Astralis now, because again, they're the ones that are suffering financially. Yeah, you got good money on your AWPers because they're the ones that keep staying alive. They're the ones where their primary weapon is consistently being picked up throughout all of this second half. But it's BC Game on B. I watched a game last week just on a stream, just tracking the progression of BC Game with their new roster. It was against 500, it was on Inferno, and it was these war of attrition, these hard fought-out rounds, but they ended the game 13-11 in victory, and it came from these T-side hits consistently on B. This was the first round that we see Astralis trying to take space as well, dynamically in towards Banana. They even go 2 for 1. And yeah, it's Nexa, the in-game leader, setting an example to the T side. This is how you take B. The fact that he just pre-fires after seeing the trajectory of the flash is everything. A reminder, if you're just joining us as well, Astralis need to win this map, otherwise they get put in the lower bracket.
Good HE. BC Game bursts through a follow-up nade, brings Cypher down incredibly low. Astralis get away unscathed. Flashbang. Ooh, fully blind again. Nexa catching perfect timings. Down will get that trade, but it's onto the low HP Cypher. Won't sting so much. 4-on-4. Stair looks to get info in the apartments. They know it does look to be towards B. At least at this moment.
So where's the rotate? If you've got all this info, you need another rotate. Yabby has been occupying this top orange, first orange position so consistently. Ahead of the smoke. Goes down as well. They will be committing into this. Pretty fire. Actually, you feel like should go the other way. Stown should be getting the kill, not Yabby. But it's Prime Taps that claims both. And now you're in a 2 versus 3. If you grab this nade kill, maybe that changes the course. The wall bang through doesn't net anything. And again for Device, he comes up empty-handed. Has been iced out of these rounds so consistently. And it's BC Game on series and IEM Dallas point.
Yeah, just avoiding Device. Like, that's been the modus operandi. Just go towards B, punish Yabby and Cadian. It's the same thing Astralis was doing to BC Game with Cypher and Nexa, but in the inverse. And it's Nexa that's actually doing a lot of the heavy lifting on this T side. Prime Taps gets a clean double there as well. Again, it feels like some of these fights are so unlikely for the T's to win, and they're still edging through. The smallest of margins getting BC Game both of these back-to-back rounds. And 2 chances now for them to lock in a spot at IEM Dallas.
And now it's all mind games as well, because how many times have they gone B? Like every round this half, basically. And every round it's been working. So what do you do if you're Cadian? What's the call here? You've got 30 seconds to figure it out. Are they going to go A on us? Are they going to call our bluff? Or are they going to keep going B? If I'm BC Game, you just keep going B. It's been working this entire time. Astralis have not been able to shut you down. And when they have been shutting you down, it's come at the cost of the retake. It's come at the cost of Device and Stair doing the damage. Feels like Yabby and Cadian have been passengers in this ride on Inferno. What is the call at Nexa? What is potentially the defining moment to get this team to land? And it all starts with banana control again. This time it's Naught going aggressive on towards the angle in top banana. Device is here.
Yabby wants to fight forward. Naught on the line. Flashbang. Perfection. Yabby gets 2. Naught wanted to edge around that corner and find a 5, but the timing could not have been worse. And Device still lies in wait. Can he stand up? The others have fallen. Flashbang forces him off.
Oh, that smoke's weird.
Yeah, got a bit of a gap on the side. Device, oh, he walks past it. That could have been to his undoing, but instead it's Cadian. They will find the frag, spammed out. Are you expecting Device in the back of sight?
No. No, you're not. Nexa removed. And now J-Chem, the comm, is it? He's low. Device goes with the pistol. J-Chem should be removed momentarily, and he is. That was the answer. Get Device over here. Keep 3 players B consistently, but you've done it once, you got to do it again. This buy isn't going to be amazing here out of BC Game, despite all the rounds they've been winning.
Device grabs the AK at the end as well, just to make sure there's as many of those T-rifles in play for them. But yeah, going to be running 2 MAC-10s here. What's the call? B and B again. In fact, not even MAC-10, it's a Tech 9. Up through middle. Hey, geez. The Astralis' util damage has been unrelenting. But if they go to A, if they wrap onto A, there's only 2 defenders here right now. Flames drops. Prime Tap swings around, down, sprays them down. Removed after 1 or 2, but Stair able to step in. And in the pit, he still lies in wait. No smoke on Moto. Nexa slides forward. They can eliminate Stair. Maybe there's a way in. Stair's aware of the potential of this walk, but Nork will catch him. Bomb goes down, but still not a favorable position for these Ts. Astralis with the player advantage. And there's no smoke down on Moto. They can just stroll in. Flames land inside the Nexa. He swings out, can't find the shot. It's got to be Nork or it's OT. First kill's his. That smoke actually gives him some space to work with. A reposition forward. Is he going to walk through this? Surely Cadian will catch him, and he will. So we go to OT.
Yeah, you feel like that's deserved, especially after the way that Astralis have been playing that, especially because finally you test this A defense down, comes up trumps, on long with an important double. Instead, just living in the pit, yeah, he gets 1 kill, and then he gets blindsided, but he drops the smoke, he stays alive for an extra 5-10 seconds, and that's enough for his team to rotate in. Staying alive is the best remedy for that potential long split out of BC game. And Astralis are now trying to breathe new life into this CT half. They've done the hard bit. They made it to overtime. Now they just need to close.
We step on the half wall. Was that spotted?
No.
Cadian straight to the side. If one of those days had hit him, he would have got wrecked.
Boosts everywhere, look at this. Never ready for that if you're JChem. Device on the angle at long, just in case they push from top brackets. But BC game, we know what they like to do. They're going to go B once more.
Well, Molly missed. Smoke will land. Cypher pokes and prods. It's not a full committal at the moment. They've still got players present. Over towards A. Rotation moves from Device, so he will be over on B.
Oh, this feels like if BC game just take a chance and then maybe go for like a long push. They could catch off these players. Now you know the AWP's here, so maybe long is the open avenue. Can BC game find it?
More time smoking towards the apartments. No one's on the other side, but it means they can focus their attention elsewhere. Time ticks. Bomb collected. This will be an A finish.
You know it's a fake now. They've taken too long and they've not committed behind the B
it's going to be a B
utility.
finish.
Wow, okay.
20 seconds left. It feels like they've left this way too long. At least Device will feel more obligated to go towards A because that's where they've got the lack of info. Spotted a player on the fountain. Cypher can't remove him, and Yabi in the backside finding success. Cadian just holding on, and time. That was what he was able to buy just by staying alive. So first for Astralis and OT.
I can tell you exactly what happened there, and that's what they wanted to do, and what they should have done is push long. As soon as they hear the AWP sound out on banana, and they get the info and they don't die, you push long. And then you can have a lurk there. You can drop some utility that you can force Astralis to rotate a bit more. By leaving it way too late, you got 20 seconds. I think it was actually like 17 seconds when they first go around the corner and have those fights with the players on site. Too many angles to clear. Too little time to do it with. Doesn't work. But those nades will ice out Yabi. And Yabi's been coming to life a little bit at the backstage of this second half. So an important kill to find. Cadian also dinked as he's trying to just brand his utility. Trades are efficient for BC game and Astralis, but it's the T side that have one more in their favor. And Stare doesn't dare spam. Instead he smokes off the molly. And Device is worlds away.
Stare spotted too. Device has to make his way up the banana. The AWP is a difficult spot to retake from. Smoke tripled forward to give some room to work with. Stare dropping all the utilities he's found on the floor. To be disruptive, and that's a great blow on it. Gives the room for Device to find that kill, so a chance in there still. Good crossfire set up. And Primetas to spot the first. Has to be Device. Good kill over the top, but there's Nork sliding around the corner. The BC game will tie up 13-13.
That's a fun util set to put forward by Stare. He's trying to keep all the attention. You're looking at CT, you're not looking at Device. He's the one that gets the 2 kills, but it's the reposition from the players on site to play around that smoke. Deal with Stare, who jumps up, and then Device jumps up in the same vein. An easy collection in the end, and it is BC Game once more that are still ending B, but it's still working. Both teams got 7 rounds on their T side, so you feel like BC Game need this one. And Nexa nearly burns to a cinder, but he's just about staying alive in Banana.
Yeah, this banana fight has been so costly time and time again. I swear Cypher's got a magnet on his head. Stare picks out the apartments and removes prime taps. So player advantage, and guess what? Straight into B. Cadian's here with the secondary AWP out in the open, so a flashbang could be his undoing. Smoke lands, and he's ready for that swing out. Even spots the second, looking for the timing shot. Actually doesn't fire off a bullet, and the wide swing comes from Yabi's down tier 2.
Nork.
They've walked
Oh my
through.
God,
Both
they've
of them have
walked by
walked
them.
through. But they don't have the bomb, so don't think it's
They
going to
don't-
matter. Next hour is
They've not
3
been
HP.
seen. Okay, Cadian's looking. But he misses. But it doesn't matter because all the rifles will turn back on a dime instantly. Now, you might be ready for 1, but are you ready for 2? Nork trying to line them all up. He knows where 3 of these players are. But getting rid of them is going to be the tricky bit. There goes 2, but Stare steps in. And Astralis will take 2 rounds on their CT side. And the way that the game is going, you feel like that will be enough, potentially, to get them over the line. I have no idea where this is ending up. You feel like 2 should be enough, considering how much they were struggling on that T side to hold B.
Yeah, you think so? We'll see. Economy was a bit of an issue for BC Game. Astralis less interested in B early. After all, it's Astralis, not B Astralis. And it's BC Game, not AC Game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, got it.
B and A, the 2 bomb sites in this game.
Please stop. Please stop making it worse. Cypher
Dude,
again.
this guy, he needs to
naded.
just work out where this utility is going, because he has headbutted every HE possible.
He's from the UK. He thinks it's like a bit of footy, you know?
Yeah.
Have it.
Can't knock it back off your head.
Long wrap smokes. There is a player lurking in apps. Smoked off is Yabi. Is he going to push through? Oh, do you dare chance this if you're Yabi? You can do it once your long players are taking contact, potentially. Or the short player. It's Cadian that gets the first kill. This is so messy and weird. Prime Tap's eventually dealt with by Yabi. It's a 3-on-3. J-Chem does deal with Cadian. Stown in the corner.
Oh, the bomb!
Does
The
know
bomb's
about
in library.
J-Chem. Oh, no, I didn't even notice that.
That's why they're
Okay,
all
this
stalled.
is...
That's why the
this is
smoke's gone
tough.
down. Good play.
Great break on it. Oh,
Cypher.
but he still can't get it.
They can't get it. It's stuck in the library. Oh, okay. Yabi will find it, but now Nexus slides through, and there's no escaping. The bomb goes
How?
into library off the peak. I think they
How
just
was the
wanted to
bomb?
remove the player there. They had the full A bomb site, but they knew there were players in library. They swing to get that extra frag, and the bomb flies forward.
Me and the Observer were so locked in on this Yabi Prime Taps little battle that was actually just completely irrelevant. I don't know how on earth that bomb got in there, but that is a big blunder to be making in overtime when your upper bracket journey is on the line here, Astralis. That feels very silly. And Cypher, who was on 50 HP, clutches up in a big way by getting those 2 kills and denying Astralis from extracting the bomb.
They had the
What on
full
earth?
bomb site. That's crazy. Oh, what a way to lose the round.
You hope that doesn't come back to bite them.
And that was
But it
serious
might.
point.
I can't believe that.
Well, that was map point for Astralis at the least.
3 players still lying in wait on B, by the way. They're trying to put a lot of pressure in towards brackets, but it's not working. You're right. Nork is here, and he can take a kill and then fall back. Will sound out the AWP. That's information to Astralis.
Yeah, smoke lands, but I don't think it's going to deter them. They still want to commit to this.
Look at this Prime Tapson's like Yabby again. But this time it's Yabby that doesn't push through the long smoke. Nork is staying alive. Flashbang's coming over the top. Nork is trying to pick a moment, but it's Nexa through the CT smoke. That is outrageous from Nexa. 4 kills, and suddenly the B attack falls flat on its face. Yabby is behind, will take 1 kill, but Nork locks it in. Oh my god.
What a
And now
moment.
BC Game are on series point. Dallas point put in by the in-game leader.
Yeah, exactly, right? What a moment for the IGL to step up. We see that play, right? Flashing through that smoke, finding that moment. It always feels like it's a coin flip in what you can get from it. Nork doing his best, Nexa doing his best Nico impression as he swings through. 4 quick kills, all in the different angles. That smoke that was dribbled forward gives all the space for him to work too. What should have been map point for Astralis is instead series point for BC Game.
They've already had one of these. Will it be the second one? Is that the only one that they need? I cannot believe it. And with no bomb down in either one of these rounds, they've still got the money to have an AWP, to have the AKs. And Prime Tap smokes off Abs. It's Nork that this time eats a HE in top banana. My oh my.
Towards A, go Astralis. For the last round of OT. Not a lot of players on site itself. Nexa doesn't see anything on that smoke blow. He's going to reposition. Players now move into the site. Getting ready for this wrap. Nexa playing around this smoke that was deployed by the T's. In through short. That's where they're going to play. Prime Taps needs to hold on to the side. Jacob finds that first flashbang. It's so good. Jacob can't get anything more, and Nexa falls. We might just be running it back once more. A successful play onto A leaves Cypher and Nork in the 2v4.
Those flashbangs were so clever. The little bounce just on default, and it just completely... You see how blind Prime Taps was. The second one as well. Even if you dodge the first one, you're not ready for the second that comes exactly in the same trajectory. This will be a retake that obviously you go for, but it's one that feels out of reach. Unless they find kills instantly, unless they're able to break this crossfire, the molly doesn't unsettle Astralis one bit. And Yabby will make sure that we run it back for even more rounds on Inferno.
Party doesn't stop. Nexus Heroics, not quite enough. BC Game have had 3 series and Dallas points thus far, but each one Astralis has fought back into. T-sides have been the defining sides in OT, just in general, for these two teams. And a brief moment of respite.
We still need to sort of figure out what you can do if you're on the CT side. How do you disrupt this if you're BC Game? Because they've been very good at denying the initial execute, but that's sort of when you've got to the bomb site. We saw one round in regulation where Prime Taps ran down middle. We haven't seen anything in terms of overall aggression. In fact, from both of these teams, we've not seen even a decisive banana take. There's been a lot of respect given over because of how good the utility's been for both parties. But I wonder if aggression... The thing is with changing your game style, with your BC game, that one moment of aggression, it can be either a really good thing to employ, or if you go for it and it doesn't work, that could be a little bit of a disaster, because then you get in your own heads. Like, do you want to change what's been working? Probably not. It's a tough one to call, especially when you go so deep. Especially when you go back to that T side now for your BC game, because Astralis know you're just going to go B.
Or will they? We'll have to wait to find out. We don't get to see what the cause of the pause was in the chat. Maybe it's a bathroom break. Long match played out. We're back. Double OT, 15-15. Best of 19.
This time it's Cadian that receives the brunt of the utility. Cypher dropping another one. It softens up these players. Oh, there's so much util damage this time falling in favour to BC game, and none has gone back the other way on them.
A rarity.
For once, right?
Cypher wore his helmet today. So let's go back for more utility. So maybe Cypher's not out of the woods yet.
They're setting up that same smoke break play, and in that last round of OT, Astralis did throw the flash in the corner to get the audio, whether Nexa was in there or not. It looks like they're going to ignore B entirely and just go into this long play. You have to clear Nexa.
His long setup's good. Jacob has supporting utility. HE trying to bait out that Nex is not here. And it's perfect. Completely undetected. Finds a second on that long spray. And now Prime Tap's in the perfect position to find one of his own. That's just players attacking you from every direction. That one feels all too easy.
Yeah, and you got to give a lot of credit there to J-Chem for throwing that nade forward. Nexa just tanks the HE damage, doesn't move. And he's set up to get 3 kills. Then Prime Taps just lives. J-Chem then comes over and just immediately does the damage on towards short. It's a good work by BC game. Flawless as well. And that time North wanted to get a little bit more aggressive in towards Banana. Wanted to take the fight. Instead gets bruised a little bit by Util. Oh no, don't boost up. Don't boost up, Nork. He's holding for it. He might go back on the angle now, but gets dealt with by Stow.
Yeah, boost would have been deadly, but the follow-up with the... Oh, Sniper. Yeah, the follow-up with the flash was perfection.
Don't overcook this, Astralis. You just got 2 openers. And now you're going back in towards A, and J-Chem potentially can hear you. Or maybe not. Prime Taps has just started to make his move. Being called back in. Need to clear Boiler if you're Astralis.
You feel like there's no way this round falls to pieces. I mean, Jacob has a nice position. He finds 1 and 2. Oh no. Oh no! It's fallen apart! There was no way! There was no way! But now it's Device in a 1v2. Jacob gets a triple. Unbelievable that he's allowed to do that. But it's still Device. AK in hand. Smoke off Moto, but that's not where these CTs come. Nexa and Prime Taps walking up short. Device has managed to get back to the pit. Nexa has an incendiary, but keeping hands on the gun. Device has a strong angle. Surely they know he can't be that far away. And oh, the adjustment. On to prime tabs as he had what felt like a certain kill. Doesn't matter anyway. For all the heroics, it's Nexus HE that finds the killing blow.
I can't believe it. To be honest with you, again, the kills go back the other way because I thought Device was just going to headshot Nexa and then prime taps would trade. Instead, the bullets don't connect on Nexa's head and he's able just to adjust onto prime taps. That's unfortunate. You feel like, again, Astralis needed that lifeline. They needed that hero to step up, but it's not happening.
What a game Nex is having, by the way. 30 and 19.
He's been so crucial, especially in overtime and the rounds prior. This would be horrible if Astralis go into this CT half 18-15 down. But that's a great start. J-Chem, hero of the last, brought back down to 0. Flashbangs are brilliant. Cadian will find one, but it's Stare doing all of the damage for Astralis. This will be their one T-sided round.
Yeah, what a baller time to call the fast play. They do not slow down at all. They're even doing a fun self-flash as he goes around that corner to remove the player on site. And for all the praises we've sung of Nexa, 1v4 feels incredibly unlikely. Especially as the utility continues to fall in his position. They're not making this easy. At least he gets another HE kill, but 2 CT-sided rounds. That feels pretty decent for BC Game.
Damn. Cypher has nearly 2,000 damage and has got 12 kills. Rough.
That's relatable.
Now it's time for the mind games of Nexa. Will it be the B simulator again, or have they got a trick or two more up their sleeve here, BC Game? It felt like Astralis were in control for the first half, but since then it's just been them fighting to scramble back into this series. They still don't have the lead. And it's not a double AWP from Device and Cadian, it's just a single one. Even in OT with all the money.
Yeah, risky to bring that out first OT if you lose it, right? Picture frame. Slower from the T side. HE ineffectual. And Gideon almost caught. Nexa looking for a fight. Putting the pressure on. They've got information on both these B players. That's going to cause some concern. You can see Charlotte start to rotate. Down moves over. But this time, I think BC Game, none of this faking nonsense. They're just going to commit to A as 5.
They got to smoke long. They got to get by Device. And they got to isolate Stare. Well-timed Incendiary is going to force them back. But Prime Taps just removes him from the apartment. Stare, now baited in, will get his 1 kill. But there's a second player lying in wait in Apps. And I don't think Stare's going to be ready for him. But Stare's just taking the fight to BC Game. An important kill. Puts it in a 3-on-3. A spam through the smoke on Cypher.
Cats. Oh.
Ouch. Quickly taken away. You still got this apartment flank. You still got players coming in from short, but Nexa is holding Apps. There is a molly that can disrupt him, but now you know the play is in apartments looking for a pocket of space, but can't find it. 2 players now known and located. No util to disrupt these players on site, so you have to swing, and you have to win out these fights immediately. And Cypher's still low, but he's still finding headshots, trying to take the fight straight to Yabby. This would be an important moment for Kai, and he delivers in a big way. BC Game will find series point, and they've got a little bit of wiggle room to work with.
Yeah, I feel like Jacob was going to be the one that provided them that round there, but he goes down for free. And Cypher, who'd been brought down to, what, 20 HP at most through that smoke. I swear to God, Cypher, I'd say 80% of his damage is taken without him seeing a player. And yet still able to deliver in that moment, the 1v2 to once again find Series and Dallas point. And with 2 chances now, they take the pause. They know this is as close as they can get it. 1 more round.
the way that Astralis retake that as well, just even in the 2 versus 2, the right eye peek, you step back, that means you can see more of the angle. Like, it's all perfect to get rid of JKem. He doesn't stand a chance against Cadian. And then Cypher just comes out of nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. What a historic moment this would be if BC Game are able to close Inferno. 2 chances to stamp their tickets to IEM Dallas, to send Astralis to the lower bracket.
Fight again towards top banana. Cypher trying to duck down. Oh, they don't clear him properly. He almost takes down one, but Cadian takes down a double. Jacob will remove one. The flames put out immediately. Yabi's still in here. Are they aware that Yabi is here? Yes. Answered quickly. So a 3-on-3. Cadian's alone in the site. Spray connects onto Jacob. Nork needs to find this trade. Oh, no, Nork is in the smoke. Cadian repositions, and he's unknown. Stair looks to push through, and he'll find that kill. Cadian can swing and confirm it. A great side hold from Cadian.
Yeah, and look, he was in sandbags as well. He was the one that got out. He effectively left Yabi to die. The fact he gets 4 kills, it's reminiscent of Nexa locking down B with a 4K of his own. We might be destined for even more rounds here on Inferno. Can BC Game close? This would be their 4th series point. Their 4th chance to try and do it, but Astralis are saying no. They're remaining resolute. The nade flies over Cypher this time and lands flush on Nexa. Flashbang affects Cypher, and Yabi punishes.
So many chances BC Game have had to close this series and close this map out. Each time they get close, Astralis look to deny, and with that kill on Cypher, and all the damage done, it looks good for this to go to potentially a triple OT. Spots out Yabi. There's still 2 players in CT. You really want to commit through this. Next he gets a trade back through the smoke, but still Cadian is here. That's down you've just removed. So you should know 2 more players are present. Smokes have been limiting. Nexa looking to walk through the side. Yabi considering this as a possibility, but they're just waiting to phase the smoke. Yabi able to adjust, but he was the low HP. That's an okay trade. Cadian just holds a Molotov to try and disrupt this bomb going down. Resmoke lands. Some breathing room for BC Game. Bomb needs to be planted. Here comes the Molotov. Nork will get the bomb down, and it's only a bit of damage. Able to fall back, but still a difficult post plant for Nork and Prime Taps.
Prime Taps is in such a committed angle as well. But this might be a little bit different for Astralis, because every single time, yeah, you've got a player that's in towards New Box, and Prime Taps, oh my god, he gets 2 kills. They weren't ready for him. In towards a more advanced position, Stair trying to clutch up for Astralis, but maybe not. Nork will swing with Prime Taps, and BC Game qualify to IEM Dallas.
And in the most outrageous way, that round looked like it had Astralis written all over it. The way that they were able to claw that back, especially after Jacob goes down for free, trying to dry fire onto the site. Phenomenal from Prime Taps in that post plant to deliver. That was what this game was about. This entire series for BC Game was individuals delivering in those high pressure moments. You highlighted that's what BC Game would have to rely on, and that's what found them success.
And that one molly, they've thrown towards New Box. They've been throwing it on the left-hand side the entire time. This time it comes from the right side, and it doesn't fully push Nork out. So he's just able to live as well. That is heartbreaking for Astralis, who you feel like they were in control, then they lost control. There were so many of these B hits that BC Game were just throwing at them consistently. And now they're in the lower bracket. And BC Game have qualified for IEM Dallas after a win over Big and now a win over Astralis. I mean, that is incredible, really.
Yeah, like two of the toughest teams here in this bracket to break through. You peg Astralis as one of the favorites to get in. Just out of all the teams here, they're one of the highest ranked as well. And yeah, for them to fall short here, I mean, obviously there's still another chance. It's not all done for Astralis yet, but they now fall to the lower bracket, and there are a lot of scary teams down there, and only one of them gets through, right? That's the crazy thing, right? You got teams like OG, Big, Namiga, Zero Tenacity, all down in that lower bracket. You can see on the left the results so far today. We've had two teams qualify through to Dallas, Falcons, and now BC Game. You can see the results that BC Game had here on the B stream. Heroic run out over Zero Tenacity. They are going up against 3D Max shortly for another spot. And then we're going to have our final game of the day to decide a fourth team that goes through. Metasport versus Gamer Legion coming up after this break for one more spot in Dallas.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Wow, that was an unbelievable finish to that game. And now we've got another one straight to bring you. Metasport taking on Gamer Legion. A little bit of rivalry here. Obviously, ZTR's old team in Metasport, and Isaac used to play on Gamer Legion a little bit ago. So there's going to be some personal things to get through on the server, but also qualification again on the line. 1 best of 3 from these two teams away from IEM Dallas.
Yeah, ultimately that's what's to play for here. We kind of mentioned the same thing earlier. The winner of this straight through, the loser to the lower bracket where you're battling with teams including Astralis now. So yeah, not an easy battle. The other game going on at the same time is 3D Max vs Heroic with the same stakes at play. Winner of both of these best of 3s will be going through. And yeah, for both these teams, they had wins in their first games. For Metasport, very convincing 2-0 over Nexus, 13-4 on Nuke, a little bit more contested on Ancient, that one went OT. Gamer Legion were put through their paces by Hester. I know that one had a few comments from the community, surprised at how well Hester played, but Gamer Legion did prevail in the end. So that's great for Gamer Legion fans everywhere.
That's the main thing. They did prevail. Well, we got the veto to bring you as well. It is fun because obviously older in-game leader of ZTR, the vetoes are going to be kind of what you expect. Ancient being picked by Metasport. This has always been a very strong map for Metasport. They like to go into this one a lot when they can. Inferno picked by Gamer Legion as well. This one feels like they're trying to prey on the fundamentals of Metasport. And Mirage is our decider. I'm not sure if we're going to need the decider. I didn't think we would need it in the BC game, Astralis one, but I thought Astralis would go 2-0. I still think Gamer Legion are going to 2-0 this one. I think they're going to play very well. When you look at Metasport, you look at the players that are on it, you're sort of looking at Adam B. He's been the best player in this team for a while. I think Lumi goes under the radar a lot because he's this player that sort of burst onto the scene. Didn't really know what to expect from him. He looks like he's 30. He's actually 23. And to be honest with you, like, he's been very solid. Like, he's been a very serviceable piece for this Metasport side. The issue I've got when I look at this Metasport squad is I don't really know who the star player is, and that's a worry for me.
Yeah, it feels more like a collective than one with some clear stars. Whereas on the Gamer Legion side, sure, they've definitely gone through another big shuffle of players once again. The constant situation the Gamer Legion find themselves in, but Ash has received plenty of praise for his ability to find the right talents that work in these systems, and it feels like PR has really been the standout, at least in this new iteration. Been really great seeing him really contribute in this new iteration, and particularly in some really big high-profile games against Tier 1. I mean, we saw them just recently, right? What they were doing at Dallas. At Dallas. Not yet, getting ahead of myself. At Katowice. So yeah, they're wanting to get to another IEM, which would be Dallas if they can win this one. So let's see if they can do it. Taking on Metasport and Ancient, the first map. Ancient, where Metasport picked against Nexus and went OT to win. Can Gamer Legion try and take them on their home turf?
If you watch Tier 2 CS, you'll be familiar with a lot of these names, and that's why I advocate to people, if you've got time, watch Tier 2 Counter-Strike, because then you won't be surprised by the players that join sort of the upper echelons, and then you get even less surprised when they do well. Taos and PR, good examples of this. It's going to be a quick A-crunch. Rez trying to do some damage, but the bullets are wavering until he finds Hampus in A main. Bomb can be planted by Isaac. It's going to be a big 4-on-4 retake with only one flashbang to get Gamer Legion in.
Yeah, not a kid either. These Dully is going to have to do the work. Flash is great. Lumi is fully blind, but sends for one of his own to try and take CT space, and that works on the Tarson. Bobsky will remove Slend as well, so it's PR and Rez trying to fight forward. Rez has found a double. Speaking of players that have had a resurgence, but he runs out of bullets. And Lumi can't connect his. Rez gets the kill, but time's going to be the problem. Adam B should be in a position to win this one out, gets PR off the bomb, and in fact, he's found the kit. So time, it's not a problem.
Adam B, why is your Glock on burst fire? Yes, he's low HP.
How does Rez get 4 kills there?
I don't know. That was that was an issue, but that wasn't the main issue. The main issue there is that Adam B has gone on to Glock burst fire and has missed, and has allowed PR just to get the headshot. That was a round that Gamer Legion should never have won. But Reds has just destroyed Metasport in the pistol. He runs out of bullets, Lumia runs out of bullets, and somehow he gets the best of him. That is a disaster, really, for Metasport, and Hampus has now stood on the corner of a molly, and he's taking even more damage. Force by in, quick play in towards B, but it's more of a retake effort here for Gamer Legion, but Towson overwhelmed.
I just run down, really wanted to hold his ground, but it's for nothing, and Plopsky is fast through with the MAC-10. And all the support is there. Despite the heroics in the pistol to get that one through, this Force by has come through and hit hard and fast. That's even a worse outcome. CTR will even be allowed to live 1 HP, and they're already hunting. They did not want to allow him to get away with this MP9. And I dare say, he shouldn't.
He won't. It's a cool maneuver from Metasport, the way that they styled that round. The smoke in towards short, they had the molly long, which isolates Towson, and then they just flash through the smoke, and they all come through together. They swing on long because they can do that, because they got the space to do so, because the smoke wasn't up. You've already got the player that's ran through with the MAC-10 to get rid of another rifle. You should be clearing him. ZTR will find one on the way out, so at least that's 600 into his pocket. But for Gamer Legion, on the CT side, you win the pistol, then you lose the force. That one is going to be heavy.
Now you force him back in with 5-7s. Brutal. In the fight mid, dodging the flames, flashbangs, less so, but not anticipating that close angle. Hampus will at least alleviate. So now a slowdown. There's 3 players for Gamer Legion on B. Start to reposition. Might just stack over towards A, which is not where Metasport look to go at this moment.
Oh, they're coming back. That trickling of utility in towards middle hasn't upset Gamer Legion, but if Metasport just remain patient, the fight might come back to them, which potentially could be a detriment. Slend gets on the corner, util thrown in, and that molly is brilliant because it upsets not one player, but 2. And that molly spreads right at the last moment and gives the audio cue to Plopsky. Slend finds Isaac at the very least, but traded immediately. The 5-7s can't get involved whatsoever. So Metasport are able to survive. There's 2 players on incredibly low HP, but they won't care about that. The point is that they've kept 3 players alive, and now they're going up against an eco.
I was having a bit of a moment there, looking good. Love that little HE onto the spray through the wall combo to remove Slend. Found that double in middle as well, and the 5-7s look to upset. Nothing invested for Gamer Legion, so a formality, a little stack. Your favorite one, Brandon?
Yep. It's really weird when I watch Gamer Legion. It's been the case actually ever since Paris, where no matter what roster it is, they do struggle a little bit online, and they do their best work on LAN. It feels like all of these online best of 3s are sometimes tough for them. It always goes the distance. Boost over the smoke. Hampus didn't see that one, but they don't see him. It should just be a cleanup. And it is. 2 quick kills. Galil be recovered? No.
Oh.
It can now. They can go to A. It's all okay. It's still fine.
If the bomb had been committed with those players, there was maybe a cause to be interested in this round. Isaac will lock off this final CT. Oh, no he won't. However, the bomb is planted on B. This is still an incredible amount of economic damage, regardless. And be in a nice angle to ensure that this doesn't get any further costly. Lock in this frag. Yeah, 3 kills found. Not bad at all. Oh, they didn't grab that M4 either.
Oh, even worse then. You effectively kill 4 players with that. Stun can't afford an AWP, but he's still proficient with a rifle. Medisport don't have theirs. Let's see now with Gamer Legion, with all the guns, with all the utility, what they can put forward in terms of a defense, because Hampus is on fire. So much util. Oh my gosh. Look at the lines being drawn across the screen. Flashbang, not good enough. Towson overwhelmed once more, and ZTR, he's full blind and is just being spammed through this smoke. Bomb will be locked in. Isaac just about stay afloat. But how do you get into this if you're Gamer Legion? Maybe that's a good start. Isaac finally found through this smoke. No utility to drive them forward, so you have to take these fights dry. And it will be PR with another trade. Plopsky trying to come around the corner, and that should settle the nerves for Medisport. Well worked by Plopsky. In fact, it's that combo. Adam B, Plopsky, Hampus doing all of the legwork for Medisport.
Yeah, that round was exactly the same as round number 2, where when they forced in. The exact same setup and the exact same opening frag onto Towson out towards long. He's just caught off trying to stay a little too present. You can see he was flashed in, right, trying to take the fight that time, so at least there was that variation, but just too many players. As long as 1 or 2 avoids that flash, you're done for. Good try from PR to get a couple back, but at that point, without the utility, as you mentioned, to set up a successful retake, they were just consolation frags. So a blistering start to the T side. Too ancient.
They've really been prioritizing this B space when they've got the guns. We spoke about the outpour of utility that Medisport put forward. Again, Towson just overwhelmed at long. Hasn't really had much purchase from that position. Feels like they are targeting him. So that's got to shift. Maybe more control in towards middle as well for Gamer Legion. They had space in towards heaven, but then didn't really do anything with it because it was shut out by these smokes. This time it's control in towards A main. They've got donut space. There are 3 players, in fact, make it a 4th, moving over in transition for Gamer Legion. Are these pistols really going to find anything? Not quite.
Oh, actually.
PR actually got a double. Never mind, this round is still on, and he's dropped the bomb.
Yeah, it's going to get very, very scary for Medisport. PR. 2 big kills. Rez found his as well, just to keep it even. Now Towson's been able to slide through into CT elbow. And the timing on his little reposition is brilliant. Yeah, Plopsky was not ready for that. Smoke deployed. Can he be much more of a nuisance jumping through it? Hampus gets the bomb. You can't make it to B, Hampus. Surely he can't make it to B.
It's close.
I don't think he can. 6, 5, 4.
He's got it.
Oh my god. A second to spare. If that, but the flashbang is brilliant. Nowhere to go once the bomb goes down. PR and Towson, what a round.
You made me look silly, PR, but I tell you what, the way that we're, again, observing the player coming out of donut, ignoring Rez, and then going for PR, and he's not able to get the kill on him. And in that meanwhile, whilst he's being shot in the back, PR has found 2 headshots in towards A main. Has dropped the bomb and made that one confusing. Gamer Legion steal one right from under Medisport's nose. A crazy round of CS.
What a way for Gamer Legion to get their second. Pistols where they do their best work, apparently.
Statement's clear to Medisport. Don't go A. They haven't really got the utility to go in towards B either, but they are wasting a lot of the resources out of Gamer Legion. Rez, well, that molly lands a little bit too deep. Adam B has to clear this close right corner, and he sees the shoulder, but can't get the best of Rez.
He just tries to spray him out rather than going to the walk-in tap. And now the contact comes up. Zetiar and Halson combine for that frag, each assisting on the other. Halson will be removed. That is some space to get this bomb through. Rez just about avoids that HE. He'll be going first, low HP. Still manages to get past, incredibly. Smoke to block off this player in towards Cave. Needs to come out and support Lumi. Hampus caught out before he can get anything done. PR and Rez combine, and 3 players alive. First proper gun round for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, they play that well between ZTR and Towson, just in towards B site, created a little ping pong of contact, and then on that retake they all go together. They put the smoke down in Cave to see Hampus go into it. They put the molly in towards site. It makes Lumi uncomfortable, and it forces Hampus to make that mistake. And every single gunfight is a 3-on-1 in favor of Gamer Legion. That finally breaks the amount of money that has been consistently reinvested by Medisport. They're on Deagles, pistols, and not the best case scenario in round 8. We've seen Gamer Legion win a round like this before. It was really tricky to do so on the T side, especially with no utility.
Very little into this round. Hampus almost spammed out completely just through the wall bang. It's his teammate that in fact gets spammed down. Lofty looking for a head. One by one they're getting cleaned up. Rez starting to get active, and yeah, slightly alluded to it. It's been great seeing Rez in such fine form in this squad.
Well, here's what they need, really. I mean, like, this is the first time where actually, like, I had the conversation in the pre-game about Medisport not really knowing who their star player was. In fact, it's just this core trio doing a lot of the damage here for Medisport. But Gamer Legion, they feel like they've now got, finally, that star player in Rez that they can look to build around. But all of these players, in fact, for Gamer Legion provide a lot of balance. Obviously, that was the difficult decision to remove Volt, especially when he was so serviceable, went through so many role changes under the Gamer Legion banner. But this team does feel like it has been built to win. This feels like the most exciting Gamer Legion roster I've looked at in a while.
Yeah, already showing such great showings this year. Slenzor out for the first time. Oh, what a tap from Lumi. Gets something back, but Slend finds another. Lumi's still sharp with it. Keeps it in a 3-on-3. Where's the pressure going to be? Lumi still trying to sell presents to A, keeping Slend present. You can see from that bomb and the position of both Plopsy and Isaac that B is the intended destination. That Molotov that's been thrown on A has made Tolson fall back.
Yeah, he's playing more of a passive line because he's trying to pretend that he's almost the only player here with ZTR not feeling cage pressure. Timing will get the worst of Towson. But now you still are setting up ZTR, and where Lumi is in mid, you might consider this if you mess support, but I don't think you're going to expect it to be this close. The lineup is nearly there. ZTR knows that one more is in the corner, needs to swing and take this fight, but he can't get by the AK. It felt like they were going to line up. It felt like Gamer Legion were in the right place at the right time, but it's the brawn of Metisport on B, just about pushing them over the edge.
Yeah, in that round, it's all really Lumi that sets them up for success there. Slane gets the opening kill, and Lumi hits that ridiculous tap through Red Room. That was outrageous, and even when Slane gets a follow-up kill, Lumi just sticks around, catch that player that overpeaks, puts it back into even, and then his presence just at A alone is enough. They want to take mid. And they'll take an aim. Adam B falls.
Oh, this is scary, mate. He's still in the smoke with them.
Lost.
No one has any idea Towson is lying in wait. He's a secret in this smoke.
They're not committing. It's not going to
And they move
matter.
out the way.
But he can
Or
follow
will
them.
it?
He can join the teas.
Hey, guys.
An imposter among them. And a deadly one at that. Not ready for the third. But Hampus is low from his venture on B. Isaac needs to be the difference maker. Looks to walk back in towards middle. CTR slinks into the cubby.
I'm not surprised that Gamer Legion are so spread out, because if you are looking at the kill feed and you know that Towson's been removed, that's one of the B players. So you almost expect Metasport to walk into B. Instead, they're going to reset, they're going to contact through. Whereas on this angle, does he see anything? As they come out of A main, yes he does. He catches a glimpse and that's enough, because he doesn't need to fully engage. He can move back. Hampus on the swing will not get the best of ZTR. Now Isaac left all alone on the right-hand side. But quickly dispatched off by Slend. What an awesome round from Towson.
Yeah, that was crazy. Not only does he get that first kill, but when that smoke play works out the way it does and they don't commit through, you think he's going to, at least get one kill when the smoke fades if they're in middle. But the fact that they go back out and he's able to tail them, never spotted a brilliant play around that smoke to set up Gamer Legion. And even with that bomb plant going down, you can see Metasport have to decide they can't invest too much here. They need to have money for the final round of the half. So from a 1-4 scoreline, Gamer Legion might end up with the lion's share of rounds.
Yeah, you got to feel a bit aggrieved by this if you're Metasport, because you had control of the economy and then you lost the pistols. And if you didn't lose the pistols, you'd be powering up, I think, in this T side in a big way. And instead, you've had to eco off the back of that. You haven't been able to get the bomb down in a number of these rounds. And it's just starting to feel like you're losing grip of the game. Ancient is definitely the way into this series for Metasport. Definitely going to be the one where you think, okay, if they win any map in this series, it feels like it has to be Ancient. Inferno's been a little bit touch and go from them since Nilo departed. Obviously went to Heroic. Not seen him yet play in that Heroic jersey. But they lost a really big element of firepower when he's moved there. It's not just pure contact. Hampus overwhelms ZTR. Slend will fire back. You know Towson's always in long, but this time will win out his fight. And Rez stands in as well. It was a complete, just one-dimensional effort in towards B, and it gets shut down by all players chiming in with kills.
Yeah, could have worked out. I mean, Adam B gets that first kill, and Hampus gets that first kill, and you think, maybe there's a way they can trade their way into this. Towson not overwhelmed this time. He is the one that whelms. The decision to force buy into this one leaves them a little fragmented. Oh.
Oops.
Let that one at NIP. (6-5). Gamer Legion in great position, and yeah, 2,000 and some change for Metasport players apiece.
Towson's been brilliant in this game, because he started off like 2-6. And now he's, 13-8. He's getting multi-kill after multi-kill. He's making a big name for himself on the CT side for Gamer Legion. They now take the lead for the first time since the pistol. And they look to, as you said, end the half with the lion's share of it. It's been a really strong recovery. And everyone's pulling their weight. ZTR, this is a little bit goofy in towards Cave, but he will back off. No one's really get A. Rotates are here. Rez moves over to be with PR. And a well-timed smoke in at A main will delay the push.
It's not going to be respected, surely. A double up in Donut instead, so they're going to hold for the fade on this smoke. They're anticipating this play. Will be coming through. PR tucked into the back. Can't get more than one, and Rez fell to Isaac, so That has given the A bomb site. Spam does a lot of damage, but it's still the bomb down. Player advantage for Metasport, even with a lesser buy. They've got themselves into a powerful position to equalize. There's going to be this late play from ZTR. Towson and Slend need to find something to give him room to work with. Otherwise, Isaac's just going to be honed into this position. Spots him out, and he's removed by Adam B. Smoke will land, tap on the bomb, just trying to get these swings out, but they're all falling apart. Lumi with the double, and it's 6-6 at the half.
Spoils shared at a contentious first half here on Ancient. And now it's Gamer Legion on the T side with Metasport looking to lock down the defense, and PR already taking contact with Isaac. 3 players in towards mid, Util being set up for A. It feels like it's going to be a fast split. And Isaac is still not getting the best of PR in A main.
Yeah, despite all this aggression, not fighting down, this is going to be the A play. And, well, they're going to find out. No, it is definitely the A play, guys. As Isaac and Hampus both fall. Hampus didn't even get a fair fight. That delayed play through mid was quite nifty to catch Hampus off guard. Now an incredibly difficult retake. We saw Gamer Legion pull off a retake from this sort of position, so don't ride them out. As Adam B will get that first kill. And the second kill. And post-time positions are a little weak. It's a double up in Donut. A smoke onto the bomb. There has to be a 10-second stick. Lumi finds one over the top. Popsky gets one as well. And now it can just be a 10-second stick. ZTR is nowhere to be found. Can he disrupt this bomb being defused? He cannot at all. An outrageous retake. Every shot hit from Metasport.
Every shot hit, and with one click of the mouse as well. I mean, Adam B just hits some bangers. Lumi goes up and over the smoke to spot just a pixel of her head in towards Donut. And Gamer Legion just gets sucker punched. That is exactly what they did to Medisport in that first round. And Medisport just deal out revenge. I wonder if the first half will start the same, with Gamer Legion winning up that force buy, and then breaking the economy early for Medisport. We'll have to wait and see.
Like a similar play out as well. Hit on to B. Oh! Adam B strikes first, just peeking down ramp. ZR removed. Now the hit becomes clear. Smoke is deployed. PR brought low. They are not finding a way into this round. Maybe on the second time of asking, they can give it a shot. Red still has utility he can deploy.
Good counter utility from Medisport. Just a smoke at the top of the ramp, followed up by the spam. I mean, the first kill Adam B gets is just disgusting. And now they look to push the issue further. And Rez, who's the guy lining up utility, needs to be careful. Slen's the one with the bomb. In fact, he's the one that's been dropped the utility in the first place. If he goes down, that would have been a disaster, potentially. PR's trying to make a smoke play. And it is sort of being held for until Towson steps in. They have overwhelmed the site. Slen can now bring over the bomb. It's a 3 versus 2.
Time for long, but PR's on low HP. With Towson falling, this now gets very tricky. PR still finds another kill with barely any health. Now he's on 4 points. And they know where this final player is. Smoke onto long. It is planted for that position, so a powerful piece of utility. Hampers, that timing could not have been worse. And what a round from PR. What a call from ZTR to approach it in that way as well after they get completely shut out at first entry. He falls, the smoke in the face, Ahichi brings Slen down to nothing. And yet still, they find a way into that round.
Yeah, I mean, the decision to actually just walk through your own cave smoke just adds that little extra layer of disruption. And it's back-to-back rounds in which you think the team that has got the player advantage is going to win out, and then they just don't. 4 strong, in towards middle. Plopsky, careful in cave. As Isaac actually bears the brunt of all the spam and the utility being dropped in towards mid. It's been brought down tantalizingly low. But it's more of the same for Gamer Legion. It's patience, it's passive, it's waiting for a mistake to be made out of Medisport. And it might come at the hands of Plopsky. He's now been spotted and not quite dealt with. He does get ZTR on the way out, but that is only the Mac 10.
Yeah, that's okay. Gamer Legion actually don't want to commit to B off that. They can crunch these players in mid successfully, which PR can. They have an open runway to A. Rotations from Lumi and Isaac to B. Gives all this space over. Both these halves starting the exact same way.
Yeah.
Winner of the pistol, reset immediately.
He's so good, PR. His time in Mouse NXT, he was outshone a little bit, but I think that was just because of the roles he was playing. You see, every single time Mouse NXT have a project, it gets scooped up and picked apart by teams just looking to bolster their ranks with a lot of experience after playing HLTV official after HLTV official, also just being in the sort of environment of Mouse as well. It just gives you a very solid structure. And Ash spoke about the motivation and the desire for PR as well. Like, this is an opportunity he's not going to take lightly. It's the same for any of the players on Gamer Legion, I feel. They want to make the most of the opportunity. They've been given this sort of boost for a reason. And now they're showing it. They looked unbelievably good in Katowice, considering they've had limited time to practice. They took a map off Spirit. They were 1 series away from playoffs, for goodness sake.
Terrorists win.
And now here they're looking to qualify towards Dallas again. Make that statement. Get another IEM. Keep adding up the important tier 1 competitions under your belt for players that are just such a young age as well. A lot of the credit does have to go to Ash, that is true, but it's also on the players for how well they incorporate the game plans, how well they've been working on the individuals. It's really impressive, to be honest.
Absolutely. A great collection of pieces. Young talent and then some experience in a player like Rez to bolster that. Walking into the stack could be problematic. Can the Mac 10 get much done? Dawson's about to find out. Yeah, Lumi gets one and done. Rez providing a double. Popsky's USP finds a frag. A lot of damage onto PR. That should be the end of their woes. They're actually just going to walk away. They are playing this so carefully. They know they've got to play a stuck. Can't be too careful because now Hampus has cleared the site. But that internal timer ticks. They plant safely for CT. And any disaster is averted.
PR might get caught off here. Never mind. Why do I ever doubt the GOAT? 5 HP. Feels like every time he takes a fight, he's on like single-digit health and he just gets the kill anyway. Up to 15. Towson's right there. Rez as well. Spoke about the trio for Medisport. They've slowed down just a little bit. To be fair to them, they've not really had the weaponry in this second half. Finally, they will have a gun round. But at what cost? Because it's now 9-7 in favour of Gamer Legion.
Terrorists win.
Had to battle their way to the lead. But they found it nonetheless. Gamer Legion immediately in A-hole. Looks like straight out the gate they want to go towards A. Hampus is in A main. I'm ready for them. They're not anticipating that forward position. Not going to deter them from the call though. And ZTR, fantastic kill onto Isaac. Puts it back into the 3-on-3. Rumi is close by in the temple. Spotted out. ZTR on the fallback. Gets that headshot. Takes it into his own hands. And then some. What looked like was going to fall apart after Hampus gets 2 in A main is quickly brought back.
I mean, that is just ridiculous. Like, a surgical shooting out of ZTR. Second kill, you kind of think, is that a CS2 kill? Yes, probably. But the third one onto Plopsky, just the continuous repositions. Notice how he's not on the floor, he just jumps up on the tiny little wooden pallet. It's just that slight change in elevation. It might be minimal, but it's enough to gain that kill on Plopsky. And I really like that Gamer Legion, they're not scared. Even though they lost 2 players, they're not scared. They continue and they go forward. So many teams, I think, in that situation would have just stopped. And then by that point, the rotations are coming over. You're never getting in towards A. But no, we got the kill. We keep going. You find the player in towards Donut. You keep going. Bomb down. You then need to take the space beyond the bomb site. They go in towards Temple. They still catch players rotating in. It's a good decision from ZTR and Gamer Legion. They now hit double digits. Medisport, who started off really strongly in this map, have fallen off. And they need to find a way back in.
Unlikely to be in this round, although they have managed to get a second rifle through. Hampus had extra money, so decides to invest that in. For the rest, won't be too much. Fighting towards middle. Adam B with that M4 and Hampus from above with his actually do find the first 2 kills. So this is suddenly from a position where it felt like they had nothing save this mid aggress has now put them into the advantage.
Oh, and Hampus has now walked back through the smokes, and he's ahead and watching for Cave. Which means he could be a quick rotation point to these pistols on B. Contact in. Takes the first contact. It's actually Hampus through the wall, and then Lumi gets overwhelmed. Hampus still low, forced forward by the flames. Somehow, some way, Gamer Legion fight their way forward in towards B. It's ZTR with another triple, and Adam B goes 1 for 1. And Plopsky, yes, he's got an AK, but he's got no armor. Maybe the element of surprise could be enough to catch these players off guard, but Towson now walks through the smoke. Plopsy's going to have no idea. And he's also got no kit. ZTR's already watching for him, knows that internal timer, knows that Plopsky could be through the smoke. ZTR has had a 3k and then a 4k to push Gamer Legion further forward in towards taking Metasport's pick.
Yeah, back-to-back pure impact from ZTR. What a way for the IGL to take the game by the scruff of the neck. That one looked like it was in a disastrous position after losing 2 players in middle. Hampus is in the right place, but he reloads in the wrong place. Spotted on the slither, the damage huge from that spam, the flames force him forward, and ZTR willing to oblige with the fight. And a clean third kill too onto that long player, especially when he was half blind and had to readjust his taps. Insanity.
How many smokes should I walk through? Just this big creep in towards heaven. ZTR's just now on the other side, just took the risk and it pays off. You got Rez here at elbow, alongside Slen the Orpa. You got a double boost up here and towards Cave. And with the bomb just making its way outside of the B doors, you fully anticipate this is probably going to be the end destination again here for Gamer Legion. Every round bar 1, they've gone B.
Hampus a block donut.
That's fine though, because you're just denying even more info.
He just peppers through the USP, but it's only going to give a limited bit of info. Flashbang forces the turn away from Plopsky, and the flames don't allow the swing back through, so space being taken. Adam B can't even get a chance to try and swing for a fight of his own. It's just not fair. Lumi was unanticipated at long, so at least get 1. But still a tentative position. Bomb has yet to go down. They wait for the flashbang. And it's given Lumi a position to re-peek onto the angle. A 3-on-3, a chance for Metasport, and one they have to take.
Yeah, ZTR's in again in the winnable position because Slen's holding his back. Isaac needs to peek close and will overwhelm. That's a mess, but it's okay in the end. Hampus gets a team kill, but he is able to get rid of PR. For all of Gamer Legion's praise we've been given about how methodical, about how slow these rounds have been, like, the entries were sublime, and then they just brazenly peek Lumi. Like, 1 for 1, twice. That feels a little bit silly. Because you've done all the hard work, you've gotten towards mid, and the whole reason why they disrupted that boost setup on towards Cave is because you've got one player to smoke themselves off Donut, denying mid space. You don't worry about Red Room. So then you dismount, and then Gamer Legion come through Cave. It was really good up until they found out the AWP was long and they decided to refight him like 3 times.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's an AWP, you don't need to peek that, but I guess they're filling their aim, and they just want to go for that fight. But yeah, it does not work out at all. Now Lumi has another chance. Oh, scopes off the line just as they start to enter. And so he's not able to get that first fight. Nice tuck back into the boxes. Adam B, completely undetected, slides out for a double up. And they can't quite fight back forward, trying to get this cave space. Plopsky gets a double with the MP9, a fast flank. And Metasport bring it within 2.
Yeah, this is, again, Gamer Legion just trying to force fights when they don't need to. Like, they ran through Lumi's molly to go into Cave. Not really too sure why. I suppose you don't have space. You're worried about long because obviously Lumi's there. There wasn't a smoke really to smoke off Cave, but you run through and you charge and you concede like 50% of your HP before you've even found a gunfight. It just feels a little bit unnecessary. Towson with the hero AK though will deal with Hampus in mid. Still a chance here for Gamer Legion to inflict economic damage on towards Metasport. Because this is an eco. They will have a buy in the next. And as these players push down, you've got to be a little bit careful. Towson overwhelmed, but Plopsky got dinked.
Yeah, this can still get very scary. Oh, nice shot from Adam B. He's having quite the game. 21 frags. PR thought he had space on A and called over ZTR with the bomb. So 2-on-4, Plopsky low. There's looking to find him, and he will, but Adam B fast on the headshots. Can the IGL do it again? He's managed to sling through red, but it's being covered by the AWP. Oh, he's actually been spotted on the cross, because everyone is looking on that position.
I was wondering, I was looking at the map and I was like, no, I don't think he's got the tire in. And then Lumi instantly 90 degrees just posts on it, and then the rifle comes in behind, and then you've already got that flank from Isaac. Tactical timeout now being called for Gamer Legion, because you got to be careful now, because you were in cruise control, and suddenly through a couple of, I think, lapses in concentration, you've allowed Metasport definitely the way back in. And you'll be fighting for overtime, realistically, if you lose this round, because you're definitely not buying in the follow-up. It's so important this round goes right.
Been a lot of emphasis put on this B site early from Gamer Legion. Adam B is really keeping them at bay there every time they try and fight their way in.
Missed elbow smoke might invite them in towards middle. But Plopsky's spam gets rid of Towson. Maybe there was a break on the smoke, but regardless, he just finds the headshot. That's an early opening kill for Metasport that they desperately needed.
I think he was just trying to jump over to join his teammates in middle and got caught. You can see where the blood is. Just in that top right corner. It's an early advantage for Metasport.
For Hampus.
Has again made A main his home. Timing. Good for one. Trade is immediate.
I've seen the bomb.
That is a concern. This smoke that's been deployed in towards deep lane is actually keeping the CTs rooted over here at the moment. Gotta commit. Lumi is present. Honed in on Donut at the moment. Will the smoke land in his position? No, because there isn't one. There's no utility. There's a single high explosive grenade. It goes forth. And with a bit of spam damage, they do find a way into the bomb site. But getting the bomb down is going to be the tricky part. Lumi gets 2. And that is 11-11 tied up.
If they just... Literally, if Rez just threw the bomb to one of his teammates, then he can stay in A main. But then he makes that dangerous cross. There's already players on the bomb site. You have all the donut. You push the player back in towards CT. The only thing you really got to worry about then is Temple. Metasport are looking really good. They're powering up, but also I think these small little micro mistakes that Gamer Legion are making. And Metasport, from their forward positioning, from Hampus being aggressive in towards their mate, Plopsky doing all his damage, they are forcing these mistakes. Hampus now comes in to help out Adam B, who will finally be laid to waste by ZTR, but the damage has been done. 2 quick kills. You know there's players always in cave, and Plopsky elevates himself to see over the tip of the smoke. This was just Tech 9's. But at the same time, you have got Slend in this 1v3. And now he's been spotted by Europa. 1 ramp, 1 cave, they swing in tandem, and it's Metasport on map point.
What a run from Metasport to get us here. That's 5 in a row that they've been able to post now on the CT side to get to map point. Timeout used from Gamer Legion. They're just not able to find the answer. Some close ones that have come through. This B-side defense is so strong. been able to get into A, but like the last time they did, they just didn't have the utility to even set up for the bomb plant.
I think they can take mid. Like, there's a lot of times where Metasport just conceded middle. Like, Game Legion have been able to get that space relatively easily. So maybe this is the time to prod into it a bit more. Yeah, they're considering it. Just dropping utility, trying to see if there's going to be any spams. There isn't. Instead, it's Rez being flashed forward through this elbow smoke. See if you can craft a way into this.
Yeah, a bit of a dodgy smoke on the window. Zach wanted to play around it, but it falls back. Game Legion don't want to push too much further out the elbow until a re-smoke lands. They saw that one was a bit off the mark. They've got cave. And they've got middle. This is the best mid-round space Game Legion have had. Basically, it feels like this entire half.
But they look at all the utility they used to get into this position, though. They have one smoke for the execute, they have one molly, one singular flashbang. So even though the control is good, they're going to deviate back into what's been working for them currently, which looks like B. So how do you go about this? You smoke either short or long, and you molly the other one. And you hope this flashbang blinds everyone on sight.
Just needs to be the best damn flashbang you ever saw. Smoke on short, maybe the molly that goes in towards behind default. No, it is going to be long. Misses the mark. Still on the smoke, no commitment behind it. Metasport have 4 players here. Worried because they don't have this cave control. First kill is free for Hampus on the ZTR. Here's the one that was thrown on the util. Now they just have to go in dry and it's straight into the AWP and a waiting rifle as this one is an easy lockout. And Metasport take Ancient 13-11.
Yeah, the T side was really good out of Gamer Legion, and it just fell flat. Like there were so many rounds that just felt like it should have been theirs, and then it wasn't. I was full of praise for Gamer Legion, and then I'm quite right in giving them also criticism. They were trying to be too intricate at times. I think running through Lumi's molly in towards Cave was one of them. Double pushing through all these smokes worked once, and then it didn't because Metasport were aware of it. Metasport were consistent in that game at applying the correct map control pressure, and then therefore had the right reads on the situation. I think it was really sensible in that last round of play to actually just concede middle after dropping the early utility, because you know the Gamer Legion have been getting that space, so you just let it go. You let them gamble. Where have they been going the most is in towards B, and yeah, they just didn't have enough utility to get that one over the line. A really good map in the end from Metasport.
Yeah, props to Adam B in particular for those B holds, right? Where all of that pressure was coming through time and time again. He was getting multis, Hams was getting multis, and that was enough to take Ancient their map pick. We go to Gamer Legion's map pick up next after this short break.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With FaceIt Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FaceIt points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
If I heard that you 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 way I live life. Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
Gamer Legion were in control for the majority of that map, and then Medisport just took it away from them right at the very end, said they needed Ancient in this series. They've got it, and now we go to Inferno.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the... I mean, Gamer Legion have a very broad map pool rather than a narrow one, but they've chosen this one in particular, it feels, to try and maybe punish a weakness from Medisport. But I don't know, it's not like it's their worst map, so to speak. It's definitely one that they, you know, have shown some decent stuff on in the past. This year, yet to play it. So, you know, I haven't had a lot of recent tape on it, really, but definitely a chance to maybe upset Gamer Legion here, who are now definitely on the back foot.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also, you've not played it with your new roster at all, so it's going to be potentially a bit of an interesting one. I think it's quite a shrewd pick for Gamer Legion, really. Medisport starting CT side, and CT side is where they were able to shut down Gamer Legion quite a lot on Ancient. I will say that Gamer Legion T side, they kept going towards B because it was working. It did feel very one-dimensional, and on Inferno, I guess you can be one-dimensional. We just saw BC Game run B over and over again on that T side, but I think that Medisport will cotton onto that quite quickly, and they should have a lot more of a direct response. I think we are going to actually see banana takes be banana takes rather than just dropping off your U2 and running away.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a bit more aggro there. It's interesting because Ancient feels like a map where, as far as T-sides go, you actually have a lot of options, especially if you're able to get middle for free, which they were able to do in that final round, and yet it still was the same outcome towards B and the same result, losing the round. So hopefully their Inferno has a bit more adaptation in it. If Gamer Legion want to extend this series, Mirage is the decider as well. So there's not really an easy path here for Gamer Legion, because Mirage is a really tough map for them to go up against Medisport, who are looking very sharp as well, right? Adam B, as mentioned, towards the end of that last map, was absolutely firing off. And I felt like some of the plays on Gamer Legion started to cool down, right? We saw ZTR really stepping it up, but weren't quite seeing the same PR and res impact that we were for the first, I guess, 2/3 of the map. Really, that last 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds they lost, that was where we kind of saw those stars disappearing a little bit.
I think that's valid. I think Adam B as well is very good on Inferno. Plopsky's a good Inferno player, and he was getting some important multis to the end of Ancient. So if the stars align, you can actually look at this and think, maybe there is a chance for Medisport. Maybe this is a little bit of an anti-punish for Gamer Legion, who maybe could have gone for a stronger map. But it makes sense why they've picked into it. We'll have to see what Medisport have got prepared for them, because at some point when you are playing officials, you know a day will come where you're going to have to play Inferno because someone is going to pick into it because you haven't played it all year. I don't really think it's their fault that it's come to Inferno, so I think they actually might be ready with some stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they would have definitely felt that Ancient was a must-win, and considering how tough it was their first game early, so both their Ancients, by the way, have gone either to the very last round or to overtime today. So I don't know if that gives you faith in your Ancient or not, but it's enough to take the win. I think earlier against Nexus, it was Nuke, I think was the map 2 that they demolished on. So we've not seen them be really tested so far in this event. But now they've got, a really good chance to close out against a Gamer Legion. And both these teams so far have taken their respective pistols and then lost immediately in the second round. So expect, I think, there to be a lot of back and forth early in these rounds.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because I looked at Ancient and I was like, all right, Towson's playing really well, PR's playing good. on Inferno, when I think of Gamer Legion, I'm like, oh, who's the player that's going to step up here and be the difference maker? And on CT side, I want to say Slend, but he can't really get involved in the game early until we kind of get the AKs out. And sure, Orpin is kind of hard on Ancient, and you can kind of give him a little bit of slack, same with Bloomy. But it felt like Slend's prowess on the server was very absent, and that has to change on Inferno, even though it's going to be a tricky one for him.
This is Fight on Banana. Early on, Adam B gets first blood onto Rez, and he was blind for that as well. But they knew they had him isolated in that corner. So nice opening frag, and now they can reinforce the A bomb site and leave Adam B to prowl in Banana.
There you go, round 1. They took Banana control. And they just leave him alone. I think Gamer Legion will be aware that this is the common thing that happens, where you get one pick, you leave one player. So Adam B needs to be very careful with his life. A jump around the corner, he backs off, he sees the bomb, he says, guys, I need a little bit of help. Our rotation is going to be here in time. The answer is no, but he's still alive, which is the most important thing. Keeps fighting forward. Slend and Towson look to push the issue. The bomb can go down safely.
Yeah, just securing that control to allow the bomb to go down. There is a kid for this retake and a flash to set them up. Fight over towards Coffins. Adam B with 2 more. He has been phenomenal today in this series. PR stuck in the back of quad. There's no hope for him here. Luby will find that kill. And off the back of Adam B with the opener and then the double in the retake. It's Metasport with the pistol.
They play that smart, and it doesn't matter whether it's Adam B getting the kills. It would have been anyone from Metasport. But the fact it is him, I think, just adds a little bit of more gravitas to his importance in this team for Metasport. I think they play that retake superbly. You don't have much utility, so what you got to do is you just got to group up and go together. Gamer Legion get a little bit antsy. They take the fight to them, and you swing thinking, oh, there's only one player here. There's 4 of them, which is just impossible to deal with. Let's see whether Metasport can be the first team in this series to win a second round after securing the pistol.
Oof. Towson just about dodging the utility. Left on 15 HP after the flames and the grenade. Luckily for him, no further salvo. There's a big grouping in Banana for the T's. The AK and Galil, the ones that are set up to try and take some sort of opening. Rez is kind of leading on the peak, and then ZTR set up to try and trade him if needed.
Oh, break on the smoke. Lumi did catch a glimpse of one in towards top brackets. And that's all that Gamer Legion want. The illusion that they're going to go in towards this A bomb site. Another swing, and because the bomb's down top Banana, you're just getting out all of this utility, and then you can just take this fight anywhere. Another rotation comes over. There is one incendiary on Hampus. There is a smoke on Isaac, but that is it. 25 seconds, you can start to think about maybe deploying that utility, and it goes in towards short, it goes in towards balcony. Hampus set up for success, but he doesn't find anything, and Isaac potentially could be overwhelmed here. The sheer quantity of players will consume him. And whilst 2 players are low for Gamer Legion, potentially there's still a chance here for them to work this round.
It's an unfortunate death onto the pit player. Popsky has the kit. He's slowly prowling through the apartments. Slend repositions back corner. PR not spotted. So manages to get both these players in cheeky little spots. A pop-up. Headshots exchanged. PR still alive, at least for a moment. And now it's just Adam B. There's no time. No one is converting a second round in this series. The 4 spies again successful.
Actually kind of ridiculous. You're dead there, Slend, I think. It's actually kind of ridiculous how the round actually is defined by dinks. Like, Hampus gets a dink in short, doesn't get the kill. Then there's another dink that comes through on towards PR's head, doesn't get the kill, and then PR gets the kill back. Like, it's actually so unfortunate for Medisport that they're not able to convert that round because they were set up for success. They dropped the utility at the right time. They stopped the potential app split. It was actually just one-dimensional through short. But they had everything. And then they lost it all. A real shame. For Medisport, Gamer Legion, fight back. And now there's less emphasis on initial banana control, but there's 3 players in wait for this exec.
From the flames. Force in. Rez able to get one out of B from Bub. Does get a frag back, but he's felled immediately. Hampus unable to get involved. Bomb will go down. And he just looked to hold on to the weapons that he brought into this. Although Lumi does move over. You see Isaac's already playing just to save the M4. There is a player running through spawn to try and cut them off, just to make sure there's no chance of further damage. Hampus is probably unknown. Oh, no, never mind. He is known. They are aware.
That was simple. And I like this approach for Gamer Legion because I was a little bit critical on Ancient about them overcooking things, just trying to kind of get to the end goal through complicated routes. This one is a simple, show a little bit of presence towards A, then go B, and just trade efficiently. Didn't even really need that many trades, to be honest with you. And it was convincing. Isaac, yes, he kept his M4. No one else has got money. So this will be the save. And this will be Gamer Legion getting off to a red hot start on Inferno.
Isaac is part of the stack. Is he boosted by a new box? Looks like it. So maybe a chance to do some damage. It's just a standoff. Just back and forth. And he won't get a chance to do damage. They don't extend anywhere near far enough for him to really even fire a shot.
And they see like so many players, they're just like, okay,
Goodbye.
we can go A. Completely empty. Completely fine. Isaac looks to hold on to the M4 once more. Oh, Inferno. And it will take away Towson's Mac 10, which is absolutely fine if you're the T side. They don't care about that at all. Won't hunt further, so Isaac will live with the M4.
Yeah, that's been his last 2 rounds. Doing his best Bee Gees impression.
Staying alive. Staying alive.
Terrorists win.
A very nice start for Gamer Legion, 3-1. For Medisport will contest them again.
Max Heroic game went overtime map 1 and Heroic went 16-14.
Okay, close affair. The other spot in Dallas. Heroic have had a grueling day of maps. Put through their paces by Zero Tenacity earlier. Out of control. Established by Gamer Legion. They don't extend past the half wall, but they do force Metasport back. They're happy to play on the back foot. Second barrage of utilities trying to take space out towards long. Campus has no way of disrupting this, just forced to sit behind this library smoke. Might go for the spam. Perhaps the walkthrough. He is the kind of guy that does walk through a smoke like this, and to great effect. At least a distraction for Lumi. But they do remove him. PR and Slend finding the kills that give the space into this bomb site. A 2-on-2 with the bomb down. And then with Popsky finding that kill, it's just Slend on site, and Adam B quick to trade out. Metasport find their second.
I can't believe Plopsky just dry swings that completely in the open. And just with no support from Adam B. Like, that was an untradeable position to be in. And he gets a kill and a half. Hampus also walking through the smoke. Just disruption after disruption. To Gamer Legion's A-long wrap. Solid work by them, because you feel like that round is unattainable. Especially when Lumi gets traded. Then you just get these really weird fights that you're not expecting if you're the T side. Unpredictability gaining Metasport another round here. Slen's got his AWP, Lumi has his, and, well, Isaac doesn't have his life.
He just wanted to get across. Not to be. And now a fast play up, but tucked into the boiler. Hampus finds success in that position. Popsky still on the site. Rotation coming from Adam B. Slend, though, locking it down. Great shot out. Popsky, though, not anticipated.
What?
Doesn't matter. Slend, quick on it. An acceleration. And Gamer Legion quickly put Metasport down.
Well, I literally sort of brought up the fact that, hey, they've both got AWPs. I wonder how this will turn out. And Slend gets free. The instant shot onto Plopsky is sickening. And that was a lot of investment. You gotta remember that last round that Metasport won came down to a 1v1. And now they've just lost everyone, bar the AWP. They're going to have really limited money. Their loss bonus is going to be in tatters. This is potentially a best case scenario for Gamer Legion, really, in terms of losing rounds. That's fine because you rebuttal immediately. Yeah, 2,700 a player. Plopsky 1950. This is rough.
That's crushing. A great acceleration out of Gamer Legion. As soon as they get that kill, they decide to pounce on the space. Said Slend to be the CT side difference maker, but already making waves with his AWP. And you'll be left to do it all with his in this round. Might just be given responsibility. Actually, it looks like he's kind of gesturing like he was going to go maybe towards the apartments. See if he can catch a player on a push. Or a peek into middle. Good luck, Adam B. Nice and decisive from Gamer Legion. They know money's not good. And they make the right call. Quick round.
This is why I was surprised at some of the rounds on Ancient for Gamer Legion, because these ones are so much better. They're just a lot more concise. There's a clear end destination at the start of a round, which you don't always need to have, but it certainly helps on a map like Inferno, where you can push and pull, manipulate these rotates. But this decision is just so clever from ZTR. You know they're not going to have any money. You just execute onto a site. Easy does it. Is the AWP here? No. Okay, well, we've probably got the round in our pocket. Fun that they bought some Zeus's. Isaac's showing off the stickers he's put on his one, making Zeus look like a Roblox character. But 5 rounds plays 2. You're all in now if you're meta support. Genuinely, it feels like you need this round, otherwise the half and potentially Inferno is escaping you already at round 8, which is a horrible thing to say, but that is most likely the reality, the way that Game of Legion are playing and have chipped up to this Inferno.
Drops the incendiary. A lot of pressure being put into the apartments. Don't want to peek this angle. Slen now slides in on it. Might not be anticipating the AWP here. Flashbang good though. Isaac will drop the smoke now that he's seen multiple different players prowling the halls. It's caused the rotation over, but Game of Legion don't need to commit plenty of time to make up their mind as to where they want to go.
It's interesting because you see Slender, that means you also see the bomb, which is why you got this extra rotate. I like this out of meta support though because they're pushing the issue on these smokes. They're trying to walk in towards top brackets to get any semblance of info, but Rez deals with Plopsky. Adam B also gets caught off by PR in Boiler. And now Game of Legion can look to make their move. Still 2 players here, which you're not ready for. If you're Game of Legion, but out the apartments goes Game of Legion, but Isaac is still holding. It's that element again. Flashbang, brilliant. Isaac should be dealt with here and is by Rez. So even though there were 4 players here, they're traded out really effectively by Game of Legion. And now Lumi has to walk through and smoke with the AWP. It's not happening, son. This Game of Legion was 6.
It's just brilliant stuff from Game of Legion. Every little piece, even that little flashbang there at the end, just to help set up that kill onto Isaac. Dismantling Metasport on this T side. Definitely feeling a bit more home here. Metasport have been this constant yo-yo of half buys with like a single rifle or piece of weaponry versus the Wild. Player spotted on the boost up.
Good catch.
Always be a scary one when you jump up like that because the CT will spot you first and obviously gets the first shot, given you're still in the air as you're jumping. But thankfully, it's the AK versus the 5-7.
They are rotating another piece here. Hampus might even come over quite shortly with the scout as he goes to walk in towards long. 45 seconds. End destination is clear for Game of Legion. They want to end B. And Lumi will get mollied. I was right, he wouldn't. And now he's full blind. He just burns alive. Excellent utility by Game of Legion. Will they overlook Plopsky? Yes, they will. He gets free. Plopsky finding free. Makes this round on. Because Rez is tagged. That means that this scout temporarily becomes an AWP. And you have to contest with Slend, but Hampus is shooting for the fences, and now you know exactly where he is. Slend is already in with the backstab, and I doubt he's going to try and clear Rez. And even if he does, you've got to get by the AK. NT from Plopsky. But Game of Legion just about survived the scare.
Insane 3K from Plopsky. If Lumi had just gotten one, maybe there's a world where they can make that round happen. Crazy that 5-7 gets 3 from that position. They just line up for him as he slides out a little bit from oranges. The utility, again, on point for Game of Legion. The Molotov, as you mentioned, goes to every position. Smoke goes down, but they threw the smoke towards quad to try and kind of make the idea that a player was tucked there. But because the second one lands in dark, that there's nowhere for Lumi to go. And then the flashbang hits him square in the eyes. see the idea.
So rare. It's so rare you see a molly that goes into dark there in CS2. It was commonplace, staple and go. Doesn't really happen so much more. And Rez, I don't know what he's just done. He's double entryed over towards apartments. Okay, Hampus comes in to help, but it's Slend that just deletes him.
I think he did.
Yeah.
Did Lumi have the AWP?
He did, yeah.
Wow.
He got one kill and then he got destroyed. And they're not even saving. Maybe Adam B can, but he's already being hunted by Towson. And at this point, you've got all the money to go for the hunt if you game a Legion. I was worried a few rounds ago. I said, dramatically, look, if Metasport don't win this gun round, they're potentially out the half. It's now getting even worse. I think we're looking at Mirage quite swiftly here, Lucy. And this is why Metasport haven't played the map this year.
Yeah, a few more officials may be needed. But also why Game Legion saw this as a clear punish to go into.
Terrorists win.
(8-2) Game Legion putting Metasport in the naughty corner. I mean, you feel like you just force here. Like, how many half buys can you endure before your mental just breaks? Apparently one more. I know if it's me, I'm calling the force. We just need this round.
8-4 feels a lot better than 10-2, let me tell you. And of course, they're going back towards apartments, which is completely away from the M4. Isaac on the balcony. Could find some success here. They need to clear him, and they haven't. They line up for Isaac. PR will find one, but at the end of the day, that's still a beautiful double for Isaac to get. ZTR will trade out. Hampus now with the Deagle stuck on back site. Will at least reroute, will at least get Plopsky in the equation. And Hampus is the unknown element for Metasport. Never mind, that half buy, it works.
Yeah, well set up. The MP9 in a powerful position to clear too. They were not anticipating him in that angle. And Hampus completely undetected as well. Two players go unnoticed and both get a double. So maybe 8-4 is doable after all.
Ouch. And now they are being bombarded with utility. Flashbang forward. Adam B really wants to get involved in this fight. Hasn't had many chances. And somehow doesn't die to Towson. Plopsky's still following up here and towards the edge of the half wall. Adam B's low, so he's got to be careful, but will get out. Somehow he gets out.
That's crazy. And Isaac, yeah, just about wins out his engagement in towards apartments as well. So good start for Metasport to get their fourth. Exchange of weaponry, but incredibly difficult round to bring back for Gamer Legion. We'll try again into this B bomb site. Adam B is very low. And Popsky playing at CT could potentially be mitigated. Great incendiary. A little bit of singe has caused Hampus to make his moves over. So be a third player to contend with on this defense.
You can just drop another incendiary. Plopsky's burning a little bit. Adam B is dead through the smoke, through the wall of coffins. Plopsky needs to find success, and he does in a big way. Huge double out of Plopsky. ZTR, last player standing. He's going to get walked on by Hampus. This will be the fourth round. A cool, calm collection of 4 for Metasport as they look to right their wrongs.
Space to really find my place. I wish she'd sing. keep going. I just keep going.
A late resurgence for Metasport at least gives them something to work with from 8-2 to 8-4. It doesn't feel quite so unachievable. But the pistol would certainly be a good way for them to get things started on their T side. They are going fast. A smoke in short. 4 CTs on that side of the map, and they are ignored. Little they know if they wrap B, it would be the perfect call, but a wrap onto A could spell disaster. PR has found the first, and with so many players here, they can just pick them apart. The bomb's in the side, so they're committed, need to brawl their way out. Plopsky's doing a decent job of it. With a gush on the Slend, it's certainly possible for Metasport to walk into the stack and survive. Tarson will arrive at Library. Walking around the corner, can he catch off Lumi? Yes. And now the pressure's on. Coming in from long. Plopsky has been insane. Bomb to be planted. Hampus swings out, hits the gush, but it's 5 for Plopsky.
Nah. What? How has he done that then? Gamer Legion were in the right place at the right time. Plopsky gets 2 kills on the entry and then stays alive, and then they pause. That's the good thing about this from Metasport. They never sort of plant the bomb. They don't want to give the audio away. They want to go silent. They want to go static. Reason being is because Hampus is so far away. You gotta let Hampus catch up and go towards second mid, and then they swing together, Gamer Legion, and they just get destroyed by Plopsky at close range, playing the headshot angle with the Glock. Insane round out of Plopsky. We said he was good on Inferno, and he's just delivered a lifeline to Metasport when they needed it the most. And look at this. An eco. No force buy. Potentially, we're going to get a back-to-back round here after winning a pistol.
For the first time in the history of this matchup.
Well, today. Don't know about the other ones.
Yeah, no, specifically in the last hour and a half. Unless they walk into A, get here and they go, actually, let's go B, and then walk into the stack.
Yep. Please don't. Oh, no.
You saw that step backwards by Lumi. You're like, oh, no, please. Please, God, no. Plopsky will get the info.
Now you know.
Uh-oh. Well, this AK, it's fine. Lumi's come back with the bomb, but it's fine.
It's fine.
It's actually fine.
Towson's been spotted. He just straight into a different USP, and he gets another kill, but
USP.
it's fine.
Oh my god. Pick up. No! Get the. Oh my. Why did you pick it up? Why didn't you just throw it to the other guy?
No. That'd be too easy.
Now you've got a Mac 10 still. Well done.
It's fine. From 8-2 to 8-6. 4 rounds in a row off the bounce of getting 2 at the end of your CT half that was looking like a complete disaster. I apologise, Metasport. I was not familiar with your game because they are now 2 rounds away from equalising the score. But that is a ridiculous shot from Sled. What on earth is that? That didn't even look on him.
That's one way to get the opener.
What? Okay. Inferno's been amazing today, and it just keeps on delivering. Ooh.
I thought he was going to throw a gun out, but no. Just another way of throwing the long smoke.
That's a curvy long smoke. That's some arc to it. And it has generated a bit of space. The issue is the Gamer Legion are already at half-warm banana, and they've already got the coverage. They know that this is going to end A. And no one's in pits. This molly's going to do absolutely nothing.
Double molly too. Would have been really effectual if someone was there. Oh! Dude! What is this guy on? Absolute crack. And cracked in the server. Rez with 3. They come in with the half buy to keep the economy fresh, and they walk out with AKs. Unbelievable shots from Slend.
Slend, what the hell, man? Like, what was that second? The first one was ridiculous, and it's like, okay, cool, he hit him through the wall, whatever. That second one, he's full blind, and he's again just shot someone through the wall and got another headshot in apps. Like, okay, dude. And then he stays alive. They are spamming him through default, and he just stays alive. His head is made of rubber. The bullets just bounce off. I'm not surprised Metasport take a pause. They're probably thinking, wow, we've just been absolutely rocked by Slend Scout. He's been the more impactful warper in this map. I said he was a little bit absent, potentially on Ancient. He had that 3k in that first half. Has now just had this double up to make the money a bit more manageable now for Gamer Legion. That was insane.
Found a nice little pathway down to bottom banana. Sitting on the edge of the flames, and we'll remove Slend. No nonsense this round. Scout. Now they can wrap on. Careful, ZTR, yeah, not anticipated. Adam B, good trade. 4 on 3.
Almost like they're holding for the aggression. Oh, it is only with a P250,
well,
but he was holding for it.
Oh, never mind, spotted.
Oh, Towson, yeah, walk through the smoke. Yes. Oh, you clever man. This is perfect. You're never expecting this at all. If you're Metasport, Towson takes 2. And now Adam B is left all alone as he had to do a double take back on towards CT. How do you craft this one? Or is Towson swinging with the first, and then PR just comes through the smoke?
I thought you were going to call him a naughty boy then. The way you started to say that.
No.
Towson, you naughty boy. God, that suddenly got really silent. That was awkward.
Well, the thing is, I don't really want to catch a case because he is 19.
Yeah. We are Kendrick fans up here. Pistols, 4 Metasport.
I will say that
that
Super Bowl performance was mid. Sorry.
I don't know. Didn't watch it.
Probably made some people very angry in Twitch chat. Sorry, guys. Or more angry than normal.
I saw Anne Hathaway was there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Super.
Gamer Legion looking to bowl. Metasport over. As they have a stack on this A bomb site, and it's just the pistoles to get it done with. Can they overwhelm Popsky's trusty P250? Not needed yet, because the Tech 9s have found 2.
Where's Isaac?
Well, he's found that frag, and now the bomb's to be planted. Little boost up over. ZTR gets a critical kill back. Actually stuck on top of the boost. I'll throw the flames into the corner. Too late now. Waiting for that smoke. Now it will go forward, and I think it got extinguished on the edge. Unfortunate. That could have really flushed out ZTR. Smoke deployed forward. Retake commences. Adam B flushed out, removed, but it's a good bait for Popsky, and it has to be all Popsky. This map has been Popsky's playground. And he's looking to win another round for Metasport with a 1v2 clutch. Towson just scrambles away, but it's Metasport with their 7th.
Yeah, awesome. To be honest, like, a really simple pop over towards short and apartments. I got confused with the nameplates, guys. I'm sorry. I thought Isaac was actually on CT for some reason. I was thinking back to when he was on Gamer Legion. And he was in the smoke, but obviously he's on the T side and he's killing people through it. Regardless, a great round to win. A step in the right direction. You're keeping Gamer Legion on their toes. Slender's now got an AWP, which is even more scarier than Slend on a scout. And Money is still weak. Gamer Legion have been really good at winning these rounds in good break points. But if Metasport can take this one, suddenly it will be a one-round game. There'll be no money at all for this CT side. A boost up on the smoke potentially is dicey because Slend is watching it. Trained in on this position, and they doesn't break the smoke, but the spam from Towson will break Plopsky's neck.
The difference maker removed early. Slend peers in. They want to swing on him. Oh, but he's the one that swings. 2 clean opening frags in Banana, and now Slend is free to go wherever he wants.
Can still get dangerous here. If they're able to get past Towson, then that's the big bomb site just open for business. Rotations a little bit behind. A boost on the smoke. He's holding for it, but he backs up just a little bit to redeploy the smoke. Drop a flashbang forward too, but he doesn't hear them coming. So he starts to ascend, starts to have a look over the top and can't see anything. That smoke has just puffed up a little bit too much for Metasport. So they have to go back towards A, which means going back into the 3-player stack. And you're right, with 20 seconds left, they're probably not going to do anything with this round.
Yeah, just calling it off. Couldn't see a way into that round. Funnily enough, they actually did have a chance in it, given it was only Towson on side itself.
Yeah.
But little did they know that was the information. So they concede 11 to Gamer Legion. If you're Gamer Legion, you're feeling pretty happy. That one felt pretty simple. Adam B and Plopsky relegated to lesser weaponry. A little passed over at least. Okay. Isaac? Needs to be given a Tech 9? Okay. He's just running with a Glock at the moment. All good. Given the Tech 9.
Yeah, that's more like a mood cellular for Gamer Legion in that round, because it felt like you were always in control in this game, and now finally you sort of wrestled it back again. Fair play to Metasport for making this one look really competitive, and it's still got a chance to get a bit dicey here for Gamer Legion, but their setups have always been correct. 4 players now on A, for example. Slend the only one with the AWP, and he receives contact, and that promotes a rotation very early. So Rez is all alone at long.
Now on the other side of this smoke, gonna catch him out with a HE. Not quite ready to expose players. So just damage exchange both ways. But now the rotation come through. That's information. Adam B. Let's try and catch up Towson on the rotate and can't quite win out that fight. But into the side, Isaac has forced his way through with Hampus. So bomb able to be planted. Towson low from that engagement out long. Looks,
another save.
It has to be.
These A plays have been their strength, Metasport. Getting a player lurking out balcony so frequently in Isaac and getting these kills is everything. And they're so worried about this long wrap. There's comms, I think, just overwhelming, because suddenly you've got Rez exposing players out long. Towson has to rotate back after Slend said, oh, there's one top banana. Towson comes over. Then Rez goes, oh, they're out long. Towson's rotated. Oh, I killed one long. And then suddenly, oh, they're in sight, they're in short, we're all dead. There must have been just a communication breakdown there, because Game Legion were in the right place at the right time, and then everything just compounded as soon as Metasport were able to get out long. And imagine if Rez was ready to take the fights after he exposed them in the smoke. That would have been just round over. Flash. Towson caught off by it. Blobsky that gets the opening kill. Has to run back through mollies. So will be traded post-mortem by Towson.
There's no way for him to go there. That fight postured for early in Banana. Second attempt on it. Slammed. Almost, in fact, is caught off. Almost adjusted. ZTR's alone. Brought down low to the edge of the smoke. If they just burst through, they've got a free open bomb site.
Look at second mid. Look at PR. He doesn't push the issue further. They will commit in towards this B bomb site. I'm surprised that Rez is only now just rotating over, because PR's got all of this room.
It's going to still unravel for Metasport. PR's timing on this flank is going to determine this round, it feels.
They gotta go.
Tilde comes over. PR's caught.
Wow.
Do they want to go back? I think they do. Off the back of that, you've seen PR bottom mid. You feel that that means that they've over-rotated to B. An open runway.
And if you're Gamer Legion, you're saving anyway, which is why Adam B is still here. Still waiting. Good presence of mind from Lumi just to double check back. You've got no information. In towards A, in towards mid. And there's the catch. Adam B can't adjust his spray. But every kill is valuable here. I don't think you're going to want to hunt anymore if you're Metasport. So Gamer Legion get out with just one rifle. This is a 2-round game and there's no money for the CT side. This now starts to become a little bit of an issue.
The AWP can be saved. That's at least something. Hammers just tucked into the corner, but I don't think Rez will be exiting this way. No reason for him to extend. The T-side economy in a pretty fragile state as well, given they had to hold on to 3 rifles with that lost bonus 2 rounds ago. It's our 2-round game with Gamer Legion in a very tenuous position.
Gotta remind people at home, this was 8-2. 8-2 to Gamer Legion. And only now they're calling their first pause. It was similar to the ancient game, actually. They called their pauses really late into the game. I'm surprised that there hasn't been one sooner. I guess it's because they were winning these rounds back and forth. I think this is the first or second proper gun round this half that Metasport have been able to win. But because it has been so back and forth, that's only favouring, actually, the T side. The fact that they've been able to get so many of these Tech-9 rounds. They're now in such a good position. 2,400 loss bonus. It means that, yeah, bar this MP9 from Rez, who saved, you can't buy anything else. This becomes a 1-round game. This becomes a scary game, because suddenly money is re-injected back into Metasport economy. The margin for error is so slim, especially when you're a map down as well.
There'll be a cache of smokes over on B. ZTR left there with the USP to try and keep Metasport at bay. Well, the bulk of the forces reinforce A, including that AWP and MP9. Will they respect this single player?
No.
Absolutely not. They've seen this one before. They know the script. Thank you very much. We will take this B bomb site with pleasure.
That's the round. You literally cannot do anything anymore. Apart from hope and pray that Slend can carry the AWP forward into the next. Because if he dies, if Metasport find a way to kill him, they won't be able to afford one into the next. Maybe PR can deal with Isaac. Not quite. Nearly. But not quite. Finally. There will be an AK brought forward. You've really got to hunt this if you're Medisport. ZTR's just being a little nuisance. There's clearly no kit. In fact, there was one on Res. Imagine that, if it was him.
Single round game from 8-2. What a comeback from Medisport. Gaming Legion thought they had Mirage ready to go. They were already planning how that one was going to play out, but we might not even end up there.
They've got to be proactive here. They've really got to be proactive here on this CT side. The one round they did it was when PR was able to get towards second mid, but Lumi was holding. I think you can do it on a different timing. We haven't seen double laps out of Gamer Legion. We haven't seen a push down mid. A real fight for Banana either. It's always been these half-wall engagements. A lot of respect being given to both parties. Molly will force Plopsky into the fight. Flashbang, though, is brilliant. Towson caught off again, and there's no trade. There's no trade out of ZTR.
Seen that one before, haven't we? Sandbags, not quite the safety it once was, and they're just going to commit. They're not going to respect this utility. They just want to force their way forward, and they will do so successfully. With ZTR spammed out, this is going to be an 11th for Medisport. We will be all tied up.
Really good call out of Hampus, right? You get the initial kill on Towson. You break the smoke and see in towards top banana. You see nothing. You see absolutely nothing. ZTR is always jiggling and looking to drop smokes, waiting for reinforcements. You have to save. You're being forced into it. And Slend has had this AWP for, what, 4 rounds? Where's he been? Non-existent. The last time we saw Slend in Banana, he got a double kill. They are avoiding him completely, up until the point where they decide to go and hunt him. Only then the AWP reveals itself.
Can they do any damage here? Rez sneakily made his way back to B to pick up the M4. They'd love to keep these rifles in play. Looks like they will be allowed to.
Just.
No one found on the hunt. But we are 11-11. An astonishing resurgence from Medisport. 2 rounds away from a spot at IEM Dallas.
Yeah, that's true. Sure, you've got second chances if you're Gamer Legion, but you don't really want to go into a lower bracket with Astralis in it as well. Even though you beat them at Katowice not too long ago, you just want to win this best of 3. You just want to get it out of the way. Instead, you might be suffering a really painful defeat. One in which you feel like you should have had Ancient. You had it in the palm of your hand, you let it slip. And now here, on Inferno, you had both hands on Mirage. And now the grip is loosening. An apps pop, a quick play, a change of pace, a roll of the dice here for Medisport, and PR needs to survive. I don't know if he was spotted, but they certainly know about him now. Good trades. Slend in towards short, but Plopsky finds Rez, and Slend is being spammed through this smoke. So many players are low, and the nade will finish Plopsky. Slend is still alive. Bomb not yet down. This is weird, but ZTR over the smoke does the damage. And now Lumi left to try and pick up the pieces. That's a sharp shot on ZTR. He knows Slend was in short. Recovering the bomb is going to be tricky, but I think he can do it because they've disengaged.
Yeah, they're grouping up together. With the AWP, it's not really the weapon you necessarily want in this position. He realizes it. Swaps to the AK, a tap on the bomb. Waiting for this progression up, and the timing's just not going to be there for him. Though Slend doesn't quite get his hands on the kill, Towson will be there to do it. And Gamer Legion find map point.
Oh, if they steal it away. Oh, if they steal it away. That app spot felt really good, but then you had this really weird, like, Slend staying alive in short, Plopsky low. There's another player low as well from Medisport, and it just made it just so awkward. And they didn't put the bomb down because they were worried about Slend in short. When Plopsky gets blown to bits on the break of the smoke. Our Gamer Legion going to break Medisport's heart and force it to a 3rd. After we should have probably been on Mirage about half an hour ago.
After all that success on B, they go for the apps pop. Doesn't quite pan out. Could have. Slend finally got to get active. Leg onto Happers. Brings him low early. They are still interested in this A bomb site. Equal pressure across the map. That flash does not hit the mark. And Slend on the edge of the smoke, able to find another kill. A wrap onto B. That's going to be the play. Zetsia, when does the penny drop? They're in the back lines, coming for you. Tucks in towards tree. What's he seen on this cross? Swings out. First kill clean, but it's on to Hampus, who was low HP. Towson tries to escape through the smoke. Plopsky's aware of it. And so they find their way in. The bomb's to be planted. And the CTs are a long way out.
But can they battle their way out? That's the question. Plopsky going forward in Banana. Is there a flash to set him up? Yes, there is. Flashbang, brilliant. And Plopsky doubles down. That should be it. That should be overtime locks in. Unless Rez can do the improbable. But he has to get past Isaac, who is in the most horrible angle. I don't even think you can ever clear this. Headshot locked in. Medisport, a well-earned overtime.
And now you feel that you can... I know you kind of felt like you could maybe have done it in regulation, but for Metasport, you feel like the hard work is done. From an A2 scoreline, you've forced OT, and now the slate is wiped clean. You could be the ones that put the pressure on. Make Game Legions sweat, because already they are feeling uncomfortable. Double orbs come out. In the first round of OT too. Tarson will be wielding one over towards B.
Look how aggressive Slend is. In towards the end of apps immediately. Towson sort of tasked with dealing with players that are going to look to scale Banana. Does the apps push happen? That nade doesn't affect Towson, but Lumi was holding. Lumi was holding the entire time, and Isaac's caught off PR. You're not going to be ready for Slend. He should grab this kill. Timing is everything. That's horrible.
Yeah, but also, like, well, I mean, what was Slend going to do once he got around that corner?
I don't know.
An AWP on the late left to, what, Mexi? Crazy.
I don't know.
And now you can go back to A. Especially now you've seen Rez here, and I think on the death cam you've seen both players. Yep. Run in. Metasport look to get the first round in OT.
I can't actually... Yeah, I'm not sure what Slend's doing, but he has to do something, I suppose. Probably not that, but that's a decision he made. That was 2 AWPs that have been removed. Where is Towson's AWP?
It should be at
Oh, there
barrels.
it is. It's, yeah, bottom left of the screen.
Yeah.
Well, bottom left of the barrels. But Adamby's holding it.
You're not going to be able to recover that. And losing both AWPs immediately sucks. You brought out double AWPs, big investment.
They got no kills.
No reason Metasport won't hunt this. Trying to remove some more weapons, make this as costly as possible. Let's see how we'll live. Pick up an AK, which is at least something. So I think even if they lose this, they'll still have another AW. Maybe ZTR actually 450. Could be tight. We'll see. Metasport in the lead on Inferno for the first time since the first pistol round.
Well, first time we've seen this smoke in a very long time on the server.
Oh, it's to hide
Even
the
more
nades.
nades.
Kind of cheeky.
To be honest though, the damage you want on one player would probably be Lumi, because it doesn't really matter. One shot is normally all he gets. So a clever way to inflict utility damage. It has left. Metasport players bruised. But it's going to be another one of these long plays. And when Hampus deploys this smoke, it normally means they're wrapping through it. What a shot from Lumi.
Now they look
And
to
now you got to be
accelerate.
worried if you're PR.
Isaac going to be shift walking through the apartments, removes PR. Rez will get one from Long, traded immediately. It's an evisceration. Long smoke misses, but it's meaningless. Metasport are firmly in control of this game, and it can be argued they have been for some time.
I just can't believe how quickly the game's turned on its head, and it's through a lack of information on this CT side for Gamer Legion. It's through a lack of, again, overcomplicating the wheel from Metasport. They've been doing some very simple things here on this T side. They've been deathballing, to be honest. They've been going as a group. They've been trading really efficiently, and it's so hard if you're Gamer Legion. Oh. That was the AWP trying to be saved. It doesn't happen. Towson, you don't want him to fall. You really don't want him to fall. And he will at least live, so he can drop a sniper. They are being given quite a lot of money, actually, in OT.
Well, if he had gone down, it would have meant no AWP or one player with lesser weaponry. So it is pretty huge that he lives.
Metasport are giving themselves a really good chance to close this in 2 now by getting that second round on T side. It's been 8-4 halves in both instances. You know, Towson's always playing over towards the sandbags. Molly's forward for both parties. The spray on the smoke round the corner. Plopsky isn't affected by it, and Hampus follows up onto ZTR. It's a 5v3 for Metasport.
Destruction at top banana. They are deflated. Rez is tucked into the sandbag corner, but surely not for long. Okay. Okay. Maybe it is all too easy for Rez. At least the trade comes late with the HE. But this was a 3-on-5, now into a 2-on-2. Hamp is a little too eager to push through that smoke. How do Isaac and Lumi want to play this? PR's already considering the possibility of a flank through CT. Slen's in the apartments. If he finds the right time on the smoke, Plopsky gets the opening frag, looking for a second, but ZTR able to force his way in. A necessary trade. Lumi's still posted up on this angle. Might actually be given an opportunity. As long as he holds his nerve on this line, Isaac has found one as well. Lumi does find that kill on PR. ZTR and Slen in a 2v4. The only control they have is in banana.
It's actually such an important kill from Isaac because he takes the attention away from Lumi. PR thinks, oh, I need to go in towards apartments and trade. I was wondering about the division of labour, but Metasport comes back over to enforce this 2-2 split. A smoke timely in towards CT as well.
So difficult. At least you got the smokes and a flashbang there. I feel like you have to give it a go.
You got 2 mollies. They got 2 mollies here they can just dump down as well, though. This is... Oh, one missed. They are in. Hampus in the smoke. A fake out of the bomb. He's got his knife out. It's Adam B that collects the kills instead. He said it was difficult, and that it was. And now Metasport have 2 chances to close this game and book their slot at IEM Dallas.
They very much look poised to do it. Under pressure, Metasport have risen as the Phoenix and absolutely stunned Gamer Legion. Left them in the ashes. Silent boost up. Rez into the apartments. Lumi this time in short. Might have a chance onto Rez. who sits in the boiler, not overextending. The flashbang will, and no shot fired out by Lumi, so a freebie for Rez to open up this round.
They're putting a lot of pressure on here, and I think that will accelerate the banana play. It will. Towson catches Adam B. That's exactly what Gamer Legion wanted. And now, with that utility, they've got all of the presents over here in top brackets. Isaac and Hampus. They still lie in wait here at A. But the bomb, it might go B. And Plopsky could be baited in if they do not clear car. Never mind, he just swings. I was really hoping he would just sort of play that, right? He just tucks in, just doesn't peek. Might be given an opportunity. They might just walk straight past him. Instead, it goes the other way. A 2v4 feels like it's not going for at all. Maybe they give it a go because it's overtime, but I doubt it.
I feel like you kind of just want to save the 2 AKs, really.
I really wish he hadn't have swung that Plopsky. Just to know what would have happened, potentially.
You feel like Gamer Legion clear it. When your player jumps up onto car, yeah, it's not uncommon.
Good work from Slen, because even though he doesn't get a kill in that round, he sets up Rez. And then Towson's boosted, ready for the play to come through from Metaport because they need information, need to figure out where it's going. And they get punished.
That flash was brilliant. Can Gamer Legion force a second OT? Can Metasport close it here? Slower from Gamer Legion. Exchange of utility in Banana. They look very intent on putting some pressure on A early. Rez at the helm. Lumi's orb out towards long. Hampus and Isaac on the site defense. It's going to be the split through. Lumi misses the chance. Drops the Sentry, but they're going to force through. Oh, in fact, actually, it keeps him at bay. Does he want to re-peek into this? Feels crazy. Flashbang in his face denies that avenue. Now the burst through. Slend and ZTR find kills apiece. Nothing yet for Lumi. And nothing to be had. This is double OT, most definitely.
How fast was that? Because they were all up long. They then reset back to go into the short play. And in a blink of an eye, Isaac's just dead. Everyone's dead. It's just Lumi. And you're thinking, how on earth did it get in that situation? What a round out of Gamer Legion. They put all the pressure on long and they just completely spiral it. Into double OT. What is it with Inferno in this stream? How many overtimes have we had on this now? It's about to be fifth. Fifth OT and 2 BO3s on Inferno. But Gamer Legion stay alive. And now they look for 19. And we enter a tech pause. I'm thinking it did this on double OT in the last BO3, so maybe it's just an enforced pause by the server, and then we just get it going again. Or it's insane coincidence.
Yeah, I don't think this will be too long, guys.
Who's winning this one? Who? I don't know.
I mean,
do you know?
It feels like Metasport, despite how that one ended, are in control and should be winning. They could have won that. They could have won that. You think about that third round of the T side of OT where they are in a 5-on-3 and force their way through that smoke. Hampus just jumping around, spamming it. Rez gets 3 from that position. 1 tray was all they needed. And that would have been a flawless T side. That one round.
Actually, you can't believe that. Yeah, that's true. They could have been done. They could have been getting ready to board the plane. Instead, they might be gearing up to load up on Mirage. That res bailout is everything for Game Allegiant. Slend getting some important kills right towards the very end of that last round as well. I think you just need 2 CT rounds. You get 2 CT rounds, either one of these teams, you win. You win OT. You win the game. Because these CT sides have been struggling a lot for both parties. And it's funny because for Game Allegiant, it feels like it's all coming through A. And for Medisport, they're the ones that are dealing all the pressure on B. So there's 2 schools of thought about how you're going to get some of these rounds. And hopefully we can get into some more of those rounds in a sec.
Yeah, both teams found 2 T rounds in that one. And both had very different approaches. It feels like Medisport have been really insistent on Banana and the B side, whereas for Game Allegiant, it's about the A side. That's where they've been finding the success, punishing this setup with Isaac and Hampus. Lumi has had a few chances to find impactful frags and miss those opportunities. So we get destroyed by Rez off the flashbang, and then in that last round, again, the utility from Game Allegiant just preventing him from finding that frag he wanted.
This means a lot as well in terms of VRS, in terms of the head-to-head as well, with a considerably lesser VRS ranking for Medisport. Winning this head-to-head would also help them out as well. Still a little bit unclear how that all works, but in theory, they should gain more weighted points if they are able to topple Game Allegiant. Same with the BC game versus Astralis, actually. That would have had massive repercussions on that VRS. We don't know when the game is going to go live, so we are going to throw it to a very short break. When we come back, we're going to continue and conclude, at the very least, Inferno. We'll see you in a sec. I said a sec, didn't I? There we go. Straight back into the action. Medisport versus Game Allegiant. We are looking for 19. And we're looking for consistency on CT sides for both teams.
Yeah, that's been the issue. Tale of T halves. Retake utility being poised to be thrown. Popsky will deploy that. Well, hits the noggin of one of the players. And Lumi, there's some impact. Collateral for you. Doesn't miss that one.
The Molly pushed them in. But Rez does find a trade, but this is weird because you got Hampus. Hampus in second middle. The bomb might still come over towards Banana. Rez is going to be on a late lurk, but if you're Medisport, you know that A can be conceded, but you know the bomb hasn't come over. I don't think you need to fight this if you're Plopsky. You don't need to fight this if you're Plopsky. Look at the timing for Rez as well, walking through on Adam B.
It's outrageous.
Oh, this round is ridiculous. Rez is going to kill him. Rez is going to kill Lumi.
Oh my god, Plopsky saw him. Setia gets the trade. And now Hampus can start to make the moves up. Still the player advantage for Medisport as the bomb goes down. Slend actually delays that plant for a moment. Smoke provides a small amount of cover. Slend gets back to New Box with the AWP. A powerful position. HE does some damage. No Molly to flush him out, but the spam brings him so low. But he's still striking with AWP, and a swing from ZTR finds another. Hampers needs them all. First is his. And he knows who this final player is. Low HP is ZTR. Is he gonna stick it? No way. No way. He just sticks it behind the fountain. There's the headshot. Gamer Legion pull that round out of nowhere.
How? How do they win that round? I'm sorry. I have no idea how they're able to win that round. Because you've got Hampus in second mid, but he doesn't push. Rez gets caught on the flank by Plopsky. There should be no way, there should be no world in which they win that 3 versus 5 after they get pushed into a Lumi collateral. Yes, there was bonkers timings, but Metasport had all the info. That is disgraceful that they dropped that round. Is this the start zone for Gamer Legion? Our plan's starting to unravel for Metasport. I can't get over that. That is shocking. Adam B's got rid of the lurk. It has to be another one of these B pops, these B attempts, split by the incendiary, but it doesn't stop Towson. They're so low again on this T side, but they are in B once more.
Once Slen gets set up with an AWP, you feel like he's in a set position, but Adam B spams out PR. So player advantage for Metasport in the retake, a position they've been in before.
Look at the util. They have so much utility here. They can molly over towards New Box. They can molly dark. There's so much they can deploy here.
That smoke is really nice, though, in towards CT. Oh, sorry, Banana. That's completely blocked up that position. Flames to New Box. Flames to Dark. Isaac on one. Slen now known in the pillar, and they should be able to remove these players. Slen is still fighting for still somehow finding all of these kills. You pen him in the corner, and you need to hit those shots because he's hitting his.
Did he just hit another collat? Was that another collateral? That was a 2v1. I think he just collatted them.
Outrageous.
I think we've had back-to-back collaterals. I'm not 100%. I'm going to have to watch it back. But that is another round, to be honest, that Gamer Legion has stolen away.
Back-to-back rounds that they had no right winning.
Should have closed it in the first overtime. If you're Metasport, because now you're paying the price. That's another opening kill as well for Metasport. Another player advantage that they cannot close. They are struggling now. And with all this emphasis on B, this is the round that Gamer Legion try and go A. Lumi is not on an AWP anymore, he's on an MP9.
Going fast. Smoke from spawn. One is deployed in response. Adam B has the flashbangs. Over the top. They're not pushing forward just yet. Hopsky's waiting for this moment. But they're not committing. Seeing if it baits out anything, but there's nothing coming yet. Replenish smoke. Alert towards long again. This time it's PR that looks to try and slink through. Heard that rotation, but it's all by design. Hampus. Oh, you played it perfectly, but then can't get the kill. And now Towson rips one apart on site. Adam B in the back lines, trying to deliver his hero moment, and he's done just that. 15 seconds left. Slen needs to find this frag, and he's done it. He's connected. That's allowed the bomb to go down in the final seconds. Lumi with that MP9 locked out by PR. It's Isaac in a 1 versus 2. And Slend is not missing a shot. Flawless on the T half of second OT.
That's got to be it. That's got to be it. I said, look, two rounds on CT. Well, maybe if you just get all 3 on T. That could be enough. That could be exactly what Gamer Legion needed. As soon as you put Slend in these post plants, he just finds a multi-kill. You cannot remove him. All of these mistakes are now just evolving and are mounting up. And Hampus starts to feel the frustration. You need to win 3 rounds in a row here if you're Metasport. Otherwise, we go to a map 3. Dallas was right there. It was in touching distance. You've come back from an 8-2 deficit all the way to overtime, all the way to double overtime. You had the chance to close. You couldn't do it. Now you might look to miss those mistakes. Slend removed early. That is a big kill to find from Plopsky.
Yeah, Plopsy's been brilliant in Banana in finding these kills on this T side. Bursting through time and again. Great HE too. Huge amount of damage done. Metasport with PR Fighting Isaac now are interested in actually committing to this A site where an extra defender makes their way over. Game really didn't have the correct read. Plopsy surely heard throwing that smoke too.
They might miss the timing though. Because all these players are just going to outpour from apartments. And then in towards brackets, straight into Plopsky. He was heard, but he still delivers all of the pain. Oh my gosh. That's it. That's round over. Also, it wasn't a collateral from Slend. He was just that fast that it made it look like one. Also, stream if you want an idea of how far we are in the future ahead of you. There you go. What a round from Plopsky. The fact that Gamer Legion go for this double push, they're uncertain, they missed the timing. PR was in boiler, and he didn't see them cross. They extend play for another one. Can they match Gamer Legion? Can they go triple OT?
It'd be brutal if they did, because, I mean, they should be sitting here on 18. That's not the reality we live in. Map point for Gamer Legion, 2 chances still. And it's all too difficult CT side. Not a utility set up, waiting for a queue. It's going to be the Flames to go forward that sets this up. Plopsky forced back. Has to run away.
That sounded like he took like so much damage, right? And he took 10. There's like at least 3 or 4 ticks of that molly.
First tick's in. Just a little tickle, aren't they? Towson's got to learn his lesson. Sticking around top Banana is not boded well for him. He has to fall back. He could be caught in this transition period.
It's good that Slend's here.
Yeah, at least he's on the line. He can get caught out if it's a wide swing. Smoke lands, the wide swing comes, but he hits the shot. Standing in the open, revealed. And Towson falls behind him. That's the way in. Bond smoke, can Rez try and alleviate something? No, it doesn't quite clear it. So Bond to be planted.
You gotta go for this one. They're low. 2 players at about half HP. You've got mollies. ZTR is taking his time. Lumi is holding for Banana. A double setup. In towards the pool and the bomb site. This is tricky. Bomb already basically halfway gone. You got to go quick. Lumi finds ZTR. Looks back on a swivel in towards CT. It's Isaac that does the damage. No kills found. They're doing it. They're doing it.
Winning a CT round in Inferno. Turns out that's a very difficult thing to do. The OT tactical timeout taken by Gamer Legion.
That's a good point. Have Motorsport taken a timeout in any of these OTs? I think so. Hampus on 12 kills, trying to call and outbrain ZTR.
Well, with how the T-sides have been going, I think that, I mean, they're both doing okay jobs, it seems.
I remember just all the way back in regulation, Metasport were catching up, and then Gamer Legion just put a 12th on the board instantaneously. You felt like it was all there, said and done. Potentially a 13-11. Slend on the corner, gets dealt with by Plopsky. How's he not found that kill?
That's crazy. That felt like it was his, dead to rights, and then the HE.
ZTR. This was 3 in a row on the T side for Gamer Legion. Metasport have answered back with 2 rounds of their own and an opening kill and basically a half.
Yeah, and 2 of those Gamer Legion T rounds were insane. Ones that they were definitely in the disadvantageous position to win.
I think every round apart from the last one, they were in a player disadvantage.
Let's walk out long. Hamish just walks through the smoke. Carlson.
But they're going into
corner,
res.
Close by the jiggle, the lineup. Can't get the second. PR back in the pit. Alone on this side. Over the top. Comes Hampus, actually falls down and can't quite convert. Will be removed. Lumi needed that kill. PR was trying to be the hero. But now it has to be ZTR, has to be the IGL with a 1v2, or we go OT once more. 18-18, we run it back.
Of course we do. 3 rounds in a row on T side, matched by 3 rounds in a row on T side. Haven't had a CT round in forever. I cannot believe this game and then the Astralis BC game one as well. Will it be settled here in Triple OT? Will we need more? On the stream in its entirety, we're approaching close to nearly 80 rounds of Inferno. In 2BO3s. We hope you are entertained. And a reminder, the Gamer Legion still needs to win the map just to force a third.
For Metasport, a win here is a spot at IEM Dallas. 5 Swedes in the US.